Hello and welcome to the 2025 Nordic Esports Championship. We're here in Reykjavik, Iceland for the grand finale of the year. And here we have the Nordic countries battling it out. We have Iceland, Denmark, Sweden, Finland and Norway all representing here. This morning, the Formula 4 qualifying, the Formula 4 race, followed by the GT3 event in the afternoon. So we're here at the GT Academy in Reykjavik, Iceland. It's a high-tech facility for sim racing, and we can expect some fantastic racing here today. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you for this. Now, F4 qualifying is about to start, so let's introduce our commentators for the day, Derek and Ewan.
Nordic Esport Championship. We're here at Snetterton for the first event of the day here in the F4 cars. As you can see, the 10 drivers on the left-hand side just completing practice as things stand. That is what we're counting down to for the moment. And then that qualifying session Christian just mentions there, we will be getting into that in a few moments' time. Myself, Naliri and Darren Thacker will take you through all the races and the qualifying sessions here this afternoon and this morning indeed as well. Good to be alongside you for this one, Darren. Very much looking forward to it. A list of names we're very much familiar with in the world of sim racing, and we'll go through a few of them in a moment. But first of all, a circuit that you know very well for some low-powered open-wheel racing to kick us off this morning.
Yeah, it's a great little circuit, I think, for us to be able to go racing in these F4 cars. Will be interesting as well when we get to the GT3s later, how the changing track can change the fortunes. But it's a really exciting event, I think, for all the drivers involved. You know, slightly different to what they're generally used to, particularly with special events on particularly this iRacing platform. And I think a lot of them are going to be very keen to get themselves towards the top of the timesheets early on in the qualifying session, which we will get into pretty soon. But, you know, like you mentioned, we know quite a few of these names. They pop up quite a lot, but not necessarily with the drivers that they are racing with today. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic for sure.
Yeah, let's go through some of these names in the F4 Championship. Representing Sweden here today, as you can see, it's two drivers from each nation, as you can see. Sweden being represented by Jesper Eriksson and Isak Arvidsson. Norway have got Jotan and Anders Mer. Jotan's actually driving in both categories. We'll talk about that a little bit later. For Denmark, it will be Kasper Ruscher Andersen and Markus Terkildsen. In the Finnish lineup, Lasse Jurainen and Timo Miller-Kangis. And for Iceland, the home nation, Gunnar Carl Vinjesson and Roland Alfredsson in the F4 cars here this afternoon. So that is your driver lineups. As we saw in practice there, it was very much the Finnish drivers who were up towards the front in that session, and a couple of the Norwegians were up there as well. Alfredsson, representing Iceland as well, was up towards the front, representing the home nation, and he got up towards the front in that practice session. But now it's time for qualifying. We were being told just beforehand that every host nation in the history of the Nordic Esport Championship has taken the title on home soil. You get the feeling that it could be difficult for Iceland to repeat that this time around, although maybe they've got some names who will surprise us this afternoon.
Yeah, and home advantage always comes into it just that little bit. Roland Alfredsson likes to put himself under pressure a lot as well. He did the Nürburgring 24 hours last year on his own, all 24 hours, so he knows how to get things done. The interesting thing, I think, in this qualifying session is the times in that practice session were very, very close. You know, this is going to come down to hundredths, if not thousandths of a second. You know, you can gain and lose that at any corner around Snetterton. Many medium speed, I should say, long corners here. Not too many heavy braking zones, and so keeping that minimum speed up is going to be critical in the practice session. May serve to be a bit of an indicator of where this qualifying session is going to go. But with the time so close at the top, it's going to be a case of which driver can get that lap time in. And so, you know, Iceland, Finland, Norway, Denmark or Sweden have all the chances of getting themselves towards the top of the order for this qualifying session. But as we will get through the day, we'll really realise that the qualifying session isn't necessarily everything for this event, but it will go some way to giving, I think, a good boost of confidence for the drivers going into the opening race.
Let's just explain a little bit about the format as well, as the drivers are getting themselves ready for a qualifying lap. They're quite a slow out lap actually from Alfredsson, but you don't want to burn the tyres through immediately, and so he's just taking things calmly and cautiously first of all. Both of the drivers' champions here in F4 and GT3 will be decided by the winner of the final race. Now that's to come a lot later on in the afternoon. The final race in the F4 scheduled to start just after 2 o'clock local time in Iceland. So that is in quite a while. But between now and then, we've got this qualifying session and then 2 races. The first of which, where the grid order is set by this qualifying session we're about to see. The second of which will be set with a full reverse grid. The results from which will go forward into a final race, and that is where the drivers' champion will be settled. Same format goes for GT3. That will be running GT3 cars, indeed one GT3 car, the Mercedes GT3, at the Zolder circuit in Belgium. So we will get to that in a few moments' time after the first 2 races in the F4 Championship. Both of those driver championships, as I say, settled by that final race. In terms of the other championships, because there are others, the country with the most points overall in both classes throughout all of the races that we see here today, that will be decided, or deciding, I should say, the Nordic Esports Nations Champion, and then each class, of course, has a Nations Champion as well for the most points in each race for each class. We'll keep you across all of those as the day goes on. On board with the Jesper Eriksson then. Here the Swedish driver looking to qualify himself up towards the front here. Braking nicely for the Oggi's corner. Very sharp hairpin before the very important right-handed turn of Williams. Gets you onto this back straight, and the awkward chicane at the end of it, where a lot of the overtaking chances are going to be in these F4 races.
Yeah, and if that's Snedden doesn't, provide clear and obvious overtaking chances, you've got to really be able to curate and overtake. Turn 1 is a good place to make a move, just as we went through at Brundle. The end of the long Bentley straight could be an opportunity, but again, it's a little bit faster through there, and it can be difficult to send the car because there's not a very long braking zone. Even as you come around here at Coram in towards Murray's at the final corner, there could be a couple of moves to the inside, but again, difficult to really try your luck, and I think drivers will be very careful in the opening race at least not to make too many mistakes. Time's already coming in though. Alfredson going towards the top of the timesheets, but we're still waiting for 7 drivers. Eriksson is one of them, and he looks like he's going to go to the top of the timesheets, at least provisionally, and there he goes. But you can see, again, less than half of a tenth of a second in it. This is going to come down to very fine margins in the next 10 minutes.
And we are going to see times tumble from there as well. This is Eriksson's teammate, Isak Arvidsson. Looks like he's on his first flying lap right now as well. Lasse Urainen certainly was there. 25 seconds off the pace. That is not his regular speed, as we know from Lasse Urainen. Bit wide for Arvidsson, but he'll get away with that. Yo Tyan again as well, getting up to speed rather slowly. It's the advantage of having a 15-minute session, to be honest, because normally in iRacing you only get 8 minutes and 2 laps. There's no limit on the amount of laps these drivers can do in these sessions. There's only a time limit of 15 minutes, and they're on their own as well. It's clearly giving them a lot of freedom here to get off to a very slow start, but there's nothing wrong with warming up the tyres properly like that with the time available. Normally, as I say, in iRacing sessions, you'd be going all out in those 2 laps, because even at the end of your second lap, your tyres wouldn't be fully up to temperature anyway. You might as well push on, but in this session, you try and get them up to speed as slowly as you like over the course of the 15 minutes.
Yeah, and it's a rarely afforded luxury. Like you said, there isn't too many qualifying sessions where the drivers get this much time and this much ability to, warm the car up, get themselves into the best operating window, and then push on. So it's going to be really interesting to see who can almost set the car up the best going into the final couple of minutes of the session, which is where we likely see some of the biggest improvements in time. We saw Isak Arvidsson going to the top of the timesheets. Alfredson maybe going quicker as well, as his car continues to get up to temperature just that little bit more, and does go to the top of the timesheets. But again, 0.02 of a second, top 3 split by about 1/3 of a tenth. We're talking about less than half of a blink of an eye. It really is going to be close here. And again, these lap times, as the cars get up to temperature, won't necessarily be the ones that we see the drivers claim as their fastest by the end of the session, even if they are improving by hundredths, maybe 1/10 of a second, lap after lap.
And this is Kasper Ruscher Andersen, one of the Danish drivers, as Lasse Urainen goes to the top. The Finnish driver now just ahead of Alfredson. So 3 nations in the top 3 positions at the moment, but Denmark are not one of them. Can Andersen maybe change that here? It's a bit wide there through the final corner and onto the front straight. That final corner is Murray's, and it's a pretty important one for this long run down the straight, as as is that one on the back straight as well we were talking about earlier. That will be a bit quicker, will it, for Anderson? I don't think it counted, actually. So he will stay ninth. So far, Timo Milikangis is the only driver who has not gotten a representative lap time on the board, nearly 30 seconds behind his compatriot. This is Isak Arvidsson again, topped the session earlier as he goes through Corum. That's a nicer line. That's a bit more like it through the final corner as you get that run onto the front straight, keeping it tight to the right-hand side to just shorten that distance as much as possible. He'll continue on the racing line to carry on at these lap times. That won't be an improvement from him this time, and Arvidsson stays third.
Yeah, and interesting to see that gap now forming towards the top of the timesheets, and who can be the driver to try and put themselves into that mix. Hjaltein, the Norwegian driver, could be one of those, just being overtaken by his countryman Anders Meyer by only 0.03 of a second, so clearly good competition between those two. But as he comes in towards Brundle and Nelson once again, he'll be looking to try and make some little improvement. The Bommel, difficult corner to really nail as you work your way through this right hand. The car offloads a little bit as you dive through a little bit of a dip, and then it's just keeping that minimum speed up all the way through Corum and just making sure that the rear end at Murray stays in shape, and we'll see what Jarl can do to put himself maybe into the fray for the front row, the second row of the grid. You can see that rear end stepping out a little bit. Does happen in these F4 cars a touch, but he'll run up to the line. Long run up to the line here at Snedden, because that start-finish line is actually pretty close to turn number 1, which is something you see in every circuit.
Over the line, and it will be an improvement to second for Tyne. I was just thinking as he was doing this lap time that he's a bit further behind than where you'd expect to see him normally, but he's certainly got rid of that now. So 4 different nations in the top 4 now, only Denmark missing, and Marcus Terkelsen and Kasper Rischer Andersen will have to improve from there. Got to say though, we were putting our predictions in just before this race, Darren. We didn't have Denmark as one of those nations that were going to win overall here today, and that could be well, we might be vindicated in that, let's say, through this qualifying session so far. But it's a good spread across the other nations up towards the front. That is a very close session so far, although having said that, Timo Milikangis is not really on the board yet. Maybe that will change things in the next 5 minutes.
And I think the intriguing factor for this event is, of course, for race number 2, the top 10, the entirety of the grid will be reversed. So there's going to be a chance for the drivers who don't necessarily get the good qualifying session they're looking for and the good start to the event in race number 1 will have an opportunity to start right towards the front of the field, and how they're able to defend over the course of a 20-minute race here at Snedden is going to be intriguing. So there is still a lot of opportunity for all of the countries here to just keep themselves in the mix, and I think we're only going to get a decent picture as we start race number 3 later on of where the drivers are going to be sitting. And actually the nations as well in terms of that overall championship. So it's going to be one that I think it's going to be a bit of a slow burner in terms of the championship, because it's so tight. There's not many races naturally, with only being three races. There's not much time to gain or lose points, so it's going to be very tight. And countries aren't going to be able to feel comfortable in the positions that they're in until we're into the final couple of minutes of the final race. So even if there are a couple of nations like Denmark who are a little bit further down the order than they'd like to be at the moment, there's going to be opportunity for them to still be involved in the championship towards the end, and I think everyone's going to have to claim a little bit of confidence from that as we do see a change at the top.
Timo Milikangis does go to the top now to be alongside Urainen, who immediately goes ahead of him as well. So Finland all of a sudden take the stranglehold over this early race of the day, and this is first qualifying session of the day, the only qualifying session in the F4 cars. To remind you, 2 races coming up, the second of which will be reverse grid from the finishing positions of the first race, and then that final race which will decide the drivers' champion for whoever wins that one later on this afternoon. Here's Isak Arvidsson looking to at least just bring that gap down to the others out front, and he may well have done that. Has he gone quicker? Oh, only marginally, 6 tenths behind Lasse Urainen as things stand. So Arvidsson drops back to pit lane, and that'll be the end of that for him. Hjaltein then is the last of the top 5, actually still out there on the circuit, still nearly 4 minutes to go, or just under 4 minutes to go rather, and he is not yet done, although most of the top 4 are. Here he comes up towards the start-finish line. You can imagine last chances are starting to be finished now for some of these drivers. Time will go on again, and really does need to improve here, to at least just split up the Finnish drivers rather up towards the front of the field here. That would be helpful for all the other nations to at least get up in there with the Finnish drivers who are currently hogging that front row.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to see who can bridge that gap. Quite a significant margin to have about half a second to the second row even from the front of the field at a track it's like Snedden where the lap time's only 105 seconds. It's not the longest here. So to find 5/10 really is impressive and shows that Finland have come to play in this qualifying session. Tyne is definitely one of the drivers who would back themselves to be in that conversation, and this could be an important lap in getting himself and Norway onto at least the front three positions. Alfredsson doing a good job at the moment for the home nation in third, but there's no guarantee that he's going to stay there, but he has shown some good pace. We saw it in practice. He was very close to the Finns, but it feels like the Finns have managed to pull something out at the start of this qualifying session. It's just going to be a question of can anybody find anything else to try and get themselves as close as they were just about 15-20 minutes ago. So I think worries for the likes of Tyne, but he could be on an improved lap here, and I'm sure he is as they come into Brundle. And Nelson looks very tidy through here again, trying to avoid some of these high curbs that Snedden could very easily ruin a lap by going just that little bit too wide. Oh, he has.
He has. So that's going to be one more lap then for Tyne. He slowed down there quite dramatically as if to sort of try and cool his tyres down again before another lap, but I think realised that he hasn't actually got that much time remaining yet, so needs to get on with it. 2 minutes to go then. Markus Terkelsen really needs to get Denmark up the standings at the moment. As I think we mentioned earlier, but I'll say it again, the point system is based on the current FIA point system, if you like, from 25 down to 1, the Formula 1 point system, if you will, and so that gives everybody a chance to score points every time, as we're going to see here. But if you're only 8th and 10th, this is going to drop Denmark, as you said, a very long way behind, because this is going to be a close championship. They can't afford to both qualify here on the back two rows.
Yeah, and of course we are using the point system that people will most often see in Formula 1, so it's 25 points for the race winner, 18 for second, 15 all the way down to through a 4, 2 and 1 for 8th, 9th and 10th, but at the moment would not be scoring highly at all and would be some 40 points if the race was to finish in this way after race number 1. So it's not looking positive at the moment for the Danes, but again, there is still a chance in the opening race. Anything can happen in the opening lap as well. There could be a couple of cars skittling off the road, and they're able to take advantage of that. Starting at the rear of the field will allow them to kind of scope out what's going on in front of them and try and get the best start possible for them. But it's never really ideal to have that situation. They'll always want to start right towards the front of the field, but dealing with what you've been given after qualifying is one of the qualities of the drivers that are going to be tested quite heavily in this event.
So Jarl Tyne has got just one more chance then to get up the order, and after this we'll show you the starting grid and head down for an interview with one of the drivers getting themselves set up and ready for the first race of the day. Into the final corners then for Jarl Tyne, the absolutely flat-out right-hander just before the long, certainly not flat-out right-hander of Coram. One of the most difficult corners on this racetrack, and indeed in the whole of England as well, as he breaks down to third gear, a little bit wide. Will that be an off-track? Very possibly. No, he's going to carry on, so clearly this lap time is good enough for a continuation. Jarl Tyne going to go over the line, and it is maybe slightly quicker than before, but not too much as the session draws to a close. It's Lasse Jaranen and Timo Milakangis who have put Finland in the bird seat at the moment, first and second. Roland Alfredsson for the home nation, Iceland into third ahead of Jarl Tyne, with a Swedish third row of Isak Arvidsson and Jesper Eriksson. 7th place is Anders Meyer ahead of Markus Terkelsen, the first of the Danes, then Gunnar Carl Vinjesson and Kasper Rischer Andersen rounding out the top 10. Let's go down back to Iceland now and have a bit of a chat with one of our drivers ahead of race 1.
Lasse, it's a pole for the first race here for a finished 1-2. How does it feel?
Good.
So, are you guys rivals into the first quarter, or you kind of know each other well?
I think we will take easy for the first race at least. Let's see on the final race.
How do you foresee, like, who do you look at as the main competition for the races today?
I think Roland is really fast, and seems like Jarl is also quite good. But let's see.
What about the countries? How do you see this play out?
I think we will win this.
He thinks he'll win it, and guess that's fine. The others might disagree, though. But we're going to do a short ad break, and we'll be back here for the qualifying race.
Askja. Stílhreinn, rafmagnaður, óumdeilanlega Mercedes-Benz EQA. Askja.
A car is a car. Is a spa. Oh, an office. Hi. Hello. A cinema.
A safety space!
Yes, the definition of a car changes. But one thing stays the same. It's a Mercedes-Benz.
Askja.
Welcome back to Snetterton as Lasse Iranen puts all his cards on the table. He certainly believes that Finland is going to be the champions here this afternoon. So interesting, isn't it, that he is, so confident in that sense. Wasn't even willing to pick out a rival, Dara, just willing to say, no, I think we're going to win.
It's confidence. I mean, the important thing is to have confidence in this kind of session. Not too surprising, I think, that Lasse is going to back himself and of course his teammate. But yeah, good to see that he is looking to try and get the launch off of the line, and again to get the points on the board early on, which is going to be the critical factor here. With such a short championship, we've only got the 3 races. You cannot afford a bad race at all, or you're going to find yourself maybe in a position where it's an unassailable lead for other countries around you. So good to see them towards the front, and good to see that. That they may be nice to each other down into turn 1.
We'll see if they indeed manage that. But you'd imagine that the teammates will take things cautiously, at least, in towards turn number 1. As I mentioned before, Iceland are the home nation, and there has never been a home nation not win on home soil in the Nordic Esport Championship. You just wonder whether Roland Alfredsson has got a big role to play in that. He's certainly 3rd place in this qualifying session, and Lasse did outline him as a big driver to look out for in this race as well. Probably right with that motivation of home soil. Roland Alfredsson is going to be a big one to watch over the course of this race, but we'll see how he can break up the top 2, because I think the fact that they're both on the front row as teammates, both Finnish drivers, is a real advantage for them that Alfredsson's going to find difficult to break up if he doesn't do it early on in the race.
Yeah, and if he can get himself between the 2 Finns, then it could provide a little bit of an interesting dynamic. But at the same time, if he's stuck behind both of them, it may be more difficult to find a way through on one, because the leader, whoever it will be at the exit of turn number 1, will likely help the other, and vice versa. So it's going to be difficult to pick apart the log. But at the same time, if they finish 1 and 2, they're going to be starting race 2, 9 and 10. So the flip side then appears itself, where they've got to work their way through the field, and they can't just have the easy time that they're hoping to have in this race number 1. So it's going to be interesting. Alfredsson's going to look for the launch off the line, and he could be the disruptor here, but there's no guarantee.
The lights come on then for the first race of the day in the Nordic Esport Championship for 2025. It's the first F4 race, and it's creeping on the front row there from Milikangis. Goodness me, that could be a drive-through penalty, at least a penalty of some sort for Timo Milikangis off the start here, as the 2 Finnish drivers take their pole position and their 2nd place in towards turn 1 with a 1-2 lead in the first race of the day. Alfredsson right in behind, he's going to look immediately down towards the inside on the way towards turn 2 as Iranen goes slightly wide. That's going to be fine. The front 3 single file, and where they started, the top 5 in fact, all stay where they started, but it's Anders Meer who's made up the first place of the day. Jesper Eriksson going backwards to 7th, as also Richard Anderson has got past Finjusson as well for 9th position. Other than that, a calm start from the rest of them. Has Timo Milikangis though got a penalty? He was definitely creeping on the start line there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. There's something that was moving. I don't know whether he was confused about when the start was, when the lights were going off, but there was definitely movement, and Timo is not going to be in a good position, I don't think, necessarily with race control. Alfredsson would have seen that, and I'm sure will have been telling anyone and everyone who will listen that there was movement as well, but it now opens the door. If there is some kind of difficulty that Timo has to face, where does that leave the likes of Roland, Jarl Tyne as well? So, interesting to see how that does develop. They found it in the background as well into turn number 2, and Anderson did get that move done on Vinja. But again, let's see if the Danes can work together. They're the only other country other than the Finns at the moment who are next to each other. Is that going to come as an advantage? We'll have to wait and see.
down towards the chicane for the first time, and they all stay single file. Ericsson trying to get back past Anders Meer again. That's the position he lost off of the start of this race for 6th position. Ericsson now down to 7th as they go through Corum for the first time in racing conditions. Turkildsen just in behind there in the 8th position, just looking for a way past us. Timo Mullikangis does indeed come to the pit lane. He did get a black flag for that, and he's got a drive-through penalty. You'd imagine in a race this short of just 20 minutes, that is going to confirm him at the back of the field, surely, at the end of this first race. As Ericsson looks down the inside of Mir, this is not for 5th place. This is the creeping, by the way. I mean, all kinds of different things when you're not in your home setup and you're not quite comfortable the way you normally are. And just some sort of uncharacteristic mistake for Mullikangis has sent him to the back of the field.
We do talk about this quite a lot with LAN events, where drivers who are often so reliable just don't have that level of comfort behind them and can just make those couple of mistakes that you'd never see them make otherwise. And that is one of the challenges of, going to Iceland and going to an event like this and trying to perform a little bit of a move at the end, into Agostini, I should say, for Turkildsen. Not going to be able to get through on Ericsson as they work their way towards Hamilton up towards Oggies. But again, Ericsson going that little bit wider and off the road. Doesn't look like he's too comfortable in that car right now. And he's coming under increasing pressure from both Danes, who are now starting to move their way up the order. 7th and 8th, looking at a 6th place driver who's struggling just to touch. This is going to be definitely pleasing to the eyes and giving them a lot of confidence to move themselves up just that extra position or two and get themselves the points that they need.
All of a sudden it's looking a bit more positive for Denmark as we go on board with Turkildsen into the chicane, right on the back of Jesper Eriksson here, through Brundle and Nelson. Now through into the final sector of this racetrack, and this great long right-hander before the big braking zone, the most difficult braking zone of the circuit. That's a bit of grass there kicked up from Eriksson, and now into the final corner. He will be able to hold on through there ahead of Turkildsen as they make their way over the line. Lasse Jaranen leads ahead of Roland Alfredsson, then it's Jortide and Isak Arvidsson. Anders Meer is next, and he's not exactly given up the slipstream just yet, but there's a defined front three, you'd say, running away from the rest of the field as we complete lap 2 of this race.
Yeah, and Jaranen mentioned, didn't he, that he was slightly worried about Roland Alfredsson and the pace that he had showed, and now he's directly behind him and going to be challenging him over the next couple of laps. So let's see if Roland can just try and get in those mirrors, try and move around a little bit and put himself into a good position to make the move for the race lead. Just thinking about how big that pit or the jump start is there from Timu, is that Finland were heading to, if results were to finish sort of what they were in qualifying, heading towards about a 20-point lead going out of the first race. As it stands, there's 4 teams that have got about 5 points between them coming through this race, showing how tight this championship is going to be and how quickly something can turn. So for Timu, it's a big mistake. But again, even if he has to finish last in this race, he can start first in race number 2 and maybe pick up the big points again from that event. So there's always the give and the take in an event like this. The problems for the other teams is if Finland are going to win race 1 and have a good chance of winning race 2, where does that leave everybody else in trying to pick up some big points? So yes, it's not a positive that he's got the way down the order, but there is going to be a bounce back ability for him in race number 2 if things are to stay as they are.
How long is this situation going to hold for, and at what stage are they going to start the attacks as Turkildsen now gets ahead of Eriksson, who's now been shuffled backwards. He's off the road through Bomhole by the looks of things, and both Danish drivers go through into 6th and 7th. Jesper Eriksson, without the great start to this race that his qualifying maybe suggested he might have here, as he goes wide there into the grass. And both Danish drivers are able to slip through. We'll try and get a second look at that if we can. And here we go, right on cue. This is in towards Nelson. Oh, it's that Sussex curve on the inside.
Yeah, I guess we were talking about in qualifying, so easy to get yourself onto that sausage curb and it pushes you off the track. And when you're going right and right and right, again, if the tyres aren't really underneath you, they're not going to be working for you, as we see again with the little slides for Jesper. So not really positive moments for him. Great for Denmark, though, as they do continue to just quietly go about their business, move up the order. They're towards the fringe of the top 5 now.
It's pretty costly for Eriksson, who doesn't spin, sorry, but clips the sausage curb on the inside of that corner. Certainly those curbs are the exact ones that F4 cars really don't like, and indeed open wheel cars around the world as well. As we follow Tyen and Alfredsson again. You can just see a slight gap opening in front of Alfredsson at the moment here as he tries to stay with Lasse Jaranen. And as I say that, through Oggies, Tyen didn't have the best line and so drops back just a couple of car limps. And Alfredson able to just alleviate some of that pressure as they go down the back straight. The question's going to go from here for Roland Alfredson. Yes, he's staying with the leader, but what's the plan for the remainder of the race? Because he needs to get through at some point as well with his teammate Gunnar Carl Vinjesson down in 9th place, only picking up a couple of points. You'd say that for Iceland to be up towards the front of the end of this first race, they need to ideally win from here with Alfredson. And Uranen did say he will be a big challenger throughout this race, and he certainly has been so far. That's a good run out the final corner. The gap will dip below 2 tenths, and it maybe even be side by side over the line. Uranen forced to defend for the very first time here as Roland Alfredson, about a third of the way through this first race of the day, looks to the outside in towards turn 1. He's not going to go through there. That's going to be very tricky. Maybe in towards the hairpin. He's going to have a chance here, but again, Uranen defends inside line. Alfredson doesn't have a chance around there, and Uranen survives the first attacks.
Yeah, and he's trying a couple of up and unders, it seems. Alfredson turned in just in behind Uranen, seeing if he could just get that overlap in towards turn number 2, but Uranen wise to it, getting to that inside line and making sure there is no way through for Roland. He may have a bit of a look at Agostini down here at the hairpin left-hander. It's an overtaking place that we see a lot of sense being made, not this time around though, still in the early stage of the race, first half, and there's not really any need to get to the lead just yet for Roland Alfredson. He is right there and pressuring Uranen, got him really where he wants him. He can almost try and pick an opportunity. Jaltai nearly goes into the back of him though. The Norwegian driver's gone deep. He may lose a position to Alfredson here because he nearly went into the back of Alfredson, had to avoid by going deep into the corner, and all of a sudden he's gone from a battle for the lead to a battle to keep onto his P3.
He certainly does. Jaltai has gone from looking at the lead to defending for third, and he will be in towards the end of the straight as well. Here comes Mayer. Jaltai in there looking to try and alleviate some of the pressure with one of his teammates. Oh, there's contact between two of the cars, and again another barge between the two. Isak Arvidsson on the inside line, just trying to go. Oh, wow, what a slide as well from Mayer. He somehow saves it. They were so near to a crash there, goodness me. Arvidsson and Mayer just about avoiding catastrophe as they go through the final sector of this track. Jaltai was under severe pressure here. As you can see, it started all the way back from here, as you said. Broke a bit too late, Jaltai. So nearly hit Alfredson. I mean, that's extremely close. And Anders Mayer came steaming in, trying to alleviate some of the pressure on his teammate, and he's certainly done that here. He's still attacking Arvidsson. It has allowed Marcus Terkelson to catch up, but he won't mind that. Here comes the Dane to the inside, in towards turn number 2. It's 3 wide, and there's contact. There was always going to be. Arvidsson goes around in towards the hairpin, and that sends him down to 8th position.
And you could always see that coming. Terkelson getting to the inside line, making it that 3 wide. The car on the outside was just going to be the final skittle, wasn't it? Arvidsson just on the outside trying to give as much room as he can to the 2 cars on the inside, and there is contact. Not even sure if he's aware that there's 2 cars. And there's just there's space for 3 cars. Arvidsson couldn't really have given much more if he wanted to make the outside of the corner as well. We'll see it from the aerial shot. But so unfortunate for him that they're not even all together, overlapping just about, and Arvidsson coming off worse, just about avoiding the drivers coming through as well, but dropping down to P9. Difficulties for a couple of drivers. Will be interesting to say if anything you said about that.
And so all of a sudden, Denmark are actually having quite a good race after having a qualifying that they would have been disappointed with. They've raced very, very well, especially Marcus Terkelson, who's now 4th. So who are the real winners out of this at the moment? I mean, we saw in qualifying very much a defined finish victory, if you like, through that qualifying session. However, I'm not so sure there are many winners and losers from this first race. This is very, very even to start the day here in the Nordic Esports Championship. Very, very interesting indeed as Lasse Uranen makes his way through the final corner. Still under pressure from Roland Alfredson. This battle for the win could decide a lot of who's going to have the points lead after the first race of the morning, rather.
Yeah, and with the fact that the field is entirely split by the Finns, they're only picking up 26 points as it stands. The Norwegians would be picking up 25, and the Icelandic duo were picking up 22. So there's a really tight little bunching up. Sweden were involved in that a little while ago, but of course with Arvidsson dropping down the order, he's losing out quite a lot of points. The Danes now coming into the fray, and they're looking like they could be up towards 20 points as well. So really is an interesting factor. Mayer, though, going around, not too sure how or why, but he's dropping back to P9 as well. There must have been contact on the exit of turn number 2.
Well, that all of a sudden puts Norway in a very difficult situation here. 3rd place and 9th. is a lot worse than what they were having a couple of moments ago. Let's see what's happened here. He's just in behind. I think it's Turkildsen right in front of us here. It's on the power. An unforced error and a rare one from Anders Meer as well. He lets Eriksson through, Risho Anderson, Arvidsson, Vinjesson all go through. Goodness me, Anders Meer is going to be disappointed with that. And with 8 minutes to go, Timo Milakangis is going to smell some points there towards the back end as well.
Definitely a chance for Milakangis to get himself maybe a position or two, with the fact that he's now only about 5 seconds off the back of the post drive-through penalty that he received. So he's definitely got the impetus to go forward and maybe try and pick off one or two drivers, get another couple of points, because it really could come down to that 1-2 point margin come the end of the day. And especially with Alfredsson pressuring Urainen all the way through towards the end of this race, you'd imagine there's definitely a good push for Timo to try and get another couple of positions to almost alleviate the pressure on Urainen, who is doing everything he can to hold on to this lead. Roland hasn't really made any more indents or any more throws to the inside or the outside just yet, but he's just lurking there, and it's almost a matter of when, not if, he's going to make some kind of move.
Just feel like he's not really had the opportunities just yet, Roland Alfredsson, to get past, but there's going to be one at some point. When is it going to come, and is he going to take it in the last 7 minutes? There should be another 4 laps yet, maybe 5, depending on when the timer runs out here of these first 20 minutes. As I mentioned earlier on, in case you're just joining us, there will be a second race to follow just after this, and it will be a full reverse grid from the top 10 that we see here at the moment. And that will give us the points through the first 2 races of this morning's action. We will have a little bit of a break after that before the GT3 races, which will take on the same format. That will be at Zolder, though, in the Mercedes, as we know. Out now of the middle sector for these two. It's Lasse Urainen versus Roland Alfredsson, who are battling not only for a race win here, but it feels like they're battling for something even more than that, maybe. They're sort of battling for the first round win, if you like, of these nations. Who's going to come out of the first round pleased? I think it's going to be one of these two nations, whoever prevails in this battle.
Yeah, it almost certainly will be, because they will get that big winner's bonus from the 25 points that they will get for the race win. And I think this is a huge opportunity here for Alfredsson to try and get a bit of a march on the Finns. Of course, with Milakangis potentially starting from the front of the field for race number 2, with drivers around him that weren't necessarily as close to him in qualifying, be a very good chance for him to maybe go after the top points in that race. So this is a huge chance for Alfredsson to try and do what he can to put the host nation into the driving seat in terms of the championship, because if they do get the race win, as things would be standing, if the top 2 swapped around, Iceland would have that championship lead going out of the first race, and that'll be such a good confidence boost to them, and could give them a little bit more in the tank to go after in race number 2. So definitely a chance, but it almost feels like he's dropping back another couple of attempts here. Roland needs to keep right on the back of Urainen, otherwise Urainen may start to feel a little bit comfortable and will stop driving on the mirrors and start driving in front of him, which could be a bit of an increase in his pace.
It could be. Let's see as Roland Alfredsson continues to apply the pressure. This is really the only battle on the circuit now. There may be some more that pop up a bit later, but Anders Meer and Gunnar Carl Vinjesson are not quite as close as these two, and they're certainly not batting for as high a position as these two at the moment. As you were talking about earlier on, so far Finland, if the race were to end now, would be on 26 points. Iceland would have 22. Denmark would have 25. Norway would have 17? It wouldn't be that far away. Sweden would be the ones who really lag behind with this one, with just 16 here so far in this race. So that would be the big gap for them. However, it's very close across the board, I've got to say, especially when you compare the qualifying results to what we have on our screens at the moment. Just over 4 minutes to go. We've either got 2 or 3 laps to go, and Anders Meer has got only that time to really just salvage something for Norway from this race and double his points tally if he can make this move for 8th place.
Yeah, this race really is setting us up nicely, isn't it, for the next couple. Not giving us too many clear favourites in terms of the overall championship points, but there are still moves on the table. Meer almost certainly going to have a go at Vigneson here. The Norwegians will feel slightly, I think, well, he will feel disappointed, Mir, for making that mistake on the exit of turn number 2, costing himself the chance of getting a few more points as well. And it has allowed the Danes to move themselves up into an incredible position when you think of where they started this race, to possibly come out of this third place in the standings would be absolutely amazing for them to do so. Alfredsson looking to put themselves still first in the standings. The Icelandic duo, you know, with Vigneson defending, with Alfredsson attacking, really are in the midst of all of this now. With Arvidsson, after he came to blows earlier on in the race, he'll be looking to try and get himself that extra position. Roy Anderson is that target, and down the inside of Agostini, I don't think we've seen the move here yet. It should be number 1 inside line, will control it, and unless Anderson can hook it around the outside, it should be moved on for Arvidsson. Nicely done by the Swede.
Well, it's not quite over. Into Hamilton, and, well, they're still side by side. He done this contact. Oh, that's close there. Wheel-to-wheel contact. Not much, but that's all it takes to send one of the cars up into the air. And Roy Anderson thankfully able to control it that time round, but Arvidsson is through. And that now ties the points tally for Denmark and Sweden as they complete this first race of the day. Although it's not done yet, of course. Just over 2 minutes to go. It looks like it will be two laps to go. And Arvidsson either gives that place back or he has been passed again by Roy Anderson. And that has all allowed Gunnar Carl Vigneson and Anders Mir to both close in here in the battle for 6th place. So we'll have 2 on our screens here and 2 in our minds here in the final 2 laps of this race. Urainen goes a bit wide, and Alfredsson's got the best chance yet here in the bottom right of your screen. There's the contact. Arvidsson didn't really give a lot of space there, I've got to say, to Kasper Roy Anderson, who went up into the air and went wide, back down to 7th place, but he has got that 6th back again. Into turn 1. Alfredsson gives it another go. Urainen goes deep this time, though. Oh, and he just pulls in front in towards turn 2. He had to get the inside line there ready for the hairpin as he breaks late again on the inside line. Alfredsson's going to go for the over and under, the crisscross here on the exit of the corner. Can he get anywhere into turn 3? It's going to be quite hard for him to do so. And Alfredsson still can't find his way past on the penultimate lap.
Yeah, the next chance will be down into Agostini. They've both gone that little bit wide. Is there a sniff of the Icelandic driver looking inside, looking outside? Is going to be forced to the outside line as Urainen defends that hard. But is he just sliding on the brakes, just about going to get it stopped? No up and under available for Roland Alfredsson, and he'll have to find somewhere else. But opportunities now thinning, and they're going to be few and far between in the last lap and a half here. He's going to be looking, I'm sure, at the end of the Bentley straight, but we know how difficult it is to get to the inside line there and control the move in towards Brundle and Nelson. And he's lost just about a tenth of a second, which is, you know, very insignificant in the grand scheme of things. But in a battle with these fine margins, he might be just that little bit too far back to make any kind of sense. Urainen, though, driving fully on the mirrors. He is looking behind him, not looking in front. He has to, because he's under so much pressure.
This would give Iceland a relatively big lead to start off the day. Not a huge lead by any means, but it would be a good start to the day. Alvidsson's got past Roy Anderson, by the way, who's now under pressure from Anders Mir, who did get past Vigneson. Now he's got to get past Roy Anderson. He's going to do it as well. Outside through Brundle, inside at Nelson, and that is a very good pass from Anders Mir. He has very much recovered his situation here for Norway, and he'll back up the old Tynes third place with a solid 7th here in the second, or the first race rather, as they see the white flag. 30 seconds to go, one more lap to go here at Snetterton. Can Alfredsson find a way past?
Turn 1 is not going to be kind to him. Turn 2, is there any kind of send? There's no inside line defence from Urainen. Is there a send? No, just getting into the mirrors for Alfredsson. Maybe trying to think of Agostini yet again to make some kind of lunge, but he's just not as close as he was this time last lap, even by a tenth of a second or so. It may be devastating to his chances of getting after the race win. Nice run, though, as they come through Palmer. Is there a chance that Agostini? Not from that far back, you wouldn't expect. And now he's going to have to try something towards Brundle and Nelson, otherwise this could be a win for Lasse Urainen in the opening race. He has tried everything, though. There's been no doubt about that. But Alfredsson has been so close for so long. He's going to be, I'm sure, frustrated to maybe not pick up this race win if he can't get through in the next half of a lap. But it has been a very, very solid defence from Urainen, showing that he's got the pace in qualifying and that he's got the defensive skills to hold on to a position like this. It's going to be a tough nut to crack over the next couple of races.
Well, Lasse Urainen so far has controlled this race, lights to flag. Is he going to see the checkered flag in the lead, or is Alfredsson going to give this one last go in towards Brundle for the final time? The first race of the day is going to come down to a dramatic conclusion here as Alfredsson goes round the outside of Brundle. He's got the inside of Nelson, he's got it! Oh, Roland Alfredsson stolen it at the very end here. The odds were stacking against him there. The laps were running out, the time was running out, but Roland Alfredson might just have taken a great victory here for the home nation. Lasse Juranen's led every lap of this race, apart from the most important one, the last lap. Roland Alfredson's stolen the lead away, and he's going to win the first race of the day for Iceland in the Nordic Esports Championship 2025. What a great finish to the first race of the day. It's Roland Alfredson who takes it by 2/10 of a second ahead of Lasse Juranен with a great press into the chicane on the last lap. Fantastic move. Roland Alfredson will be the home hero after the first race of the day, as it's side by side for sixth as well, by the way. Arvidsson just about holds off Anders Meyer on the way outside that top 5. But what a fantastic first race. Roland Alfredson takes the victory for Iceland.
And what a move it was to get it around the outside. Incredible to just walk it around the outside there in such a difficult corner on the racetrack. If you go deep, we've seen it. You go over that sausage curb, you get pushed out wide. It didn't happen to him. And what a way to make the move for the win. Fantastic
move from Roland Alfredson to take the victory for Iceland. 2/10 of a second in it in the end, ahead of Lasse Juranen, who is second for Finland. It will be Jarltain, who had quite a quiet second half of the race, but finishes on the podium at least for Norway. Then Denmark and Sweden running up the top 5. All 5 nations represented in the top 5. What a day of racing we are set up for. That's Marcus Terkelsen and Jesper Eriksson in the top 5, by the way. Then his teammate, Eriksson's teammate, Isak Arvidsson. So 18 points, very solid for Sweden. Then Anders Meyer, who picks up 7th place for Norway. That puts them on to 21. Denmark will get an 8th place with Kasper Risøy Andersen, which will get them to just 16 points after the first race of the day. Iceland will be leading, of course, with 27, as Gunnar Carl Vinjesson finishes in 9th. But he'll be on the front row for the second race, which will be a reverse grid, with Timo Miller-Kangis alongside in the front row after that jump start, unfortunately, for him. Well, what a fantastic opening race of the day in the Nordic Esports Championship for 2025. Roland Alfredson making that move at the end of the back straight on the very last lap ahead of Lasse Juranen, who led every single lap of that race, apart from the most important lap, the very final one. Let's hand back now to the stage and have a chat to a few of these drivers as we get ready for race 2 of the Nordic Esports Championship in 2025.
So Iceland wins race 1 in a thriller. Roland, congratulations. You left it late there. Was that always the plan?
Yeah, I mean, I never wanted to lead the whole race because I don't want to ruin my tires. So making a late move was always the plan.
So everything under control? Just the way you're going to do it?
I think we got a bit lucky with Teemu getting his drive-through at the start. But the rest of the race was clean and nice.
You saw the driver, you saw him creeping to your side. Did that put you off on the first lap, expecting, not being sure what was going to happen there?
I mean, I saw him jump start quite early. I was a bit shocked, but I didn't really think much of it. I just used the opportunity that gave me.
So what's the plan now? I mean, there's a reverse grid for the second race. How you can't wait till the last lap there, can you?
No, I'll have to spend the whole race overtaking for the reverse grid.
But feeling good, everything in the setup, and just, I mean, a home win. I've got a smirk, I'll admit.
Yeah, I'm happy with everything. This race was really confidence boosting, and yeah, that's all.
Awesome. Let's maybe take a walk here over to the second place driver who led the whole race. He's not going to love that we're going to drop in on him right here. That was close.
Yeah, that was, but I didn't want to take any risks, so well done to Roland. It was a nice overtake.
Did he put like real pressure on you throughout the whole race?
Yeah, no, it's a tiny bit easier to drive behind someone on this car, so I know he's gonna be close for the whole race.
The two of you looked like you had more pace than the rest of the field. It was just when you guys were scrapping where you had the pressure on. Now you're starting second to last in the reverse grid race. What's the plan there? Where are the overtaking spots at Snetterton?
Turn 2 is really good. Turn 4 and after the back straight. I guess that's it.
So feeling confident? Do you think you can make it up and get to the top of the second race?
Let's see. It will be difficult.
Thank you. So there we have it. It's race 1. Well, Iceland with a win. We'll get the points in a minute when they've been confirmed. But race 2, the reverse grid race, here in a minute. We're going to take a short break and be back with the second Formula 4 race. Welcome back. Taking a look now at the upcoming races, and I have Hákon Darri with me. He's one of the drivers for the Icelandic team, the team that's currently leading. Hákon, were you expecting Iceland to lead? I mean, I came here this morning expecting Iceland to lead. We're in Reykjavik, and the home team has always won in the one event that the Nordic Esport Championship has been held. So there's a 100% ratio.
Absolutely. With our drivers, with the 100% win rate of the home country, I had full support for our guys, and I knew we could do it. So it's just good to see the confirmation.
It was good racing. Roland left it late, though. He was talking about the tires, and then we talked with Lasse, and he was talking about that it was easier to follow in the F4 car. I know you're a GT3 specialist when it comes to this, but you've tested the F4 car a bit. What do you see their chances for the Icelandic team, for the Finns that are there at the back in the reverse grid race, to actually make up places?
So for the next race, I expect everyone to leave it late again. They will want to leave it until very late, so they don't have a chance to re-overtake. But they will save the tires until they have everything to give to the overtake that will eventually decide the result of the race.
We saw quite a bit of mistakes, contact, things like that. We saw the penalty of the line for Timu, and just looking at these various instances, do things change a lot when it's an in-person event compared to the online racing that we have so much?
Absolutely. I think the drivers that traveled here so far to get here will be at a disadvantage, clearly. In my experience, it's always way more comfortable to be in my room, in my rig, driving my stuff. So yeah, they will absolutely be nervous. They will be, maybe if they're inexperienced, it will definitely have a big effect on how they drive.
It's a long day now. You guys are sitting back here getting ready for the GT3 events. I mean, we're still a couple of hours away from that. How is the tension? I saw you backstage. I saw you in the viewership room. You were a lot more stressed out watching Roland and Gunnar fighting it out there than I've ever seen you in the sim.
So I want my guys to have every advantage they can get. We need everything we can get. So yeah, I'm gonna be watching everything with a notepad to see what I can do.
So are you giving them any pointers for the second race? Did you see something that you want them to take on board?
I will definitely tell them to take it easy. I see the Swedes and the Norwegians being very antsy, so maybe the travel will have an effect on that. Yeah. But I will tell them to take it easy, take advantage of any incident that might happen, and enjoy it most importantly. I
mean, I personally would just tell Roland to do what he was doing.
Yeah,
it went pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, short break. The reverse grid F4 race here just in a short while.
Hello and welcome to race 2 here in the F4s. It is time for the second race of the day, the Nordic Esport Championship for 2025. What a fantastic first race it was as Roland Alfredsson took the race win and the lead from Lasse Jurainen on the very last lap. Well, what about this time round? Let's see as we get ready for race 2. The lights are on, the revs are rising. It's the reverse grid F4 race with Timo Myllykäinen this time not getting a black flag and getting underway well from the front here for Finland. He's looking to win from here surely as he qualified second here earlier this morning. He's going to look to take this race from lights to flag this time like his teammate couldn't earlier on in the day. In towards turn 2. There's going to be carnage in the reverse grid. There's slight contact between Russia Andersson and Anders Meyer, and there's 3 wide. Lasse Jurainen, going up into the air. Jotain straight into the air as he makes contact with Jesper Eriksson and Lasse Jurainen as well, who was down the inside there. Roland Alfredsson was a little bit more calm and considered there. He's got up into 7th place with Marcus Terkelson around the same place. He's in 8th for the moment, but Jotain reaches the skies, I'm afraid, here as he gets out of turn number 2 and he crashes down in towards 9th place and the opening lap of this race.
Yeah, it's flat here at Snedden, and he would have seen for miles that high in the air, but such a tight field, and 3 wide on the exit of turn 2 doesn't go. We've seen it there. Problems for Alfredsson as well. He was up in P7, he's dropped back down to P10, now ahead of Jesper Eriksson, who's having issues of his own. But clearly, a few drivers having some issues off the race start. You'd expect that with a reverse grid. But to have Jurainen from 9th to 6th, Alfredsson was there with him as well, but now dropping to the rear of the field barely. I don't even think, just barely in shot towards the rear of the field. Then you can see him move to the inside at the end of the Bentley straight. Really tight, isn't it, between Vinjesson as he tries to push wide Anderson. He drops 1, 2, 3. Is it 4 places? Jurainen's coming to the inside. Arvidsson's here as well. It's chaos on the opening lap.
This is looking good for Finland at the moment. They're moving through and they are getting into good positions here. Vinjesson loses 2 places. Anders Meyer and Isak Arvidsson both go through here into the final corner. Timo Myllykäinen is gone. He's 2 seconds in front of the rest of the field already here. I know we've got another 18 minutes to go, but that is still a very, very big gap as they now make their way over the line again here. Arvidsson just ahead of Vinjesson. Then it's Jurainen, Richard Anderson and Terkelson. Again, the Danes have raced well. Even though they are 6th and 7th, they can move through the field, and they are going to. Lasse Jurainen first, though, as Vinjesson goes wide for Iceland. Down the inside for... Oh, that's a bit late for Jurainen, but he just about gets through into 4th place. Terkelson and Richard Anderson, meanwhile, go side by side. They're going to put Terkelson in front, are they? No. The teammates are going to go side by side here through turn 3. First rule of racing, don't hit your teammate, and they don't. Terkelson will go through on the outside.
Yeah, just about will get that one done before they get to Agostini. No moves there as they work their way in towards the tightening left-hander. But what an opening lap that is from everybody involved. Myllykäinen has left. He's gone. No one can catch him at this point if he can keep up the pace he showed in qualifying. This is what we saw into turn 1. And just Jotain getting launched over the front nose of the Swedish car. Let's see it from his point of view inside. He thought he was on the inside at turn 2, then he wasn't on the inside, and then all of a sudden the car in front of him goes across of him, and he's got nowhere to go other than up into the air onto his side and bouncing back down to earth. Not what he needed at all. Still somehow in the top 8, albeit a long way back. But Alfredsson and Eriksson further back. They've had an absolutely horrendous start to race 2.
So 2 cars with damage. Roland Alfredsson and Jesper Eriksson having to commit to pit lane. I think it's pretty sure that they're going to finish in 9th and 10th. So for Iceland, it's down to Gunnar Carl Vinjesson to score the points. At the moment, they're only getting 12, though. And for Sweden, it's down to Arvidsson, who is doing a very good job at the moment. He's up to 3rd, just in behind Anders Meyer, and that's going to be a great fight for 2nd. Although Lasse Jurainen might well take them both here. We will see. But this is where the battling is going to be. It's been such an interesting opening to this Nordic Esport Championship in 2025 as the home nation look to continue that record of winning every time. Obviously, Iceland weren't the home nation last time. It was Sweden, but even so. Down in towards turn 1 they go. Side by side in the background, by the way, between Terkelson and Vinjesson. Terkelson goes round the outside and gets through. And it's 3 wide. The Danes either side of the Icelander in towards turn 2. Oh, and that's wide for Terkelson. But at least Richard Anderson is able to get into the top 5.
Yeah, good move for him to get himself in Denmark into another good position again. They need the points in this race, there's no doubt about that. And with Finland already looking like they could be on for a double podium, maybe even a 1-2. They need every single point that they can get. The Icelandic team as well. Vinjesson needs to try and get himself in the top 5 because with the advantage that they currently have, they can't afford to let that slip away over the course of this second race. But Vinjesson not necessarily able to keep pace with the likes of Anderson and Jurainen right now. His main task in the next half of a lap at least paces to keep Turkelson behind. You can see how big he is in the mirrors, right up behind the Icelandic driver, but there's no move in this tricky middle part of the lap. At the end of this Bentley straight, though, we could see a change for P number 6.
I heard the tire squirrel there, and my heart sunk for a moment for Vinjesen. He got away with it, though, through the right-hander. Onto the straight they go. It's Anders Meyer who's still second, behind Timo Myllykängis, who leads. Arvidsson, the last driver on the podium for now, ahead of Lasse Jirainen, who has made up the most places of anybody so far, if I'm not mistaken. 5 up so far today, as he looks to help Timo Myllykängis and indeed the Finnish team take the lead in the nation's standings. If you're just joining us, as Turkelson does go through on Vinjesen here, if you're just joining us, there's a Drivers' Championship for both categories, which will be settled in the final race. The race winner of the final race is the Drivers' Champion, not in terms of points. There's a Nations Champion as well for both of the categories, but perhaps most importantly, there is a Nations Standings for the overall of this championship. And that is going to be settled by the accumulation of points across all 6 races that we're going to see both this morning and later this afternoon as well, as GT3 racing at Zolder begins in about an hour's time. This is the battle for second, though. Anders Meyer ahead of Isak Arvidsson and Lasse Jirainen. It's interesting what some of the drivers were saying in that break there between the 2 races about waiting for late on in the race. I can certainly understand why Alfredsson did so in that first race, you know, waiting so that he can't be repassed, as they were saying. But Lasse Jirainen here is in a different situation. He's got 2 cars in front of him. I wonder whether he is going to leave it quite as late here.
I can't imagine that he will. I think Arvidsson was going to be a target if he makes any kind of mistake. Jirainen's going to be there to make the move. I guess the point that Roland had made was about protecting the tyres, wasn't it? And you can do that if there's only just the 1 car ahead of you. So I can't imagine that Jirainen is going to be necessarily sitting and waiting 3rd in the queue. Maybe just biding his time, waiting for the opportunity to present itself. Still, we've got 30 minutes in this race. There will be more than enough opportunity for him, especially with the pace that he has shown so far today, that there will be another chance for him to get himself into the top 3 at least. But I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to overtake Meyer just that little bit earlier than Alfredsson did on him in race number 1, because he's got his teammate further up in front of him. If they needed a little bit of help, or if Lasse needed a little bit of help, I'm sure Timo could come back and provide that support, and getting up into the 1-2 positions is probably the target for both of them. But for the time being, at least, Alfredsson's kind of stuck in the middle, isn't he? Not really know whether to defend or attack. One of the easiest position to find yourself in.
Feels like there is going to be a period of waiting here for this battle for second to really fire off. Because also, if they do it too hard, then Russia Anderson and Turkelson are going to catch up. So there will be a concern about that. As things stand then, Finland would gain 37 from this race. Be a very good gain of points for them. 22 would go to Norway. Sweden would only gain 16, and they're only on 8 points as things stand because of 2 5-point penalties for Sweden from the first race of the day. That means they're already 17 points behind the leaders, Iceland. Although, having said that, Iceland are only scoring 8 points themselves from this round of the championship. So I mean, it looks like anyway. Overall, it's going to be a short-lived lead here for Iceland. Very unfortunately for them, because it's a big gap that they're going to have to overhaul now in the GT3s, and they haven't, of course, got Alfredsson involved in that GT3 racing. Representing them in the GT3 cars is Sinjo Ludvigsson and Hakon Jökulsson, who we just spoke to there on the stage. So it could be difficult for them. It could be a short-lived lead, and the more well-rounded or well-known favourites, Finland, are starting to take the initiative now.
Yeah, Iceland could even slip to 4th by the end of this second race, just to show how tight the championship is, that they come into it as the leaders of the championship. But Finland, with the rate they're going at, could have quite a sizable advantage towards the top of the tree. Jaltain having issues not necessarily helping the Norwegians, even though Anders Meyer is having a great race up in P2 for the time being. Jirainen, though, know this, and the Finns, they qualified at the front of the field. They were unfortunate to have to well, to only pick up the 20 or the 19 points they did in the end in the opening round. So I'm sure they still felt that they had the pace to come back through, and with Timo Milakanga standing at the front, there definitely would have been a little bit of comfort to draw from that. But with Lassie's performance in the opening half of this race, really puts him in a fantastic position, and you'd be hard pressed to say that Lassie's not going to have a couple of goes at least of getting P3, even though he looks pretty content here for the time being. Maybe he's waiting for Arvidsson to go after Mayer because he nearly made the move to Akstursíþróttasamband there.
So far, it has just been about waiting, though, for Lasse Iranen ever since he joined in with this battle. Further down the field, there are less likely to be battles, unfortunately. Further down, Jesper Eriksson's still a long way back in 10th place because of his pit stop. And the same goes for Roland Alfredsson. And Joel Tyne, even after going right through the air and off the ground, is in 8th place and no catching the others at the moment. He's just going to hold on to that 23-second advantage he's got over Alfredsson, and you imagine he will be able to do that as well. We cross halfway, and Arvidsson gets a bit closer to Anders Mayer, but there's your sign that we are going to be waiting for the end of this race. He is not purposely going through in towards Brundo and Nelson that time round, but that's why I keep bringing up Iranen here, because I don't think he can afford to wait for the last lap unless he gets a very, very good run out of Williams on that last lap and he can make it free wide somehow into the chicane. I don't see how he can get through, and I also don't see how free wide into that chicane is ever going to help anybody. I think that's just going to end in a big crash. Surely Iranen's got to think about this race earlier on than the last lap, like what Alfredsson was doing to him in the last race.
Yeah, you got to be thinking that Iranen's looking for a move on Arvidsson now, because to sit second in that queue gives you that huge advantage, because the impossibility of trying to get two cars, particularly into the final sector, really is going to be a difficult challenge to overcome. But if you can just get yourself through on one and then maybe have one more to work on in the form of Anders Mayer, then it's just going to be that little bit easier and take the pressure off you. And I think particularly if you're Anders Mayer, the one driver you want behind you right now is Isaac Arvidsson. I think Lasse Iranen would be a little bit more worrying to have sitting behind you, and that's not to take away from Arvidsson, but the pace that Iranen has shown, the pole position in race number 1, nearly getting the win in race number 2, led 99% of that race. You probably would rather see Arvidsson just behind you, because Iranen does have, I think, the confidence behind him, even though he didn't quite get that race win in race 1. With the team position that they're currently in, I think he's going to be feeling a little less under pressure and may therefore try and find an easier move rather than forcing it that little bit more.
Well, let's see. It's still 8 minutes to go here, and probably 5 laps. I was wondering actually in this second race whether we'd actually get one less lap because there'd be so much fighting in the reverse grid, but actually because Timo Milakanga has taken the lead straight away and just led from the front, this race is actually maybe even going to be even quicker than the first one was. So we are going to get the same amount of laps, and Timo Milakanga, unless he makes a very uncharacteristic and unforced error, is going to win this race by some distance at the end of it. Could be our biggest winning distance all day. We'll wait and see on that front, of course, because we've got 6 races over the course of today. Coming up after this is GT3 qualification. That's what me and Darrow will be back for anyway, after we've gone to the stage for a little while. We'll be back for the qualifying session of the GT3 session at Zolder, that is, in the Mercedes GT3, and then both races as well, which will be in a similar format, indeed the same format as what we see here in the F4s, before we get to the final races and the Drivers' Championship deciders as they are in this championship season. As Anders Mayer continues to lead this battle out of turn 3 and down in towards Agostini at the start of another lap. Just under 7 minutes to go, and he is still defending from the front, still doing it so well as well here. Anders Mayer ahead of Isak Arvidsson, with Lasse Iranen in 4th place, just in behind as well, with 6.5 minutes to go. Kasper Rishoy Andersen seems to have found a bit more speed in this race, actually. He's getting a bit closer as well. He's in 5th place. However, it's just a bit too far back at the moment, isn't he, really? And I don't think he's quite got the speed, to be honest, to quite catch up to the other 3 in front of him and maybe even get onto the podium as well. Probably just a little bit too far back.
You'd say so, but there is always that chance that when these three start fighting, and it's surely going to be a when, not if, they will fall right into the clutches of Richard Anderson, who could prove to be a bit of a surprise feature in that battle to catch a couple of drivers out. So he could be in a good position to pick up a spot or two come the end of this race, because I mean they're not going to be happy to sit in the order that they're in. Surely, Mayer, Arvidsson, Urainen right towards the end of this race. It's difficult for Richard Anderson to get back into this group because, of course, with the slipstream effect that Arvidsson and Urainen are picking up, they are just pulling that little bit further away on the straight. When they start battling, though, that they will lose 10th after 10th in comparison to the drivers around them, and I think that is what Kasper has to hold on to in trying to get himself, or keeping the hope up of getting himself towards the podium by the end of this race. A little bit deep, a little bit of a lock-up, that was actually from there. He made that mistake, didn't he, on the exit of turn 2 in race number 1. I wonder if that's going to play on the mind towards the end of this race.
We'll see. 5 minutes still to go here at Snetterton in the Formula 4 races of the Nordic Esport Championship in 2025. The action in this race so far has come all at the start. A big incident with Lasse Urainen, Jotain and Jesper Eriksson in towards turn 2. Sent Tyne into the air and has given the stewards something to think about. But since it was Urainen on the very inside line, on the very right-hand side, I wonder whether we're going to have some stewards' decision to talk about that. We'll talk through all of that a little bit later on, of course. But for now, Urainen's just got to focus on what is in front of him. And that is a potential second place and a potential maximum 43-point haul for Finland coming out of the second Formula 4 race of the day. In towards the chicane again, where Urainen lost the race lead at the very last in the previous race. He's still got 3 more attempts at the end of this lap to come through here, has Lasse Urainen, as he piles the pressure onto Isak Arvidsson in front.
Yeah, and really trying to let him know that he's there, and almost, I think, force Arvidsson into wanting to make the move on Mayer to protect himself from behind. And I think that is what the plan is from Lasse here. Almost allow the two in front of him to fight and then pick his way through as they do so, because then he doesn't have to necessarily get involved. Arvidsson going for the move now clearly has been scared a little bit by Urainen being that close behind him. Outside line into turn 1. All the Finn needs to do is sit and wait and find the opportunity when it arises as they go through the tricky turn 1. Is it an inside line? They can't go through right again into turn 2, surely.
And that's what Urainen was waiting for, the opening down the left-hand side, or the right-hand side, excuse me, but can't quite do it in towards turn number 2. Side by side it remains as Arvidsson slides wide, and Anders Mayer does a good job to hold on the inside line through turn 2. Lasse Urainen can't take advantage. Now it's going to be a wider entry and a later apex, and maybe a running towards Agostini here now for Lasse Urainen. But Arvidsson's got the draft himself, and that's going to make it difficult for the Finnish driver to get through. There's the first signs of the battle and how this could play out between these 3 drivers.
Yeah, and you can clearly see the plan that's in place here for Urainen is just apply that pressure on Arvidsson, almost let Arvidsson try and go for the moves and make those mistakes. Sadly for Arvidsson, he did get those 2 5-point penalties from race number 1, which is why Sweden finds itself only on 8 points coming into this race. So I think he'll be clearly hoping to make a move. The issue for Arvidsson, though, is that he will know that he picked up those point penalties, won't want to make a similar mistake in race number 2, and maybe that little bit more cautious, which won't play into Urainen's hands very much at all. But he's still sitting and waiting to see if he pushes him again, and if the same scenario replicates itself as we start the next lap. But with 3 to go, you're starting to feel, where is Urainen going to make this move? He's leaving it late, because how late can he physically leave it before it becomes far too late to get into P2?
Let's find out, as I think Vinjesson just got past Terkelson, by the way. Gunnar Vinjesson is getting quicker as these races happen, by the way. He's now very much able to stay with the rest of the field. At the beginning, he was down towards the back end, and we saw that in race number 1 as well. Vinjesson was able to take 9th place only, ahead of Timo Milikangis, but he's getting quicker as the day goes on. Watch out for him in the final race as well, as he looks to pick up some more points. This is down towards turn 2, and Lasse Urainen's chance. He was waiting for this for lap after lap after lap, and now he's got a chance. Arvidsson runs wide through turn 2 there, as it's side by side on the bottom of your screen as well, by the way, with Vinjesson. It's still outside line for Urainen. He can't get through there on this penultimate lap now. He's going to switch back maybe. On the way towards Agostini, there could be another chance. Arvidsson doesn't go for the defensive line just yet. He wants to keep the slipstream instead, and he does keep 3rd place.
I'm surprised that Urainen didn't go for that move to the inside of Agostini. It looked like it was a good opportunity, and now he's going to have, you know, even less chances to get through on 2 more cars. He is now clearly turning the screw, forcing the issue, trying to get himself into the podium positions without waiting for the others to hand it to him on a plate. Also, we saw that move for Terkelsen to get himself ahead of Ineos. Important for Denmark to still be ticking along in terms of their points tally. They want to be close to the likes of Norway come the end of this race with the difficulties that Jarl Tyen has been facing, but it feels like these three have been stretching out over the last lap with the battling that we've seen with Arvidsson and Urainen. Urainen's going to have to find somewhere. He's going to have only the 1 more lap to go to find a way through.
Just seconds remaining in this race, and it's been a slow burn through the middle, but it's going to come to an exciting conclusion, that's for sure. Anders Meer trying to hold on to second place for Norway. Be a good point short for them if they can get these 22 points, but not as good as it will be for Finland here. Almost no matter what happens here for Urainen, it's going to be the biggest point haul of the day for any of the teams. And it's going to go to Finland, but it looks of things at the end of this race, it's going to be the points lead to them as well, if things stay as they are. But we've still got a ways to go. 1 more lap to go, indeed, here at Snetterton, as the drivers make their way over the line for 1 final lap. Urainen wide, and he's not able to go through in towards turn number 2. I'm surprised he hasn't been a bit more aggressive from a bit earlier, to be honest. He's left it all to the last lap now.
Yeah, leaving it maybe towards Agostini and then in towards Brundle and Nelson as well. Not necessarily places you'd be overly confident in making a move, especially when you're at the back of a train of 3, not just having 1 car in front of you. You won't be picking up the same benefit in terms of the slipstream as Arvidsson will in comparison to Tamala going down in towards that the end of the longest straight in UK racing. So let's see. I mean, Urainen's going to have to get a good run off of the corner. He's going to have to try and get himself ever closer, but Arvidsson doesn't look like he's got even close enough to make a move on Anders here, and I think they may even stay in the order that they're in, but I said that last time we were on the final lap, and that didn't pan out exactly that way, so let's see. But Anders should be confident. He's got a good gap here. Arvidsson doesn't look anywhere near close enough.
No, Arvidsson didn't get a very good run at all out of Williams, and so he's not close enough, I don't think. That's exactly what Alfredsson didn't do in the first race. He got a better run, did Alfredsson, to give it a go on Urainen. And to be fair, Urainen's not been able to do the same either. Arvidsson, with the slipstream in front, has at least managed to hold on to 3rd place here. Can Urainen get through maybe in these final couple of corners as his teammate's about to take the victory? He's maybe trying to make it a double podium here for Finland. He's going to have to do a dive down the inside or something at Corum, and indeed the final corner as well, but it's not going to happen. Timo Miller-Kangis is going to win for Finland in the 2nd race of the Nordic Esports Championship in 2025, and it is going to be 2nd to Anders Meer, 3rd to Isak Arvidsson, and the first repeat nation, Finland 4th, with Lasse Urainen. They will take the 37 points haul, which will be very pleasing for them, but it's Timo Miller-Kangis who makes it 2 different winners in 2 races, and 2 different nations winning as well. A fantastic lights to flag victory from him.
Yeah, didn't look back, took the lead off the race start, figured all of the gremlins that he found on the race start of race number 1, and just pulled away from the rest. Wasn't challenged at all, as calm as you like. Easiest way you're going to pick up 25 points in this event, that is for sure. We're still waiting for the last couple of drivers to come across the line. Alfredsson's not had an easy race of it in race number 2. Of course, won the opening 20-minute encounter. Getting damage on the opening lap wasn't going to help him out, and it wasn't easy for Jesper Eriksson either. He'll come across the line to finish in P10, but still, a point or 2 for those drivers could make a difference towards the end of the race, or sorry, to the end of the championship. They're going to have to hope for that at least, because not the easiest 20 minutes for them.
Timo Miller-Kangis has taken the victory here at Snetterton in race number 2, and indeed the fastest lap towards the end as well. Finland will take the biggest points haul, as I say, with Lasse Urainen finishing 4th. In between them was Anders Meer and Isak Arvidsson on the podium. The Danes finished 5th and 6th, with Kasper Risto Andersen beating Marcus Terkelsen this time. Gunnar Carl Vinjesson got faster throughout that race, but finished 7th in the M for Iceland, only just ahead of his teammate Roland Alfredsson. They'll have the smallest points haul after having the biggest one in race 1. They've had the smallest in race 2. Finishes in between the Icelanders, with Jesper Eriksson finishing at the back. Alfredsson and Eriksson both needing a pit stop throughout that race, unfortunately for them. Well, what a fantastic drive from Timo Miller-Kangis. Let's head back to the location now and chat to some of the drivers, namely Timo Miller-Kangis himself, as we end the F4 racing here for the first time here this morning in the Nordic Esports Championship 2025.
A thrilling race too here as well. We saw a lot of contact drama and, well, all kinds of things. But it was the man that, well, dropped out of contention in the first race right at the beginning. Timo, you made it, you count the reverse grid in this race.
Yeah, I had to. That was like a must-win situation for me after the first race. Yeah, I just, they battled behind me and it was an easy drive for me.
It seemed, yeah, pretty comfortable for you this time around. This also gives you a decent haul of points to get up in the for the final race, for the starting grid there. Probably not on the front row, but somewhere close to it. So there's opportunities there again.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, should be like second row at least. So yeah, we can fight from there.
What had talk us through it? The drive-through penalty that you got in the first race, just honest mistake or?
Yeah, I think I got a bit too excited and just let go of the clutch too early and yeah, unfortunate.
Enjoying your time, enjoying the rig and everything.
Yeah, it has been a great event so far. I really liked so far. So looking forward to the evening.
Fantastic. I'm actually going to turn around here and grab Lasse quickly because I believe from my, yeah, I'll swap around here for you. No, wait, we'll come around here. I believe that you'll be, from my calculation, you're starting on pole at least for the final.
Yeah, let's see after what Stuarts will do, but I don't know.
Are you one of those under investigation now?
Yeah, I think that was basically because of me that crashed on the first lap, but I think there was still a tiny bit of room for me. The guy ahead made a mistake and I tried to take advantage from that.
No damage to your car after that?
There was slight damage on the front wing, so it was impossible to even try to overtake was it one Swedish guy and one Danish guy?
Talk us through the incident. It all happened pretty fast. We were out there in the spectator area trying to sort of look through it, but we just saw cars flying and stuff. Just not enough room, or?
Yeah, the guy ahead broke to the second corner and he locked up and went a bit wide, and I thought there's my chance. I go inside. There was just space for that, and there was also third guy on the outside. So that never ends well, but yeah, let's see what the stewards say.
So a stressful couple of minutes coming up for Lasse. We'll take a short break now, so we have the final race coming up later today, but next up it will be the GT3 races. There's about an hour's worth of wait now until that, but we will drop in with some interviews in between and, well, other cool stuff here live from the GT Academy in Reykjavik, Iceland. So until then, stick around and we'll drop in with some fun bits.
Að eiga veginn að stjórna augnablikinu. Að finna kraftinn en líka kyrrðina. Horfðu fram á veginn. Þetta þitt augnablik. GLE frá Mercedes-Benz. Askja.
Hefur þú áhyggjur af netárásum? Vilt þú vernda gögnin?
Við fylgjumst með nýjustu vörnum í skíinu og viðhöldum þínu öryggi.
Svo að þú getur einbeitt þér að daglegu starfi og vexti fyrirtækisins.
Welcome back. It's the Nordic Esports Championship, and now we are moving over to the GT3 class, the Mercedes-AMG GT, which fits well for this race. This race is happening at Zolder, not Snetten like the F4 race before, so a bit of a change. Now, there's driver swaps for all nations, and there's only one driver on the grid. The Norwegians have 3 drivers here instead of 4, so that will race both races. Now, Zolder, tough challenge for any GT3 track, and now we are going right into qualifying. So let's give it over to the commentators, and we'll be see the action.
Christian, and welcome to Zolder as we get racing again for the second time in the Nordic Esports Championship 2025. It is GT3 racing here from the Zolder circuit, with qualifying not too far away here this afternoon. In case you weren't with us earlier on, I'll remind you of the results from the first 2 races. Of course, if you're watching on YouTube, you can rewind and watch them, but we prefer you to stay live and enjoy the GT3 action with us. It's Lasse Jurainen who's taken the better results out of the first 2 races, after he finished second in race 1, just behind Roland Alfredson, who overtook him on the last lap. Timo Miller-Kangas took a lights to flag victory in the reverse grid race 2, ahead of Anders Meyer, who did a good defensive job to hold off Isak Arvidsson and Lasse Jurainen in that second race as well. So overall, that has given us with a championship lead for Finland by 13 points. Currently on board with one of their drivers, Ate Karpinen, who's going to be one of the favourites for this one. 13 points behind them is Norway, with a very consistent couple of races so far. Then Iceland, who had a rather poor second race compared to their first. Denmark and Sweden round out the field. Sweden already 32 points behind the rest of, or the championship lead, I should say. If you want to win this championship, you need to be within, at the very least, within 40 by the final race, which will take place here in the GT3s in about 3 hours' time from now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, just around there. So we'll, of course, keep you across that over the course of today. It's the same format again here in these GT3 machines. So we'll have qualifying coming up first of all in a few moments' time. Then we will have a first race with the grid set by that qualifying result, followed by a second race that will be a reversal of the results from race 1. So that will be our format for GT3 racing once again, before we head to the final race of the F4 Championship, and indeed decide who our drivers' champion is going to be for our F4 Championship here in 2025. It's still myself, Ewan O'Leary, and Darragh Thacker with you here for the commentary of today's races. And I've got to say, the F4 races certainly delivered, Darragh. Last lap pass for the lead in race number 1. A good reverse grid race as well, of which there was certainly a big bit of drama on lap 1. Looking forward to GT3 racing at Zolder, which is certainly going to give us a different feel to what we had at Snetterton, that's for sure.
Yeah, and, you know, we had such a good opening couple of races that the GT3s have a lot to live up to. Zolder, though, a circuit where I think these drivers and these cars can go quite well, overtaking opportunities at turn 1, and even down in towards the chicane at turn 5, turn 7 as well, and towards the final couple of corners. It is a fantastic little circuit to go racing is Zolder, and GT3s you feel are just that little bit more suited to this kind of racing. So I think for all of the drivers, an exciting prospect, but again, qualifying likely to be tight. This isn't the longest lap in the world, and so the margins are likely to be fine, as we saw in the F4s at Snetterton. But it's nice to get the kind of gear change, isn't it, to go from the plains of Snetterton to Zolder and get a bit of different racing for us in store.
Just to clean up the last race, by the way, the stewards' decisions are in, and the lap 1 incident that is noted between Lasse Jurainen, Jesper Eriksson, and a few others as well, including Alfredson, Terkelson, and so on. They've all been given no further action for that, so nothing doing there for lap 1. I think Lasse Jurainen's going to feel pretty relieved about that as well. Other decision between Isak Arvidsson and Anders Meyer through a contact at turn 5 has been given just a warning for Arvidsson, and that means no penalties throughout the second race, unlike what we saw in race 1, unfortunately, for Arvidsson, who did get a 10-point penalty through that first race of the day. As we were speaking to Lasse Jurainen just after that first race, he's going to be very relieved that there was no further action option there, and he can take the points lead out of the first two F4 races.
Absolutely so, and I think that is going to be his bonus in a way going in towards the race coming up later on. And I think for Finland as well, overall, they're going to be very pleased with where they sit early on. To have the kind of advantage that they had, despite the difficulties that they had in the opening race, I think will be very pleasing for them. And definitely, I think for Finland, they are going to have a bit of a target on their back. But what a couple of drivers they've got to complete their roster, particularly here in the GT3's Ate Kaupinen. We know how quick he can be in the sim racing world, and Oskari Rinner as well. It's a very exciting lineup for Finland, and I think they will be confident going into these races, but they're going to have to get the qualifying laps in relatively early and give themselves that platform to work on, not just throughout qualifying, but in race 1 and race 2 as well.
On board with Adam Lundqvist in the Mercedes, as they all are in this field, through the fast right-hander, and on that run now down towards the chicane. First of many chicanes around this circuit that has changed over the years so many times, of course. The Klein Carousel, chicane, sorry. Klein Carousel is on the Nürburgring, obviously. Down then the hill in towards this three-part chicane, the Villeneuve chicane, if you like. And then through a double left-hander again as well. If you look back to this circuit through the years, you'll realise that chicanes really are the bits that are new from when this circuit broke ground in 1963. It was just a gentle left-hander on the back straight there, that first chicane. However, the first three corners are pretty much exactly the same. As we now make our way into the Jackie Xbox now, the final corner on this racetrack, which is just after that first part of this final chicane. There's the run up towards the line and in towards turn 1 for Adam Lundqvist as he looks to set the benchmark for the rest of the field. Adam Isaksson's going to be one to watch as well for Sweden. So he sets a 27.9 initially. Joe Vega Goddestad as well, another good driver from Norway. He's currently gone to second. Oskari Rinne, though, goes to the top, and he is going to be one to watch as well. Former World Championship driver, of course, in GT machinery, and Rinne is going to be really one to watch over the course of this race, along with his teammate Ate Kaupinen as well. Finland with another strong duo in the GT3s to go along with their strong pairing in F4 as well.
Yeah, they really are going to be ones to beat again here, and a 3/10 advantage already is impressive for Rinne to have. Ludvigsson, the Icelandic driver in P4, has put himself up into that top four, just about a second off, but it gives you a clear showing of how far off Oskari Rinne they are for the time being. You'd expect those times to close up as they did in the F4 qualifying a couple of hours ago now, but it's not meaning to say that Rinne will be caught necessarily, because that lap time is quite a benchmark, but there is going to be a chance for others to close that gap. Goddestad as well in this Norwegian GT3, flying the flag for the country, currently finding themselves in second place. I think they're going to be looking to be pulling away from those behind them, particularly the likes of Iceland and Denmark. Denmark, who haven't necessarily had the best of starts for the qualifying session, but will improve. They'll be trying to catch Finland, but I think especially with the lineup that Finland have, it's going to be a case of managing that and trying to target all that they can. And Goddestad is going to be leading the pack in terms of doing that for the Norwegians.
He's gone a bit quicker again there as he moves up to third, just ahead of Lundqvist. But Patrick Thomsen as well, flying the flag for Denmark, gets up towards the top. Had a decent round in the F4s, did Denmark. Fourth place with a consistent drive, and I think they probably got as much out of themselves as they possibly could have hoped to. But they are certainly behind where they would like to be, which is where Finland are, of course, leading the way as things stand. As we followed Patrick Thomsen there, just making his way around for another lap in this session through that chicane again. You see the Williams Esports livery all around his otherwise Danish flag. You can see on the bonnet there and on the top of the car as well. He's now been joined by Victor Wolfson in that top three. So Denmark, I think, are going to have to do some of the heavy lifting here in GT3. It seems that these two have got better speed in these cars than the F4 Danes do. as I say, they raced well in those F4 cars, and so they've had good points, and there's no reason why they can't in the final race either. But you get the feeling it's these two who are going to need to make up some ground on the Finns if they want to be involved in that real finale when we take on the final GT3 race of the day at the end of this afternoon.
Yeah, and I think being able to work together could be a really important factor here for the Danes, because if they can stay near the front of the field as they are currently now, second and third, they really are going to be hoping, I'm sure, to almost work together to maybe get themselves up the order or at least pick up some good points. The issue is after Kauppinen pops it into P2, they've got two Finns in front of them, as we are nearly, if there was just one more Norwegian around Gunnerstadt, would be in perfect. Would be like going to Noah's Ark with the 2x2 nature that we're seeing, but working together here could be crucial for the Danes. Getting through the field, if they can stay where they are in the second race, would be important. But again, we saw drama in the opening race for a couple of drivers, notably the Finns, back extended in the F4s. The same could happen again, but you've got to be really careful that it's not you. And the fact that it's happened first will play on the minds of the drivers and you know, push into their minds that there could be a little bit of worry off the start. But particularly for anybody chasing the Finns, there's always a worry when the Finns are again 1 and 2, just like they were in the qualifying session earlier. Could make it a full sweep in the 2 qualifying sessions.
They certainly could. We've had 2 different nations winning 2 different races so far today, which is good for us. Keeps things all very new, and I wonder whether all 5 of our nations are going to win a race here today. It would be pretty impressive if that is the case. I would be surprised, though, considering what we've seen so far. As Ate Kauppinen now makes his way in towards the final chicane. It's only 400ths away from his teammate, and you would say that he's maybe slightly quicker than Sky Rune in these kind of cars, but maybe not quicker on that lap. And so he pulls off to the side of the circuit, so does Patrick Thompson. It looks like they're splitting this GT3 session in half, really. Going out in the first half of the session before pitting in, then coming out for the last 7 minutes again or so, and seeing what they can do in that second half of the session. As Adam Isaksson here for 6th place. You'd expect him to maybe improve from here. GT driver for Sweden, currently in 6th place, even behind his compatriot Adam Lundqvist.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. And again, only a few tenths off of the provisional pole time right now. So Isaksson definitely in a good place to move himself forward just that little bit. Thompson and Wolfson may be at risk from a lap time here from Isaksson, as we see him come around this little chicane at turn number 9, and then he'll come to the chicane at turn 10. And to go back really to your point about the chicanes being new, you can really just look at the track map and look at the corner numbers here. The amount of chicanes that are listed. There's far more than 10 corners. Isaksson actually bails on that lap time. There's far more than 10 corners now, but they just haven't added extra corner numbers. So turn 7 is made up of about 5 different corners, which Kjartan is just about to approach as he bounces his way through that turn 5 chicane. And just riding the curbs, going to have to be careful. Again, like we said, those solid curbs can spit you out and completely ruin your lap at this kind of crux point of the session.
Yeah, it is a bit strange the way they've numbered here. As the old Titan makes his way around. I wonder whether the fact he's doing both races, or both categories rather, is going to be an advantage or a hindrance to him here today. On the one hand, he doesn't get a break when all his F4 rivals are currently just sat around watching and having a break, having a bite to eat, having a drink or whatever. He is having to race here and concentrate, and he's having to get his head in the game for 2 very, very different machines. So I wonder whether this could be a bit of a hindrance to him rather than a benefit, because don't forget, he is getting twice the amount of experience in the rigs in real life compared to his rivals in the session, and that might pay dividends in the final race of both categories, maybe even starting from now, to be honest, because he drove the F4 race in these rigs. He didn't need to get up to speed in his rig here for GT3. He just needed to get into the Mercedes and get used to driving a GT car as opposed to an F4. So I wonder which of those 2 advantages and disadvantages is going to prevail the most here for Yoltine.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say as well that for Yoltine, it could be worse. You know, you could be swapping between the F4 and the GT3 every single race, and that isn't going to be the case. It's just going to be the couple of swaps after the blocks. Oh, but you can see there going across the curb on the inside, fully airborne. It's make a great profile picture, but it won't really make a very good lap time, and he'll likely have to go again. It demonstrates how dangerous the curbs are around here, but it also demonstrates that maybe he isn't as used to the Mercedes as he'd like to be at this stage of the qualifying session.
Second time he's been in the air today, is it? I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in the air at race 2 of the F4 Championship. That was as a result of ramping over Ericsson. But This time round, completely on his own in qualifying, as he's still yet to get a time on the board. He'll be getting a little bit concerned about that now with just 4 minutes to go, and his teammate Jorvegard Godestad still in pit lane. Expected him to be a bit further up the field, actually, in terms of qualifying here, but so far, it's absolutely Noah's Ark as far as the nations go. Let's go aboard with the old time then, see if he can get a lap in this time round as we go aboard with this Mercedes throughout Zolder. You'd imagine that was an off-track through that chicane, and so this lap, or that lap rather, won't count. This one will. No, it won't. I think he even grazed the wall there in towards turn one. That might be old time's qualifying over with.
Yeah, and that could be him done, which would not be beneficial for him whatsoever. He needs to get a lap time on the board, let alone a decent lap time on the board. Lots of drivers down pit lane at the moment with 3.5 minutes left to run. The Icelandic duo, I mean, they'd be looking to improve Ludvigsson, Jokelsson as well. Not having the best of sessions so far, and we are seeing movement from one of the Norwegians as we run our way through. Is this your time once again? It is. Coming out of the pit lane, he's going to...
This to be quick.
Basically going to have one attempt at it, really, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. So we're doing 1:27s. He came out there with about 3 minutes left. Well, you do the maths. He's not going to have any time to sort of slow down, weave around, get up to speed, or get his brakes up to temperature or anything. He's just got to go around as quickly as possible. And for the Norwegian team, he's got to try and get somewhere near the front row, because at the moment, Oskari Rinne and Ate Kauppinen being 1 and 2 is, fantastic for them, but it's a devastating bit of news for all the other teams and all the other nations in this competition, because they're already leading the championship by 13 points. If you look at the overall nations standings, if they take 1 and 2, my goodness, their lead's going to be huge at the end of this race.
Yeah, and we're talking upwards of 30 points, if not maybe even a little bit more, if they're able to take 1 and 2, and that's going to feel like it's going to start to be difficult to bring back. There are 6 races, each race holds the same weight in terms of the points, so to have the 30-point lead, you've basically got that many races again to try and pull it back, and it's going to be tricky with the form that we have seen from the Finns so far, so it's looking pretty good for them for the time being. Ate Kauppinen, they wouldn't like to be the second Finnish driver to start P2 and jump the start, though, so he'll be thinking about that. Jaltain coming into the final chicane. He's just about to start his lap. This is going to have to count. He may get 1 more lap time in, but really, this is it.
Yep. Jaltain with just 1 more chance. Let's see if he can keep it clean this time round. At the very least, get one on the board and get ahead of the Icelandic drivers. At least one of them. Oh, he goes a bit wide there. Kicks up a little bit of gravel. That isn't a sure sign of an off-track, so we'll stay with it and see. It looks like he might well have gotten away with it here, as he now makes his way around the long right-hander of turn 3. Now turn 4, Lucian Bianchi-Bocht. And now onto the back straight, again a little bit wide, but don't think any off-track that time round. As I say, you can get away with it. In towards the chicane they go now. Down the brakes. Is it going to be nicer over the curbs? Well, yes, but no. Jaltain with an off-track maybe earlier on in the day, and that looks like it's going to be it for qualifying in the GT Freeze. A big surprise, especially for Norway, as Jaltain, their driver, doing double duty this afternoon, has not been able to get a lap in throughout qualifying, and will start at the back. It's Finland who have taken domination from this qualifying session. Oskari Rinne and Ate Kauppinen 1 and 2 ahead of the Danes. Victor Voston and Patrick Thompson, who will look to challenge. They're only quarter of a second off pole, even in Thompson's case. Lucas Lindqvist and Adam Isaacson was row 3 for the Swedes. Then it's Jorvegard Godestad on his own, and Sigurður Ludvigsson and Hakon Jokelsson to round out the field for the Icelandic drivers, a little bit further away maybe than they would have hoped, just over a second off of pole for the home nation. Last time out, of course, 2024, it was the home nation, Sweden, that took the overall nation's victory. It's going to be difficult for Iceland to do the same, unfortunately, this time around. It's going to be very difficult for Norway and Jaltain to come back from this as well. Norway second in the overall nation standings coming into today after the F4 races. And my goodness, Godestad and Tyne have got some big work to do in this first race of the afternoon. Let's go back down to Reykjavik now and hand over to Christian for some preview to this race.
Yep. So it's qualifying over. Oskari on pole for the race. Were you expecting it?
Yeah, me or Atte, I think, was the idea for pole. So yeah, kind of expecting it, but could have been Atte as well.
So what's the race like in the GT3 car? Is it a benefit to lead, or is it harder?
Yeah, for sure, it's okay to lead because it's impossible to overtake. So the best places to be at the front.
So we're seeing a race that's going to be tight, and you can kind of control the pace, or?
Yeah, I think so. It's very difficult to overtake, so I think I can control the field pretty well from the front. Just need to avoid the slowdowns and off tracks.
Awesome. We saw mistakes coming in the F4 race in the start. Is it the tension, or is it just honest mistakes?
I think it's just honest mistakes, new equipment and everything. So maybe it was down to that it wasn't so familiar with everything in the rig. But in GT3 should be fine as it's rolling start, so shouldn't be an issue.
So you're feeling good?
Yeah.
That's great. Feeling good. In a minute, we'll be back with the first GT3 race of the day. That's then going to be a reverse grid into the second one before the total points give us the final grid for the third and final round of the day in the GT3. Now, a quick ad break, and then we'll be back with all the action right from the race.
Askja. Stílhreinn, rafmagnaður, óumdeilanlega Mercedes-Benz EQA. Askja.
Welcome back to Zolder and the first race of the day as the Finns are confident again. We saw from Lasse Järinen a pole position, and he was confident that they would be able to, at least one of them, would be able to take the first F4 race of the day. And then that didn't quite work out, but Sky Rene Dow showing a very similar level of confidence. At least this time they've got both drivers on the front row. It's a rolling start, which is very difficult to jump and get a black flag, and so it's certainly a vindication of their pace so far. However, he's still got to do the job here as a Sky Rene, and indeed Arte Karppinen, as Finland look to try and take their second win as a nation here in this afternoon's action.
Yeah, and almost, if you can believe it, it's the second time we've seen the Finns 1 and 2 on the grid, but this could be the first time that we see them working together at any point over the course of the day. Fantastic position to find themselves in, and a really good position to pick up some huge points for their championship challenge. You know, getting the win in second place here would not just only benefit Finland in the nation standings for the GT3, but also in the overall nation standings, and could give the drivers a fantastic potential starting position for the race. For race number 3, I'd say, the race that could decide or will decide the driver's title. So this really is the fantastic and perfect start to the event that they were looking for. They now just have to get away cleanly, which, as you say, easy to do in the GT3s with the rolling start, but they're going to have a formation lap before we get going. But yeah, I think a few drivers here that will fancy their chances. The Danes, I think, will be looking to get themselves involved and to unsettle the Finns at the front early on.
The one thing that I must note, though, is that he mentioned the real pitfall of this circuit in the GT3 cars. It's the slowdowns and the off-tracks around this circuit. We saw it for Jotain there in qualifying. Now, off-tracks do mean a bit more in qualifying, because if you get one at all, then you are disqualified from that lap and you have to try again. However, in the race, the slowdowns are the ones that you really have to watch out for, especially through these chicanes. And so it is a very simple prospect for the race that Sky Rene was presenting to us there. However, I would say it is a bit more complex than that, with the threat of those slowdowns looming over all these drivers through every chicane, and there's a lot of them around this circuit.
Yeah, and a lot of them, the drivers will want to be attacking, particularly in the early stages. We saw that in qualifying, and we'll see it again in the race. Turn 5, I think, particularly, is where we're going to see quite a lot of off-tracks being picked up. That's where we've seen a couple of drivers going airborne over the course of the qualifying session, and so that's going to be a concern. Turn 7, the little chicane down there. Well, I mean, there's 5 corners that officially count as turn 7, but that little complex down there can be tempting for drivers to slip it up the inside. If there's a move being made there, it doesn't come off quite right, then we could see an off-track being picked up there as well. But going wide is always a possibility. It's older as well. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4. Just 90 left and right-handers. So easy to drift that little bit wide and pick up an off-track. So there is going to be concern for everybody involved, but these guys are here for a reason. They're at the Nordic Esports Championships because they're pretty good at what they do. I think they'll be expecting themselves to get to at least the opening couple of laps without too much of a hitch.
Speaking of those opening couple of laps, how important is it for the Danes on row 2 and maybe the Swedes as well on row 3 to try and upset the 1-2 that Finland have currently got, because they are the favourites, there's no doubt about that, Oskari Rinne and Ate Karppinen, and they're going to be working together to make sure at least one of them wins. If not, they get a 1-2. Get the feeling that if they don't do it on lap 1 or 2 here, one of the others get between them, could be a very long and difficult race for the others to overhaul the top 2.
Yeah, absolutely could. And I think that the Danes will know that, and that's going to be their target in the opening couple of corners, because unsettle and get themselves involved. The inside line will fall in the end to that number 3 car. With the pole sitter sitting on the inside line, that's not always the case, but it does mean that we're going to get a decent run from P3 and P5 really down towards the opening turn. Interesting to see if they can then get into the mix and put that left-hand side of the grid up into a better position overall than how they start. But again, Karppinen's going to be aware of that, and I think likely to almost cover that off as soon as he possibly can, maybe immediately when that green flag flies. Of course, no communication is allowed between the drivers, particularly on this race start, so they can't, so Oskari and Aute can't really communicate when that start's going to be, but you know, there can always be a couple of guesses. We'll see if they can get away cleanly in the lead, and I think Finland will be desperate to get themselves a 1-2 in this race.
If they can, they would take a very, very big nations lead here in this Nordic Esports Championship for 2025. They already hold 13 points over Norway, who are down in 7th and 10th here from this qualifying session as well. So a big chance to gain a big lead here for Finland that could well creep over 30 points or more by the end of the day, as the drivers now make their way into the final corners. With the safety car lights off, Oskari Rinne is going to be in control of the field here in a few moments' time as the GT3 races of the Nordic Esports Championship in 2025 get set to get underway. It's Rinne and Karppinen on the front row, and the 8 behind them from the 4 other nations set up in to the front straight as well. The green flag waves here at Zolder, and the 10 GT3s tear down in towards turn 1 for the very first time. It's wide from Rinne, and immediately the Finns have been split up by Victor Wolfson here in the Denmark car. Oh, and there's contact for Ate Karppinen, who's off into the barriers here. That's the desperate start that Finland absolutely didn't need here. They wanted to stay out of trouble. Unfortunately, they've not been able to. Patrick Thompson looks like he's been involved in the contact. He's got no front bumper anymore. Meanwhile, Adam Lundqvist and Jørgen Gunnerstad are going side by side between that 5th place by the looks of things. It's Lundqvist who's going to get that one. Is it? Yes, it is, as they get single file into the chicane. It's disastrous for Finland, and up into the air goes Jökulsson. Jo tying already 2 places upwards here as it's side by side down the hill. Thompson maybe slightly disadvantaged with that front bumper missing. He can still hold on to 4th for the moment, but it's a bit of contact on the start of this race for him.
Yeah, a little less yellow on the car as well. Lundqvist will be looking to get through as soon as he possibly can. Isaacson with a fantastic start to get himself up a couple of spots and be away from the rest of the field. So he looks like he'll be pretty safe in that battle towards the front 3 in this race. But he'd love to get after Victor Wolfson, who is looking to get after Oskari Rinne. I mean, it's so disappointing for the Finns to have Karppinen go towards the back of the field. But again, the silver lining for them is going to be that if Karppinen can't find his way through, he'll be starting towards the front again in race number 2. And there can still be a decent haul of points, but they've had so many, well, 2 good opportunities now to pick up an absolutely huge ton of points, and they haven't been able to take it so far.
We need to see that on board from Patrick Thompson, I think, or from this angle, this works too, to see just whether he was, you know, actively getting into the back of Karppinen there or not. I almost think there was contact before they even hit the brakes there. And Karppinen's into pit lane now as well, by the way, so you're right in what you say about the first grid, by the way, as that's a big slide for Adam Lundqvist. He goes wide through turn 2 and drops from 5th to 9th. Will Patrick Thompson, though, come under fire for this? That's contact. It's definitely him who gets into the back of Karppinen. The stewards have now got to decide whether he is at fault for that contact or not.
Yeah, it wasn't really much contact, was it, in the grand scheme of things, but enough to unsettle the car into the corner, and then once the first contact is made, the rear end's not sitting with you, then a second bit of contact is going to spin the car around. Exactly what happened and not what Ate Kauppinen needed. It will be interesting to see what is said about that, but all that can be done now for Thompson and for Wilson as well, for Thompson particularly, is just trying to drive and keep the rest of the guys behind him, because, you know, if he is deemed to be at fault, if anybody is deemed to be at fault for a collision, they're likely to be hit with a point deduction in the race. So just keeping themselves where they are could be crucial. This is the slide for Lundqvist that we saw on turning. It was lucky to style it out and get it pointed in the straight, in the right direction in the end, but dropping down to P9 to the back of the order. And his next task is to get through on Jokkelsen, who is just struggling off the back of Jarl Tyne a little bit at the moment.
Well, what an exciting start to this race. And not in the right way for some. As we go in and focus on Jarl Tyne, that was one of the places, by the way, that he was able to gain as Lundqvist went for that slide. Jokkelsen went all over the curbs at turn 4, turn 5 rather, the Klein chicane on that first lap, and so that allowed him to take his first place. Obviously Kauppinen going off the road helped him as well, and now Jarl Tyne is looking to make an on-track overtake for the first time this afternoon as he makes his way now through that chicane. A little bit over the curves there for Ludvigsson. Over the rise now and back down the other side of the hill, down in towards turn 7 now for Jarl Tyne. Oscar Irina there in our interview in between these qualifying and the race sessions said that it was going to be pretty much impossible to overtake around this circuit. Well, we'll see whether that's true or not, because I think some would agree with him actually. But Jarl Tyne has got to make overtakes work here if he's to salvage a good point score here for Norway.
Yeah, there's no other way about it. He needs to try and get himself a little bit higher up the field, particularly when you've got Kauppinen and Lundqvist now dropping down the order. The points here could be really crucial, and you can't necessarily count on that reverse grid to be the opportunity to get yourself those big points. So for Jarl here, getting through on Ludvigsson, that's definitely important. Inside line at turn 1 is a possibility, but again, that little bit too far back. You don't really want to be sending it to too many corners here at Zolder with the medium speed nature of a lot of these elements of the circuit. Inside at turn 2 though, late out of the racing line, just about going to find an inside line, but not really committed to it, and Ludvigsson can take that racing line himself and keep on to P6. But you know, clearly Jarl looking for a move somewhere, and you feel like it's just a matter of time before they really do start battling it out.
That's a good line there from Jarl Tyne, but it's just a shame the next chicane's coming up here because it's not really an overtaking place. And you can see there he had the run, but just nowhere to go with it there on that occasion. Through the chicane they go. That's a better run, though. This is a better chance, and Ludvigsson just defends. Pretty late there from the Icelandic driver, but he's just about got to the inside now. If Tyne goes around the outside through here, he can have the inside the next spot. Doesn't decide to go for that. That's very good braking performance on the dirty side of the road there from Ludvigsson, by the way, to get into and at least keep 6th place for the moment. Tyne's going to have to work for this one, but he's shown he's not scared of putting the work in to try and make this move.
Yeah, maybe lining up towards 9 and 10, towards turn 10 at the end of the lap, forcing Ludvigsson to go defensive could allow him that exit that he wants out towards turn number 1 and over that start-finish line. Is there any kind of look? No, he's not really close enough, and Ludvigsson won't be too under pressure through here, so maybe a chance gone towards turn 1 for Jarl Tyne again. The slipstream will, of course, help him, but he is just that little bit further back than he was just 1 lap ago. You know, Jokkelsen and Lundqvist, are not a million miles away in this battle either, so if these two start fighting for P6, it could become a 4-car battle with the 4 remaining, or the back 4 cars in this lead train.
So a little bit wide from Lundqvist in the background as he catches up to Jokkelsen. In the 8th position for Iceland. Currently scoring just the 12 points from this race as things stand, are the Icelanders. As current leaders, and I think the finish would take the most points so far. 26 would it be Denmark with 28? Yeah, it would be actually, wouldn't it? So Denmark currently with the most points scored as things stand, although Patrick Thompson did lose a couple of points when he let Jørgen Goddestad go past in the battle for 4th place. So I reckon Patrick Thompson's got some damage there on the front end. He's got a big gaping hole at the front of that Mercedes right now. So as a result of contact with Ate Kauppinen on the opening lap of this race, and sometimes even small contact can have a big effect. I think it is at the moment for the Dane here, Patrick Thompson.
Yeah, just trying to hold on to the car, isn't he, really? With a clear lack of downforce to what he would have been feeling in practice, in qualifying, and, well, in one corner of the race. But let's see if he can hold on to this. The points are going to be important for the Danes, and picking up 2nd and 5th for the time being would be good enough for them to claim 2nd place overall in the race, and falling behind the Finns ever further, but still gaining on those around them, notably Iceland, who they're coming to this race just the 1 point behind, and Norway, who they're coming to this race the 8 points behind, so 9 points behind. So there is definitely a good chance for them to be recuperating some of that ground, and even if Thompson is struggling, he will start as it stands in P6 with a couple of drivers around him that he would back himself to get through, and I think he'd be looking to target a podium in race 2 if things would stand as well. So it kind of lends itself, this format, to drivers not being able to make the mistakes, but not feeling like all is lost after the first race, because there is always that chance to come back in race number 2.
Front wheels up in the air there from Jarl Tyron as he's trying to still get past Ludvigsson here for 6th position. Ludvigsson's compatriot Håkan Jökulsson is catching up as a result, though, and that could provide a bit of a problem here for Jarl Tyron in this lower half of the field. Oskari Rene earlier said that it was impossible to overtake round here. I think Jarl Tyron has shown that it is possible, but it's difficult here at this circuit, and that is a fair assessment of what we've seen so far this afternoon in the GT3 rounds of the Nordic Esport Championship 2025 into the chicane. And Ludvigsson stays ahead of Jarl Tyron, then Jökulsson and Lundqvist down in the background. Lundqvist is actually very close through turn 1 last lap, and he is quite close again, although not as close this time around through the opening corner of the circuit. There he is. It's that dive at turn 2 that's open for him there, but he's just a tiny bit too far back, and he'll be ruining that mistake he made as he was running inside the top 5 earlier on. That was through turn 4 for Adam Lundqvist, and that is why he's down in 9th place, looking to regain some of those places and double his points tally if he can make it through here on Jökulsson.
Yeah, getting a face full of gravel as he runs through turn 4 as well, with a couple of drivers going that little bit wide. Jökulsson keeping it tight enough to not be pressured down into turn 5, and a very nice line actually through the chicane. Could keep him safe towards turn 7 as well. It'd be frustrating Lundqvist right now to be seeing Jökulsson maybe feel like he's going a little bit slower than he otherwise could have been doing if Jökulsson wasn't in his way, but just getting those good enough exits. And again, you can see it there, the release off of the corner, really positive from Jökulsson, and enabling to stay clear enough through turn 8 down in towards turn 9 of the chasing group. So it's looking pretty good for Jökulsson. The pace isn't necessarily 100% there. We saw it in qualifying, just over a second off the pole time, but the racecraft is looking decent for Jökulsson, and good enough to keep him very much in the fight with the likes of his teammate Ludvigsson, and tying just in ahead, as this really has become that 4-car battle for P6 that we were talking about.
Over the line, and again a struggle for those trying to get past Norwegian Jarl Tyron and the Swede Adam Lundqvist finding Lundqvist, sorry, smashing names together. It's very, very difficult for them both to get past for the moment as they come through sector 1 again here. Out front, Oskari Rene is starting to pull away from the rest of the field. The race pace showing its worth over Victor Wolfson out front. So they come onto the back straight again. There's the main picture of Oskari Rene. Finland will be hoping that at the very least they can take 2 race victories here. Well, they're not going to get their 1-2 that they were absolutely hoping for, and I think they were very confident of getting. They are going to be aiming at least for 2 race wins in both of the races so far, and that is very much a possibility. Certainly in race 1 it's possible for Rene, who's got nearly 2 seconds right now.
Yeah, he looks pretty comfortable, doesn't he, at the front of the field. Wolfson has been sitting in P2. He hasn't really been able to do much in terms of that gap to the race leader, but he hasn't been under pressure at all, in the same way that Jökulsson is right now. Lundqvist to the outside line, looking to hook it at turn number 8, looking for that exit that Jökulsson has nailed so well. Turn 9, a little shimmy from the left to the right. They're still side by side, but with Lundqvist on the inside line, I think he'll be the one to get in towards the final corner first. There he goes, just about getting the overlap, but actually Jökulsson keeping it on the inside line. Will he get the release off of the corner? Just about, and he may still be challenging down towards turn 1. Lundqvist will feel like he should have this move done, but it's just not quite over yet.
Great racing, and shows what you can achieve if you respect each other and give each other room on the racetrack. Lundqvist and Jokkelsen having a good battle here at Zolder, and especially there for Jokkelsen to hook it round the outside through the penultimate corner there and get the inside for the Jackie Xbox. That was a very, very good attempt at keeping 8th place, but I'm afraid it's come up to nothing this time round, and Håkan Jokkelsen will drop back. That drops Iceland to just 10 points from this race so far, so they'll be a little bit disappointed with, I would imagine. Ludvigsson is just trying to hold on at least to 8 points for himself here as he stays ahead of Jarl Tyne. And you'd argue that Tyne maybe needs to get it done soonest, because Adam Lundqvist is going to be on the back of him very shortly, and if there is pressure from behind there for Jarl Tyne, could be a big problem for him to use the different lines that he needs to use to try and make the overtake for 6th place.
Yeah, and that's sort of the difficulty with being in the middle of the second or third car in a train with cars in front and behind you. We saw it, didn't we, at Snetterden in the F4s, where car in the middle, I think it was Isaksson for Sweden, was struggling. Oh, sorry, Arvidsson it was for Sweden. He was struggling in the middle. He was sitting in P3, had a car in P2 right ahead, car in P4 right behind. He can't really use those adventurous lines to almost get into the mirrors of the car in front, because if he does that and goes a little bit wide, that invites the car behind to almost have a look up the inside. So it doesn't necessarily invite racing in the same way as you'd expect with a bigger group of cars. When you just have duos tussling it out, the car behind can almost just try that something a little bit different, as we're seeing Tyne do now, and he can do this because Lundqvist is that little bit further back. If anything, Ludvigsson was very defensive in towards turn number 2 there, but Tyne will want to have that little bit more room to play around with, otherwise he'll feel constrained to kind of follow the racing line or risk being overtaken in a race that he can't afford that to happen.
Well, he risked hitting Ludvigsson there through turn 4. They very nearly made contact, but in the end getting away with it over the chicane, and Jarl Tyne not able to do it this time round. I've got to say I've been impressed with Ludvigsson's defence at times when he's had to do it. Very difficult, especially at a circuit like Zolder, where sometimes the walls are actually quite far away, to spot your braking reference when you're on slightly different lines and you're disorientated slightly. He's been able to absolutely nail it, especially in towards turn 2 that time. And he's defending well for this 6th position, with Jarl Tyne putting all the pressure on behind. Patrick Thompson's going to be very pleased about this as well, because I think, again, he's losing a lot of speed with no front end there, and at the moment he's just limping to 5th place. But if they keep battling like this, then he's not even going to have any pressure for that top 5 position.
No, I don't think he will. Ludvigsson doesn't really look like he's able to go after Thompson here, although having said that, he's getting that little bit closer on the last couple of laps. Thompson will still be driving on the mirrors somewhat, and he's going to have another 4 laps to go to try and defend. It's going to be very close in terms of being 3 or 4 laps here. Not a lot to split them at the moment, but Ludvigsson, you're right, defending really well, and just defending that inside line, which is what you really should be doing here at Zolder. Outside line's difficult to work it around. You can't really get the hooking effect that you can here at other circuits. Or you can't get the hooking effect at others here as you can at other circuits, meaning that it's difficult to overtake on the outside. So not too sure that this is going to be lending to Jarl Tyne getting through for P6, but I think if he can get through soon, he'll be the one to try and chase after Thompson, who is limping that little bit for P5.
And he just went airborne there, Thompson, as well, through that chicane. That was pretty far off the ground. He's still in 5th position, though, ahead of Ludvigsson and Tyne. And Lundqvist is nearly there now as well. So it'll be 3 laps to go when they get to the line, I think, here. Yeah, should be. And that means 3 more chances for Jarl Tyne to get through, you'd say, in this race. That's a little bit wide from Ludvigsson. Is that the chance that Jarl Tyne was waiting for? One of the first mistakes that we've seen him make all day here, Ludvigsson. But again, he's going to be too far away, even into the final chicane here. Even that distance is too far back here for Jarl Tyne. My goodness me, this is pressure now for Ludvigsson. He needs to try and keep this position, and he's got the inside line towards turn 1, but Jarl Tyne's trying to steer it away from him here. He's looking left, he's looking right. Now he's going to go for it. Inside line of turn 1. He backs out of it just in case Ludvigsson turns across him. And in the end, Jarl Tyne can't get through. That was the most pressure put onto Ludvigsson we've seen all race so far, and still Jarl Tyne can't get through.
And it's just been that kind of one pressure intervals turn number 1, isn't it? The little move at turn 10 didn't work out either, and all of a sudden into frame comes Adam Lundqvist, who is right into the fray of this battle now. So it doesn't take a lot for that gap that's been built up by Ludvigsson and Tyne to be eradicated almost immediately, and just behind Lundqvist as well. is Hakon Jokelsson, just out of shot but not far away either. So these four could be resuming the battle pretty soon, but Ludvigsson again defending really impressively, and Tyne is just going to be getting more frustrated and more conscious of the fact that he's still stuck in P7. He couldn't get the lap done in qualifying, which is why he's down here in the first place, and that frustration is just going to be, you know, almost spiraling at this point. He's going to want to get through desperately.
Where can he make the move though here? And still 2 laps to go. And he's struggling right now. That's wide again from Ludvigsson through that corner. He's struggling now on the brakes a little bit down there at turn 8, and that's going to be a problem for him now. As Tyne gets close into the final chicane, he has a look down the inside. Will that get in his head a little bit? No, Ludvigsson nails the apex there, but it's always a nicer line that he gets here, Tyne, out onto the front straight, and that is really helping him get close. He's not going to have a look this time in towards turn 1, though, much like he did last time around. He's just going to stay in the mirrors and stay moving around there. Slightly tighter line, that's a better line as well. He'll look at the inside here at turn 2 as well, but he'd have to dive from a very long way back there, and he can't do it. Lundqvist is now looking as well, which is not going to help again here for Tyne. As they see the penultimate lap, it's getting desperate now for Tyne, who has to make this move at some point here for an extra couple of points for the Norwegians.
Yeah, is he going to be able to make it down at turn 5? You'd think not. Can he line it up, though? The issue is he's got Lundqvist maybe looking for it down into turn 5 himself. Is that going to force a move from the Norwegian? No. Just getting into the mirrors. Lundqvist will pull back to the racing line. Is there any kind of good exit here for the Norwegian driver? Not good enough to have a go at turn 7. You need to be almost fully alongside, if not a little bit ahead, because we saw Ludvigsson defending there last time when they were pretty much dead heat going into the corner and was absolutely fine. Tyne not able to find his way through this time either, as they run their way through the double right-handed to complete the turn 7 complex. But time really is now running out, and if anything, all of a sudden it feels like he's more under pressure from Lundqvist than he is from attacking Ludvigsson. Look at the defensive line he has to take. Oh, it's going to be an attacking line, and he's gone too deep.
It's disaster. Disaster for Tyne as he hits Ludvigsson into turn 8. And there's going to be penalties here and all sorts. He tried to slow down as well to let Ludvigsson back through again, and Lundqvist went straight into the back of him. Hakon Jokelsson will go through as a result, and Lundqvist will only have one more lap to try and repass him. Tyne gets back in behind Ludvigsson. He redresses the position anyway, but will that alleviate a penalty? I'm not sure. He might well get one anyway. He was just distracted there by Lundqvist having a look down the inside. He broke too late, went straight into the side of Ludvigsson there. And that's exactly what Ludvigsson has been doing so well so far today. He's been looking in his mirrors and defending. However, he's nailed every braking zone. The first time Tyne's been offline, he's got it wrong down there on the brakes.
And it's gutting for him. It's almost certain that there's going to be some kind of repercussion for that kind of incident. He did give the place back to Ludvigsson, but let's see how much that alleviates the pressure. Jokelsson now having to defend. Icelandic drivers just having to defend constantly, it seems, in this race, this time from Lundqvist, who is, I mean, he's gained the place in all of that, but he wouldn't mind gaining a second because of he wasn't involved in the collision. It happened in front of him, and yet he's lost a position to Jokelsson, who is just about ahead. This could help out. Oh, there's a bit of a spin. Oh, Lundqvist gets it all wrong. He's gone around. He's going to have to get that righted quickly. Otherwise, he's going to be around and losing a position to Ludvigsson as well.
Here comes Oskari Rene, though, out of the final corner. It's a Finnish victory again here at Zolder. The second race win of the day for Finland. This time for Oskari Rene for his first in the first GT3 race of the day. Let's see further behind. Ludvigsson has got past Lundqvist. So has Tyne. They both gained places. And there is Tyne. Adam Lundqvist is a long way back. He's going to finish ahead of Ate Karppinen at least, but a dramatic finish to this race. In the end, it's going to be Denmark who gained the most points out of the day, and Tyne's actually still slowing down here. I'm not sure why at the moment. Who's he letting through here as they run up towards the line? He's let Lundqvist through, and he's let Karppinen through as well, has he? Does he want pole maybe for race 2? I'm not sure. But he lets the others through and finishes down in 10th. It is, oh, well, 9th, it seems. I don't know. That result says 9th. Anyway, we'll see. Oskari Rene wins the race by 2 seconds ahead of Victor Volson, as we saw. And it's 3 different nations, in fact, 4 different nations in the top 4, excuse me, again. Zadem Isaacson and Jovego Godestad round out the first 4. Then it is Patrick Thompson, who had damage for a lot of that race, but still finished in the top 5. Hakon Jokelsson finished in 6th place ahead of Singer Ludvigsson. It's Adam Lundqvist who got past Joltain at the end there, as I thought did, at a Kaupanen. But, and indeed, yes, he did. So Joltain is confirmed in last place. Our result sheet slightly erroneous there. Tyne will finish in 10th, but therefore will be on pole for the second race. Let's head back to Reykjavik now and get some reaction from a dramatic first race here from Zolder.
So there we have it. Race 1 in the GT3 class finished. Oskari, you did, like you said, led it from the start. A little bit of pressure gone when your teammate got knocked out there at the beginning, but congratulations on the win.
Yeah, thank you. Bit shame that they got crashed out. So, but it is what it is. I got the win. It's good for Team Finland. But yeah, happy.
How do you foresee this now? Was it like was this race as straightforward as you expected?
Yeah, I mean, after what I saw what happened to Atte, but I think our plan even was that we wouldn't challenge each other in this race at all. So yeah, it was pretty much straightforward. But yeah, next one's not going to be so straightforward with the reverse grid.
Tell us a little bit about the strategy going into that. We saw more overtaking in this race than probably was expected on the track, but. Where do you think you can end if we, give or take that there are no incidents?
Oh, I would like to end up somewhere. I think top 4 is realistic, is possible, but the overtaking still will be hard. If Adam doesn't make any mistake, I think it will be hard to pass. But let's see what we can do.
There we have it. Good luck for the second race. It's going to be an interesting one. P4, the goal for the second race for Skari. But we have another fast Finn on the front row for that race after the incident in this one. Now, we're taking a short break, and we'll be back with race 2 here a little bit later.
And welcome back to Zolder again for race number 2 here in the GT3s. It is time for the reverse grid race, and you'll notice it's Finnish driver on the front row again. That is Ate Karppinen, who finished 9th in that first race as a result of contact with Patrick Thompson in race number 1 this afternoon. Here's the starting grid with Ate Karppinen alongside Jarl Tyne, who actually slowed down towards the end of that race to let a few others through. He clearly feels that having the pole position is probably the place to be alongside Ate Karppinen. Adam Lundqvist rather is alongside Sigurd Ludvigsson, who's going to be very difficult to pass if race 1's anything to go by from 4th. Hakan Jökulsson the same from 5th position, ahead of Patrick Thompson, who will look for a cleaner start this time round. Jörg Goddestad is going to be in 7th, ahead of Adam Isaksson, with Victor Wolfsson and Askari Rinne with the biggest amount of work to do in this second race. It's the reverse grid race then, and there's a couple of stewards' decisions to tell you about as well. A 5-point penalty has been given to Patrick Thompson for the contact made with Ate Karppinen in the braking zone at turn 2, and a 10-point penalty for Jarl Tyne for hitting the back of Ludvigsson and spinning him around, impeding Lundqvist afterwards as well as he was trying to let Ludvigsson through. So he's got a 10-point penalty. That means from the first race, we've got Finland scoring the most points with 27, ahead of Denmark, who did have the most, but then that 5-point penalty brings them down to 23. Sweden with the third most, that's 19 points for them, with Iceland getting 14, Norway only 3, after a minus 10-point penalty to Jarl Tyne here, Dara. So Finland now lead by 26 points at the front of the overall nation standings. They're leading by a very long way in this championship this afternoon.
Yeah, and to have another driver starting on the front row once again, this is going to be 4 races out of 4. We know in the F4 finale, we're going to have another Finnish driver on the front row, which means we're going to have 5 races from 5. And if Askari Rinne can pick up enough points, we're going to have at least 1 Finnish driver on the front row in every single race today. It's because how it's gone for them. It's been really good, and it's been sometimes not as good in a couple of the opening races of the events. But it's been a great start for them. This is a great opportunity to build off of that, and Karppinen, I think, we're backing himself in the opening stages. He doesn't necessarily need to get through on time, though. The disappointment that Norway have of dropping quite a few points in the last round means that they are quite a long way out of contention, and I don't think Finland are necessarily going to be worried about them right now in comparison to the likes of Denmark, who looked pretty good in the opening GT3 race.
And we see him in the first race. It's pretty difficult to overtake, so how are those drivers who now find themselves towards the back going to fare this time around as the pace car gets ready to pull into pit lane? And the 10 drivers get ready to provide the action here in race number 2 of the GT3 Championship. After this, of course, it's the final race in the F4 Championship coming up not long after this one. So let's have a look and see who's going to be where in this GT3 second race as the drivers come out the final corner now, and Jarl Tyne now takes control of the field after his big penalty in the race as the great back race, and he's already touching bumpers with Ate Karppinen on the outside line in towards turn 1. It's Lundqvist just alongside Karppinen here in towards the first corner, and immediately the places want to be gained because everybody knows what it's going to be like when they get single filed out, as the top 5 have now. It's Tyne, Karppinen, Lundqvist, Ludvigsson and Thompson, the top 5, and a cleaner start all round in race number 2 of the GT3s.
Karppinen definitely going to be happy to get away without having any kind of contact as he did in the opening race, and I think the fact that Jarl Tyne's in front of him won't necessarily worry him too much. Jarl Tyne comes into this race minus 9 points after a 10-point deduction in the opening round, so in terms of looking towards towards the grid at the end of this race going into the finale. He's not worried about time. He's worried about picking up points for himself and for his nation, which he'll be doing by sitting in P2 or by waiting, biding his time and finding a move towards the end of the race. Maybe Adam Lundqvist can get through as well. We saw a couple of drivers go wide just in the background there. There's a big gap now between, between nobody. I was looking at the back of the field. They're all quite close together, but a couple of drivers just stepping out of line on the brakes at 7. Tricky place to get it stopped, especially when you've got such congestion down there.
Wilson has lost his front bumper though. That's what is the main problem there for Denmark. Their other driver this time round has lost their front bumper, and if that has done anything to his speed, like what it did to Patrick Thompson in the first race, then Denmark are going to have another wounded driver out there here in the second race as well, as they make their way out of the final corner and over the line again. Joltain leads at the end of lap 1 here at Zolder, ahead of Atte Karpinen. Then it is Adam Lundqvist in the third position with Ludvigsen and Patrick Thompson next, but off wide in the background is the other Icelandic driver, Håkan Jökulsson, and that will be Adam Isaksson through. Sweden all of a sudden are the ones gaining points right now as Isaksson gets up to 6th place at the expense of Jökulsson. Oskar Rinne will be next after making up 2 places on that one. He'll look for a third here at the expense of Jökulsson in 7th.
Oh, and getting a little bit dangerous down towards the back of the field as well with Wolfson and Göllestadt going into the corner. Maybe a little bit of contact as Wolfson comes back over as Karpinen takes the lead of the race. All collected for Tyne, and now Karpinen can try and run away with it.
What has happened here? And has he got to slow down maybe, Joltain? Is that what's done for him here? As Atte Karpinen takes the lead. Finland taking control of the Nordic Esport Championship, and this is how Joltain... Oh, it's a big bit over the curbs there. And that's what did for him into the chicane. In the background, by the way, Patrick Thompson lifted into the air as well. And Adam Isaksson was able to get into the top 5. So Sweden, there's the air time, by the way. Goodness gracious. Joltain getting it wrong. And this is uncharacteristic from him in the GT3 cars. He is struggling so far. Lundqvist and Karpinen go through. And I think it's going to be very difficult for anybody to beat Atte Karpinen from here.
I mean, Joltain's wanted to fly home at least 3 times now, hasn't he? He's been airborne numerous times. It's not what he needs at all. Ludvigsen behind him, who he was trying to get through, of course, before in race number 1. He rolls reverse somewhat now. This is what happened to Göllestadt going into the back of Wolfson, and you can just see that front end coming off. It shouldn't be too much damage. I don't believe it'll be as much damage as Thompson had, but equally there was about as much of a hit for him earlier in the race. The Danes not necessarily, the Danes and the Norwegians not necessarily enjoying their front ends in these races, but it hasn't necessarily hurt the Danes too much so far. So they're still side-by-side. Rino this time trying to make a move on Jökulsson.
And this could be close as Göllestadt also tries to get past Wolfson here. In towards the chicane. It's still side by side, and Rina's going to have to back out. Oh, and big hit on the curb. Oh, and nearly a spin as well from Wolfson. Run from Jökulsson as well. They're all over the curbs. The anti-cuts are sending these Mercedes to the sky. And Oskar Rina has got up into 7th place for Finland. 6 points to his name so far. Jökulsson now, with only Göllestadt and Wolfson behind, is going to find it difficult to keep them behind for the remainder of this race as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tricky encounter, really. There's still got 16 minutes to go. You don't really want to have that much longer when you've got some very, very fast drivers directly behind you. But we've seen mistakes creeping in early on. The pressure clearly on some of these drivers. They know that points need to be gained back now. And for the likes of the Finns and the Danes, actually, Wolfson dropping back isn't going to be positive at all. The Danes are at the moment the closest challenger to the Finns overall in the standings, some 26 points back. But it's not looking terribly positive. If the Finns can pick up some, 31 points as it stands in this race, and the Danes are only picking up 9, that's a massive, massive drop for them, and would allow the likes of Iceland, Norway, probably Sweden to get into the fray as they're 2nd and 5th for the time being. But behind Finland at the moment, it's almost turmoil in the championship. Finland just keeping their head above the water and making sure that they're just picking up the points when they need to, as everyone else just squabbles in behind.
Well, as they make their way through the fast right-hander, but Göllestadt is going to have a chance now on the way towards the chicane. It is close. Only just given enough room there by Jökulsson, who brakes very late, actually, and so could be in trouble here. Here comes Wolfson in the rather damaged Mercedes just in behind, looking for his way through on the inside line, and he might get both of them here. Inside of turn 7, oh my word, this is close. And somehow they get out the other side without problems. Jökulsson keeps the place. Wolfson will get ahead of Göllestadt at least. He doesn't take both positions, but he takes the one. And Göllestadt can't come back in towards the next corner, can he? No, he cannot. and Jökulsson now might well try and put on the same defensive display for what we saw in race number 1. And if he can, that's going to be a very, very difficult task for Wolfson and Goddestad to get past.
Yeah, and two drivers who, for their nations, really need to be picking up the points. Again, with it being a bit of a melee, this is a prime opportunity to almost get yourself into second and become the closest challenger to the Finns going into the final couple of races. But Jökulsson doing such a good job. He did it in race 1. He's doing it again in race 2 at the moment of defending. Well, I'm going to eat my words, though. He's lost both the positions, or at least one of them on the exit of turn number 1. Through goes Wolfson. Got a shot on the outside line. Should be able to sweep through. And just as I was crediting Jökulsson there, he's lost them both, and I can only apologise at this point, Ewan.
Not going to say you're at fault for it on this occasion. Jökulsson loses a couple of positions there. So it's going to be up to his compatriot now, Ludvigsson, to do the defending again here. From 4th place this time. Isaksson's just in behind, but you'd imagine Patrick Thompson and Oskari Rinne will catch up as well. Over the curbs again. Wolfson first of all, and Jökulsson especially as well. He's into the gravel, but Wolfson's under pressure from Goddestad, and no, not this time around. My goodness, that chicane there, the Clank chicane, is providing quite some action, quite some airtime here for them this afternoon. As Isaksson now looks at Ludvigsson, who's been distracted. The Swede got into the mirrors, and there he goes wide. Ludvigsson goes wide, and Isaksson goes straight through into 4th position. Here's his compatriot, Jökulsson, finding the air.
Yeah, both drivers from Iceland not having the best of that right now. Both are combined losing 3 positions, and not what they needed at all. Ludvigsson immediately under pressure now from Patrick Thompson, trying to come back through for the Danes, who are not having the best of second races they would be hoping for. Oskari Rinne as well will be looking to try and keep himself in, put himself into pole position for the 3rd race by scoring the most points over the opening 2 races, and getting into the top 5 would go a long way to doing that for him. With the likes of Wolfson, who finished just behind him, Isaksson around him. So this is going to be an important move for him to make, I'm sure, in his eyes towards the end of this race. But again, congestion, we're getting groups now forming. It's that battle for 2nd and 3rd, then this battle for 4th, and then we have that battle for 8th. No one's really being left alone apart from Matti Kauppinen out front.
Yeah, and that will be pleasing for Kauppinen, who will just look to try and win this race and try and extend the advantage for Finland out front in this championship. Now, I think the problem for all the other nations who are trying to keep check with them at the moment is that whenever there's a team in 2nd place, whenever there's a nation rather in 2nd place, they're always sort of not having a good race once they get into that 2nd position. So, for example, Iceland were leading first time round, for example, after the 1st race, and then in the 2nd race of the F4 Championship only picked up 8 points. That promoted Norway into 2nd place, but then in the previous race they only scored 3 points from that last race. Now it's Denmark who are in 2nd, but they have seen Wolfson drop to the back, and they've seen Thompson outside the top 5, and Thompson now has been shoved around as well, or has rather shoved around Ludvigsson, I should say. And so it's more problem for the Danes and for the Icelandic drivers as well. Both of those 2 nations now find themselves very much towards the back. Thompson now is going to drop down to 9th place after making that contact with Ludvigsson.
It's horrendous news, really, for the Danes and the Icelandic duo. 6th, 8th, 9th and 10th. We'll see it again here. Ludvigsson minding his own business into the corner, gets a real shove from behind. Oskari Rinne can just walk through and say, thanks, gentlemen. Put himself into the top 5. Big gap back now to anybody behind him. But the Finns and the Swedes really stealing the march here. We haven't really seen a race so far where 2 countries have had a big advantage over the rest of the field. This is going to be the first, because we are looking at the Finns scoring upwards of 35 points, the Swedes scoring upwards of 30 points, and the Norwegians that will be next scoring just about 20. So a big gain for the other 2 nations in Sweden, who are currently last in the standings, could put themselves up to 3rd before we get back to the F4s.
At the moment, Finland scoring 35 points, way more than any other team. And as I mentioned earlier, if they head into the final GT3 race with more than 40 points of an advantage, then they'll already take the overall nations title before that race has even begun. In this nation's standings, they're only 4 points ahead of Denmark right now and 8 ahead of Sweden, for example. So, and Sweden are going to score very well from this at the moment with 30 points of their own. So it looks like it is going to be between those 2 nations for a nations title in each category as well. Don't forget, there are 5 trophies up for grabs here. Drivers' Championship in both GT3 and F4. That's just for the the race winner of the final races of the day, which are a bit longer and are based on the grid from these first 2 races, based on the results of the grid for the first 2 races. Then in the nation standings, it's for the most points scored in both F4 and GT3 competition, as well as the overall nations title as well, that was taken by Sweden last year, is looking to be taken by the home nation again, Iceland. And it started so well for them. Unfortunately, in these last few races, it's not turned out quite as well for them. They were 4th highest scoring nation in the previous race and 5th highest scoring in the one before that. So it's looking more and more difficult for them now. Next passing, I suppose, is going to be Patrick Thompson, who's going to try and pass to Ludvigsson. But as we saw from the first race, Patrick Thompson, and indeed earlier, he's going to find that pretty difficult by the looks of things. He looks to add a couple of points to the Denmark points tally with this overtake here.
Yeah, he needs to add a couple of points to the Danish points tally. I mean, they've had a bit of an uptick in form of late. 3rd most points of any nation in the second race in the F4, 2nd most in the first race here in the GT3s. It's just not trending that way to get even better by the end. So really tricky for them, and disappointment with the little moments that we've seen from Wolfson and Thompson in this race. Thompson's going to be kicking himself, I'm sure, for going to the back of Ludvigsson. Bit of an unforced error, real unforced error for him, and won't be happy to be right down, fighting for 8th now. He'll surely back himself to get through on Ludvigsson, but we've seen him defend so far over the course of these opening race and a half in these GT3s, but wide again, the mistakes creeping in, the pressure really getting to Thompson, and you can start to see him slightly overdriving the car now. It's not exactly what he needs to be doing.
This is one of the only battles out there on the circuit as things stand. Isaacson is just in behind Tyen as well, with Oskar Rune not too far away. And Goddestad's just behind Wolfson, so few things going on out there on the circuit, but as we've seen before, settling into the race now, it is more and more difficult to overtake unless there's an error from the driver in front of you. It's a decent run from Thompson on the way in towards this triple chicane, but as things stand, he's not going to be able to make his way through this time around, down on the brakes, and so it's another time of waiting here. Unfortunately for Iceland in this race, it looks like things have just gone a little bit wrong, and they will lose a little bit of ground in the standings. They'll really be looking to Alfredsson in this final race to try and give them some points here before the final GT3 race of the day, because as it stands, they're going to fall back a little bit further, and indeed fall maybe even to last in the standings. We'll see on that, but it's not looking great for them as Thompson has a little look again into the final chicane, which I can't imagine he'll be too incentivised to make a move at these days, since he made that contact in towards the final chicane earlier on in the race.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the ploy or the tact I think he will take here, but Thompson just, it's going to be so frustrating looking at the back of Ludvigsson right now. You can see the likes of Goddestad, Wolfson getting away from him here as well. He's nearly 20 seconds off the lead. It's not what he needs at all, but you've got to try and pick your moment here at Zolder, and this could be a moment. Wide goes Ludvigsson at turn 3. Thompson tucks up right behind him in towards turn 4. If he gets a good run, he may have a go at turn number 5. We've seen it's tricky, but it can be done. Is there any kind of line that he can take? It doesn't look like he'll really send the car here, although he is going to be feeling like he has to make a move soon. Will he send it? No. Cleverly sitting behind, waiting and biding his time, but how long is he going to wait? I'm sure he's going to make the move relatively soon. Jokkelsen being dragged into this as well.
It is allowing Jokkelsen to get dragged in here in the battle for 8th place. The only three-car battle really as close as this out there on the circuit. It's very good to see here late on in this race with just over 5 minutes remaining at Zolder. Through the right-hander they go now and down onto the brakes here for this hairpin. This is where it all went a bit wrong for Jarl Tyen in the previous race, as he hit Ludvigsson. Pretty unfortunate for Ludvigsson that he's been hit twice in the races so far. Once in race 1 and once in race 2. And so no fault of his own really. He's finding himself way down towards the back end of the pack. We'll see where he ends up gridding for the last race of the day. The last GT3 race, and indeed the last race overall of this Nordic Esport Championship in 2025. Again in towards turn number 1. He's able to keep this position ahead of Thompson again. Now in towards the left, the right-hander rather, I should say, in this hairpin of turn 2. Where can Patrick Thompson do this? Because at the moment, Thompson finished in, only 7th place after the penalty applied in that first race, only 5 points to his name. So the chances are he's going to be at this kind of region of the field in the second race as well. And I just wonder what he can learn really from this battle here in terms of what he can bring forward to that final race, when he's going to surely have to make a lot of similar overtakes to this one.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the thought process that's going on. Maybe not just yet, but particularly when he gets out of the rig in just a few minutes' time, and realises where he's going to be starting race number 3 in these GT3s. It's definitely going to be an interesting conundrum for him to have to deal with. I think he's definitely going to be looking to see if he can almost kind of craft an overtake. Where can he make it for race number 3? But at the moment, he's struggling to get through on Ludvigsson. Up and under, working just that little bit on the exit of turn number 8, looking for it at turn number 9 as well. He's not going to get it done there. He made the mistake down at turn number 10, but he's not right behind a driver now. He's to the side. He's going to break that a little bit earlier, try and straighten up the car for turn number 1 that little bit better, and he's done that. Has he got the run? This could be the chance for Thompson into turn 1.
It's a slow evolution of putting your opponent off their line and eventually striking when the time's right. Side-to-side contact again there, as Ludvigsson's on a very tight line there. He misses the corner slightly. Thompson goes wide, and here comes Jakobsen into 9th position. The Icelanders have made it work, and they're into 8th and 9th now. I'm not sure that's what Ludvigsson was intending, actually, but Patrick Thompson took the bait anyway. He went wide there through turn 1, and now he's got 2 drivers to overtake in 3 minutes.
Yeah, and it's just going to get even more frustrating. He thought he had it done. He tried to squeeze Ludvigsson to the inside line, and I mean, it did. It put him off the line. But I don't think he really wanted it to be in that way, and then allow Jakobsen to get through as well. It's really frustrating as they now run their way out of turn number 5 once again. Just a couple more laps until these guys will be able to get out of the sim race and have a bit of a reset before race number 3. But Thompson's probably going to need a bit of a reset. Disappointment in race number 1 to have the contact with Ate Kauppinen. Disappointment here to have more contact with the Icelandic duo, before getting into this battle for P8. So disappointing for him. Let's see if he can move it up the field. He's too far back to make any kind of move into turn 8, and you'd expect Ludvigsson and Jakobsen may now try and protect each other towards the end of this race. Not many points for the Icelandic duo, but still, points on the board is what they need to have at this stage.
They certainly do. 6 as it stands from this race if things stay as they are. Denmark would only have 9, which would be not a great total for the team. 2nd place in the standings, especially when you consider Finland scoring 21 more than that. They'd go 37 points off the lead in that case with Denmark. Sweden and Finland are currently taking the same amount of points from this race, unless I'm mistaken. Yes, I think I am, aren't I? No, yeah. No, I'm mistaken. They would take 5 more, so that would be an additional advantage of 45 over Sweden. Going to be close for them to actually manage this before the final race here, Finland, in the overall nation standings. In terms of the GT3 nation standings, it's going to remain very, very close the whole way to the end of this race. And indeed, this championship, as Thompson has a look on the outside, this will be the penultimate lap. Oh, and he bounces over the curb. That might well be that for Patrick Thompson. He might well finish this race in 10th position.
Yeah, it's been disappointing, isn't it, the last few minutes for Patrick Thompson, and I think he's probably going to be resigned to the fact that he is just scoring the 1 point at most pending. Of course, Struber's decisions come the end of the race, and that could be something that he has to worry about as well after getting into the back of one of the drivers around him. So not positive news for him, but 10th place looks like where he is going to be finishing. Yeltine, of course, finishing 10th place last time round, and he's up into the podium places. Problem for Thompson is, with the points he gained in the opening round not being huge, he may find himself starting on, actually, I believe what will be the back row of the grid for race number 3 and have all of the moves to try and make himself. It's just not positive news. We'll see if he can make a move in the final lap as Isaksson looks to try and get off the podium. But there's going to be some very happy drivers and some very unhappy drivers, I think it's fair to say, come the end of this one.
Can Isaksson get past Tyne at the very end here to just reduce the deficit here for Sweden? As they lose 5 points currently to Finland, they could bring that down to just 2 if things stay, or if this changes, and they get into 3rd place here with Isaksson and Lundqvist, who's done a good job to hold on to 2nd without real pressure, actually, from Yoltine, who started on the very front of this race. Down in towards the chicane at turn 7 again here. Better line from Isaksson there. It's going to have to be down into the hairpin of turn 8, really, or it's going to be the final chicane at turn 10, and both of them are looking very, very difficult to pull off just for the moment. Meanwhile, out front, though, Ate Karppinen is going to take a race victory. He finished in 9th place in the first race after getting caught up in a lap 1 incident. This time round, he has got off to a much better start, and indeed a race victory this time round as well. Ate Karppinen wins for Finland as they take 3 in a row as a nation in the Nordic Esports Championship 2025. Has Jortan held on from Isaacson? It looks like he has, and in the end there, Oskari Rinne actually got pretty close there as well. It's another success for Finland, who scored 35 points, extend their nation's overall standings lead, and they will take the lead of the F4 and the GT3 nation standings going into the final races respectively as well.
Yeah, it's been a really positive race for the Finns and the Swedes as well. I think Lundqvist will be delighted to be in the top 2. Isaacson was looking pretty good to be starting towards the front for race number 3 in the GT3s as well. And I think the Swedes are going to be happy after this one. They're going to move themselves up definitely in the championship. They could even be fighting for P2.
It's Ate Karppinen who wins, though, ahead of Adam Lundqvist in a dominant display in the end. Jortan held on from Adam Isaacson and Oskari Rinne to finish inside the top 3 as well. And 3 nations in the top 3 again. Victor Wilson finishes 6th ahead of Jovega Godestad with the 2 Icelandic drivers next, Singer Ludvigsson and Hakan Jökulsson. And then finally, Patrick Thompson rounding out the field for Denmark. Let's head back to Reykjavik now and get some reaction from the stage as the GT3 second race is complete in the Nordic Esport Championship in 2025.
So there we have it. Another Finnish victory in the GT3. I have Ate here. Ate, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
So it played out kind of maybe like expected. You had a good starting grid location and just controlled it.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure if I could get past, but eventually he made a mistake quite early on actually, and from then on it was just easy sailing.
Did you force the mistake? Was the pressure heavy, or just we saw a lot of mistakes in this race?
I mean, the chicane is really tough. It's probably the hardest chicane in iRacing, so there will be a lot of mistakes there, and I'm looking forward for the 40 minutes because that will be tough with the chicane to nail it every time.
What changes when you have the race longer, like the finale will be later on today? Is it mainly tire life, or just keeping your nose clean, keeping the concentration up?
Mainly the concentration, and then the tires will be a big factor, and especially with like when you're not used to the equipment as much, it's much harder to control the brake, which is really tough on the GT3 in general. So the tires are like really sensitive, especially with different equipment. So that's like the main thing to get good pace.
But feeling good for the final?
I mean, if it doesn't go like the Heat 1, then I'm happy.
There we have it. Another Finnish victory, like I said. I've been pretty dominant here in the GT3 category. Now, next up we have the F4 finale, and then followed by the GT3 finale, the 2 final races of the day. There is a break first while the Formula 4 teams set up, so we'll be back here in around half an hour with the 2 finals. Welcome back. It's time for the finals. We are here live from Reykjavik, Iceland with the Nordic Esports Championship. So we've had 4 amazing races today. 2 in the Formula 4 category, 2 in the GT3 category, and now we will see the grand finale of both F4 and GT3. Starting with F4, it's been a tightly fought battle, and as it stands, Finland lead the team championship. They lead it, or the Nations League, we could maybe call it, lead it quite comfortably actually at the top. So, well, if Sweden, Norway, Denmark or Iceland are gonna play along, they need to get up to speed in these 2 races. Now, we saw 2 different winners for the F4 races earlier, and before we go any further, let's take a quick look at how those races played out.
The lights go on then for the first race of the day in the Nordic Esports Championship for 2025. It's the first F4 race and it's creeping on the front row there from Milikangis. Goodness me, that could be a drive-through penalty, at least a penalty of some sort. As Timo Milikangis does indeed come to the pit lane, he did get a black flag for that, and he's got a drive-through penalty. Turkelson now gets ahead of Eriksson, who's now been shuffled backwards. He's off the road through Bomhole by the looks of things, and both Danish drivers go through. As well, here comes Mer. Joltajan there looking to try and alleviate some of the pressure with one of his teammates. Oh, there's contact between 2 of the cars, and again another barge between the 2. Isak Arvidsson on the inside line, just trying to go. Oh, wow, what a slide as well from Mir. He somehow saves it. Here comes the Dane to the inside, in towards turn number 2. It's 3 wide and there's contact. There was always going to be. Arvidsson goes around in towards the hairpin, and that sends him down to 8th position. Let's see what's happened here. He's just in behind. I think it's Turkelson right in front of us here. It's on the power. An unforced error and a rare one from Anders Meer as well. And, well, they're still side by side. And there's contact. Oh, that's close there. Wheel-to-wheel contact. The first race of the day is going to come down to a dramatic conclusion here as Alfredsson goes round the outside of Brundle. He's got the inside of Nelson. He's got it. Oh, Roland Alfredsson stolen it at the very end here. The odds were stacking against him there. The laps were running out. The time was running out. But Roland Alfredsson might just have taken a great victory here for the home nation. Lasse Urainen's led every lap of this race, apart from the most important one, the last lap. Roland Alfredsson's stolen the lead away, and he's going to win the first race of the day for Iceland in the Nordic Esports Championship 2025. What a great finish to the first race of the day. It's Roland Alfredsson who takes it by 2/10 of a second ahead of Lasse Urainen with a great press into the chicane on the last lap. Fantastic move. Fantastic move from Roland Alfredsson to take the victory for Iceland. 2/10 of a second in it in the end. Hello and welcome to race 2 here in the F4s. It is time for the second race of the day in the Nordic Esports Championship. The lights are on, the revs are rising. It's the reverse grid F4 race with Timo Milikangis this time not getting a black flag and getting underway well from the front here for Finland in towards turn 2. They're going to be carnage in the reverse grid. There's slight contact between Russell Anderson and Anders Meer, and there's 3 wide. Lasse Urainen, and up into the air. Joltajan straight into the air.
Then you can see a move to the inside at the end of the Bentley straight. Really tight, isn't it, between Vinjesson as he tries to push wide Anderson. He drops 1, 2, 3. Is it 4 places? Urainen's coming to the inside. Arvidsson's here as well. It's chaos on the opening lap.
They can move through the field, and they are going to. Lasse Urainen first, though, as Vinjesson goes wide for Iceland. Down the inside for... Oh, that's a bit late for Urainen, but he just about gets through into 4th place. Turgesson goes round the outside and gets through, and it's 3 wide. The Danes either side of the Icelander in towards turn 2. Oh, and that's wide for Turgesson, but at least Russell Anderson is able to get into the top 5. And that's what Urainen was waiting for. The opening down the left-hand side, or the right-hand side, excuse me, but can't quite do it in towards turn number 2. Side by side, it remains as Arvidsson slides wide, and Anders Meer does a good job to hold on. This is down towards turn 2, and Lasse Urainen's chance. He was waiting for this for lap after lap after lap, and now he's got a chance. Urainen get through maybe in these final couple of corners as his teammate's about to take the victory. He's maybe trying to make it a double podium here for Finland. He's going to have to do a dive down the inside or something at Corum, and indeed the final corner as well, but it's not going to happen. Timo Milakangis is going to win for Finland in the second race of the Nordic Esports Championship in 2025, and it is going to be second to Anders Meer, third to Isak Arvidsson, and the first repeat nation, Finland, fourth. Timo Milakangis has taken the victory here at Snetterton in race number 2, and indeed the fastest lap towards the end as well. Finland will take the biggest point haul, as I say, with Lasse Iranen finishing 4th. In between them was Anders Meer and Isak Arvidsson on the podium. The Danes finished 5th and 6th, with Kasper Risto Andersen beating Marcus Turkelsson this time. Gunnar Carl Finjusson got faster throughout that race, but finished 7th in the end for Iceland, only just ahead of his teammate Roland Alfredsson. They'll have the smallest points haul after having the biggest one in race 1. They've had the smallest in race 2. Jo Tyne finishes in between the Icelanders, with Jesper Eriksson finishing at the back. Alfredsson and Eriksson both needing a pit stop throughout that race, unfortunately for them.
There we have it. There's been a lot of action. There's been drama, there's been penalties, there's been all kinds of things going on. Now, we have a pretty unique situation coming up here for this race. So, the final is a 40-minute race, longer than the previous 2, and we crown a F4 driver champion, just like we crown a team champion or nation champion, a country, and in the total event there's also individual winners in each of the categories. Now, with 25 points on offer for the win here, there's 4 drivers that, well, just winning the race will be enough for them to be crowned champions. We have Lasse Iranen starting on pole. They're training right now, so we're not gonna try and well, disrupt them too much. But Lasse, he won. Well, he was second in race 1. Got passed by Roland on the final lap. Roland here, the only non-Finnish driver to win a race today. He's sitting at 27 points, 3 points behind Lasse Iranen. Now, we also have Timo Milakangis here in the corner, the second Finnish driver. He's sitting 4 points behind the leader at 26 points. And then we have Anders Meer for Norway, who's right here. He's starting 4th. And for all these drivers, a victory in this race would clinch them the title. Now, it's time to get onto the track. Over to you guys.
Thanks very much, Christian. Good to be back at Snetterton for F4 racing this time around once again. As the Drivers' Champions and the Nations Standings Champions for the F4s are to be settled over the course of 40 minutes of racing. It's myself, Ewan O'Leary, and Darragh Thacker with you for the commentary again here on the Nordic Esport Championship in 2025. It's a longer race this time round, Darragh. Those 20-minute races so far have been flying by, I've got to say. Now it's a 40-minute race. A lot longer, gives everyone a little bit more to think about, I feel, going into this race, because actually, not only in this series, but actually overall in F4 racing, you don't see races of this length very often at all.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say that the drivers almost have to change how they've driven over the course of the day so far, because in a 40-minute race you can't really be that proactive off the early stages. We saw, actually, didn't we, that in the opening race of the entire event today, that we saw a very measured drive from Roland Alfredsson to stay in second place for a long time, almost save the tyres underneath him before going into the final couple of laps trying to push for that overtake. So I wonder if we're going to see a little bit of a theme, of a similar theme here, with really many people wanting to lead the race or lead the trains that we find ourselves in, and it will be interesting to see how this race does pan out, with Alfredsson getting it mixed up right towards the front of the order once again, possibly putting Iceland back into a little bit more contention. So yeah, an intriguing I think start to this race awaits us, and how the drivers conduct themselves in the opening couple of laps could be indicative of the fact that this is going to be double the length of the races that we saw earlier.
There have been a couple of penalties, by the way, coming through from the second heat in the GT3s. 3 points penalty for Wolfson after hitting Jokkelsen at turn 1 on lap 5, and on lap 6 going into the final corner, as we saw Patrick Thompson hit Sigurd Ludvigsen, and that has given him a 3-point penalty as well. So 6 points penalty overall for Denmark, who only score 3 points from that second race, and they drop from second in the standings at the start of that race to 4th place in the overall nation standings as well. They're also 3rd in the GT3 nation standings as things stand. So That leaves Finland at the top of the nation standings by 45 points ahead of Sweden, who need to gain at least 5 points on them in this race to be in contention for the overall Nations Championship at the end of this race. Given the fact they're starting 8th and 9th with Isak Arvidsson and Jesper Eriksson, that could be difficult. Let's have a look then at the starting grid for the final time in the F4s here. This is an accumulation of the points so far that has set this grid here. So Lasse Irainen has gotten the pole after finishing 2nd and 4th. Those are the best results ahead of Roland Alfredsson, who finished 1st and 9th. Then Timo Myllykangas, who finished in last and then 1st, ahead of the first Norwegian, Anders Mer, Marcus Terkelsen and Jarl Tyen are on row 3. That's after 3rd place and 8th for Tyen. Kasper Rischer Andersen will be in 7th place ahead of Isak Arvidsson, who would be higher up was it not for his penalty, 10-point penalty in race 1. Jesper Eriksson finished last in race 2, and so he'll start 9th ahead of Gunnar Carl Vinjesson, who only finished 3 points behind Eriksson at the end of that, so is not too far away. The green flag waves, and for the final time here this afternoon, F4 racing at Stetson gets underway in the Nordic Esport Championship 2025 as Lasse Irainen gets off to a very good start. It's a better one for Myllykangas, who's putting the pressure onto Roland Alfredsson immediately here. Immediately again, Myllykangas defends from Anders Meers as well in towards turn 2, and the top 4 all stay single file. It's Marcus Terkelsen who's looking to make the places, and that's side by side with Kasper Rischer Andersen. The two teammates going side by side again here, this time in towards turn 3. The two Danes are, well, absolutely locked together here. Not surprising to see so early on in this race for two drivers on the same team. Down in towards the braking zone for Agostini. It's a look down the inside from Jesper Eriksson, knowing that Sweden need to make up places. Jesper Eriksson does so on Jarl Tyen down in towards the hairpin.
Yeah, it's an awful start for Tyen here as he's going to lose one. Is he going to lose another? He's already lost out to Richard Anderson, who had that fantastic launch off the line to even challenge his teammate, who started 2 positions ahead. But Tyen just looks vulnerable, doesn't he, at the moment? Eriksson's still trying to go around the outside as they get on towards the Bentley straight. Is he just about going to be able to hook it? Yes, is the answer. Arvidsson looking to try and find his way through as well. Eriksson's up 2. Arvidsson's down 1 off of his teammate. And then Vinjesson could get involved as well. A little bit of slipstream between the Swedish teammates is going to enable Arvidsson to be ahead into the braking zone. But we've seen drivers walking around the outside. Not this time around, though. Tyen's going to have to stay where he is. And he started in 6th. He's down to 9th. And for a Norwegian team trying to fight with the Swedish team, to lose a position to both Swedish drivers on the opening lap isn't exactly what he needed.
You get the feeling as well that this is bad for all 4 of them here, Eriksson, Arvidsson, Tyen and Vinjesson, because look at the gap that's been created further out front as well. The top 6 are a long way in front by a second and a half or so, and if this battle for 7th continues on, then they're going to resign themselves to a lowly finishing position here in this all-important final race here this afternoon. I mean, look at that gap. That's huge for lap 1.
It's massive, realistically, when you think about it, considering that they've got about, I mean, as much of a gap between 6th and 7th as there is between 1st and 6th, if not just that little bit bigger. I mean, it is incredible that Eriksson and Arvidsson have dropped that far off. They have to work together now to try and catch back up to the pack. Otherwise, that it really is going to be a game over, really, for the Swedish drivers in this race particularly. And with such a good result last time in the GT3s, I think Eriksson and Arvidsson looking to kind of use what their teammates have given them to benefit themselves in this race as well. Just not going that way for the time being. The Danes are who they have to chase down, and if there's a little bit of fighting going on at the front, then we could see that happening. Uranen, of course, led the race in the opening race ahead of Alfredsson. He's doing it again. It didn't help him in the first race, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's going that little bit slower in this race, just saving that bit more tyre.
Through the middle sector they go, and with 37 minutes to go, this is the closest battle on the circuit, and they might well just actually scrap this one out now as they go through this race, because they don't have much chance of winning towards the front of the field. They will be looking for the nation's points, though, especially for Sweden, who will look to stay close enough to keep it alive in the final race of the day. Norway need to gain 11 points, by the way, on Finland in this round as well, if they are going to keep things alive. But with Finland currently scoring 40 points, this is going to be very, very difficult. In fact, impossible for anybody to get anywhere close. In fact, if they're 1st and 3rd, then there's nothing anybody else can do about this in the drivers' nations standings, I should say, as the front 6 make their way over the line. It was important for Roland Alfredsson to keep that 2nd place, despite his not his best launch off the line so far today. He still managed to stay ahead of Timo Myllykangas, but how is he going to stave off the threat here of having Milakangis behind him and having to overtake Urainen ahead of him. It's going to be a very difficult 36 minutes for him.
And especially with the congestion that we're seeing towards the front of the field here, I think it's going to be difficult to really judge exactly how some of these guys are going to be racing. We saw a couple of mistakes earlier on where drivers misjudged how far or how deep they were going to go into the braking zones and had to almost avoid the cars around them. The same could happen, especially if Urainen is going that little bit slower than he was in the opening race to save some tyre. Alfredsson, again, would not be surprised if he's employing the same tactic that he did. Happy to sit in P2. The difference this time, though, is he's got Milakangis right there. He didn't have the pressure in race 1. He has it now in the final, and I don't think he's going to be able to sit on his laurels for as long as he did beforehand. Milakangis may pressure him to almost force him into trying to make the move on Urainen, and then the Finns can work together at that point to save their tyres. But really, at this moment, it's anybody's game inside the top 5, 6 right now, because they're so close together and don't really look like they're going to be splitting up anytime soon.
And you just see there Milakangis' role starting to play a factor in this now. Weaving around down the back straight and having a look down the inside from Alfredsson there in towards that final chicane. Alfredsson undeterred, and that's exactly what you'd expect from a driver of his quality. But it's just a note, really, of how this race may well end up going. Kasper Rusher Andersen has since been off the back of the group, and he's now out of the draft in 6th place, so we've only got 5 in the draft, and it looks like Marcus Terkelson is struggling to keep the draft as well here. Anders Mehr's doing quite a good job in 4th place to hold on to these front 3, but this first part of the race I feel is going to be less about the big overtakes and more about who's going to stay in the draft here, which has proved to be quite important in the F4 races.
Yeah, they can't really afford to lose it. Once they lose it, it's almost the exponential downward spiral for the drivers, because falling further and further back from the train of where they need to be. And so that draft is going to be absolutely crucial towards turn 1, down the Bentley Straight. There's 2 main points where that draft really does take effect. But even the little runs, as we just saw there into Agostini and out of Agostini, these little straights are helpful when you've got the draft, far more helpful than if you do not and are sitting a little bit off the back of the pack, as Jesper Eriksson was doing, but now Richard Anderson's almost fallen into that bracket as well. So we've got the top 5, and then we've got the next 5. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see them, those 2 groups splitting out over the course of the next 5-10 minutes as we get towards the half race distance.
Still a long way to go in this race. It's a much more longer and considered thinking man's race, if you like, here at Snetterton. It's not all action in the sprint races that we saw earlier on. We saw through those highlights as well. That's a little bit wide from Anders Mehr. I said he's been doing a good job to stay in the draft. That's the kind of mistake that can see you straight out of it as well. And Alfredsson won't be delighted about that either. With Mehr right there, he could have applied pressure to Milakangis and started to alleviate some of the pressure in turn on him. But if he's going to lose the draft, then that could become more difficult as they make their way out the final corner now. Is Roland Alfredsson going to do anything here to try past Lasse Urainen? Because this is the best exit he's had onto the front straight and any lap so far today. 4 laps completed, and Roland Alfredsson is side by side for the lead for the first time. He's not going to go round the outside at turn 1 because that is, well, it would be silly really. It would only allow Milakangis through, and it very nearly did anyway. Milakangis on the outside, breaks later, and he's around the outside into 2nd place here. Roland Alfredsson, I'm afraid, has given up that 2nd place a bit too easily there. Timo Milakangis gets into the position, and Finland are running 1 and 2.
And Finland are running riot in the standings as well. This is a perfect position for them to be in if they were to win the race in this manner. They're a shoo-in for the title come the end of the day. Alfredsson looking to try and get back through. No line there that was going to work on Milakangis, but into Agostini. But Anders Mehr is also in here as well, so he'll be looking to sniff around if Alfredsson tries to force the issue of re-overtaking too quickly. Anders Mehr nearly getting to the back of Alfredsson there, which is the dangerous factor. We've seen it a couple of times into that corner so far today. And Mehr is now going to come under pressure from Marcus Terkelson. So it's all going on inside the top 5. It's worth pointing out that if any of the top 4 win this race, they'd win the points overall, let alone the race itself. So a lot at stake for all 4 of the front runners, and they're all definitely in with a shot, as is Terkelson, just copping along on the back.
Yeah, Terkelson would need things to go his way a little bit more, but for the other 4, it would be about who wins the race, really. A winner-takes-all situation. In the GT Freeze, by the way, it would not be the same. Ascari Rinne would win with any position inside the top 2. And so that could provide a little bit more difficult, a bit more of a points battle maybe. That does mean that coming into this race in the F4, anyone can win it in theory. And everybody is close enough because we've had such topsy-turvy racing in the F4s. Sky Rin has done the best job, though, so far of any driver, scoring the most points in their respective discipline. This is the battle for 6th place, as Arvidsson has been looking to make his way through. He's got past the old Tyan, and now he's past Richard Anderson as well, who got off to an initial good start, but now Arvidsson's passed, and the old Tyan's going to look to follow through shortly as well.
Yeah, and Tyne just trying to find the right line at the moment. That's the issue here, because with the two in front of him, it's difficult to pick exactly which way to go, being the right one. And very wide isn't the right way to go through Palmer. Down into with Agostini, they will dive, though, and it doesn't really look like Richard Anderson's going to force the overtake. He doesn't in the end, and Arvidsson will stay in the top 6. But as we said a couple of minutes ago, that gap between the top 5 and the bottom 5 really is increasing exponentially right now. And with only 10 minutes gone in this race, you feel like we've got 2 separate races, almost 2 different classes within the same race, a race for 1st and this race for 6th. But I don't think good news for Sweden to be the only country having both their drivers back here in this 2nd battle.
It isn't good news for the nation standings, which, as things stand, would be taken by Finland. With still 1 round to go, the overall nations champions would be them. Sweden look to try and defend their crown. And Richard Anderson, meanwhile, applies that pressure to Arvidsson, with Jarl Tyan right in behind here for that 7th position. Through Coram, it is a set up for an overtaking chance, and so maybe he'll have a dive at the final corner, but it looks like no. He will stay behind through here this time round. You'd imagine, though, Jarl Tyan will look to be getting past Richard Anderson pretty shortly. He does look that little bit quicker, and he could do with some confidence as well, coming off the back of the previous race in the GT3. He didn't have a brilliant time of things, so a nice F4 race could put him on the right track for that final one coming up just after this, as he now gets closer towards turn 2. That's the mistake he was looking for, but Richard Anderson breaks late, in fact too late. He locks up a little bit, and Jarl Tyan will slip through on the inside line. That'll give him the outside at turn 3, and so this could be a difficult overtake, certainly more difficult than it looks here, and he will not be able to go through. It is Richard Anderson who keeps 7th, but Jarl Tyan with the exit. Same again, this time Agostini. Inside line's open, but Jarl Tyan does not go for it this time round, and he has to stay behind in this 8th position.
Yeah, and still can't quite find his way through. It's ironic, really, that at the moment, but all of Norway, Iceland and Denmark, as it stands, picking up 16 points, and they're all losing a hell of a lot of ground to Finland, so it's not really making much of a difference in that battle for what seems like it's going to have to be 2nd in this Nordic Esports Championship. But time to get through on Anderson could make somewhat of a big difference. Norway come into this race just the 7 points ahead of Denmark. They can't really afford to lose too much ground, particularly when you've got the likes of Victor Wolfson starting up in P4 for the final race in the GT3s. Doesn't help if Eriksson's come around the outside as well. Down at the end of the Bentley straight, is he going to try and hook it? He is. Inside line into the 2nd part of the chicane. It looks like Eriksson's got it, and Tyne is just falling further and further back right now.
That was contact as well. Tyne just got into the side of Eriksson there. You don't want wheel-to-wheel contact. They were kind of lucky in the way that they collided, but it didn't provide too much of a problem there. But Eriksson through on the old Tyan as well, as we go back to the leaders to show you that nothing's changed. Lasse Juranen still leads, Timo Milakangis, Roland Alfredson and Anders Mer inside the slipstream. But it's even more difficult now for anybody to overhaul Juranen and Milakangis, because how is Alfredson going to even manage this? It just depends, I guess, a little bit on what kind of driver sort of ambitions go into this now. Milakangis and Juranen would win the title with a race win, as we know, but they have got a team to think about here. How much are they going to think about the nation as a whole in the overall standings, and how much are they going to think about their individual ambitions here in this final race of the F4 competition?
And I think it's really important at this stage for them, particularly, to be aware of the situations around them, isn't it? Because particularly for the Finns right now, they're not really in a race for necessarily requiring these points. They come into this race 45 points ahead of anybody else. They're currently picking up another 43 and more than 20 points than anybody else. So this is going absolutely perfectly for them. It's not really worth getting themselves involved in the collision. And it's maybe just, if Alfredsson starts getting really aggressive, maybe even worth just not finding it too hard. Of course, the drivers have their own ambitions, but for the bigger picture, I think the Finns would like to just pick up as many points as they possibly can here. The same can't be said for any other country in this event. Sweden come into this race second and are picking up not as many points as they'd like, less than anybody at the moment in this race. So it's going to be a bit of a flip with the rest gaining on them, the likes of Denmark, Iceland, who are picking up 16, compared to the two countries in front of them, Sweden and Norway, who are just picking up a couple less. So it really is a tight battle for P2, and I think that the drivers coming into this will have known that, and there will be a couple of specific battles that they will be focusing on because they know the standing situation.
Just under 15 minutes gone here in the final F4 race of the day. The penultimate race of the Nordic Esport Championship in 2025. A 40-minute GT3 race to come here in the finale a little bit later on. That will decide the overall Nations Champions and indeed the driver and Nations standings for the GT3 competition on its own as well. But as it stands, Finland have been dominating here this afternoon. Even after that pass from Roland Alfredsson to get past it into the lead of that opening race of the day, where Finland scored the third most points of any team. They have now scored the most in every race since, and that has given them a very, very big lead in the nation standings, and this result would surely give them, and it would indeed give them, the overall nations title with still one race to go. They'll be leading by about 70 points as things stand. It'll be absolutely massive if they can just bring this one home here as 1 and 2. I don't think it is going to be that simple though. Urainen and Milikangis are running 1 and 2 pretty simply for now, but Alfredsson's surely going to have something to say about this in the next 25 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Alfredsson's move at the end of the opening race is the only thing that has stopped Finland picking up the most points in every single race they would have done had Urainen won that opening race of the day. So Alfredsson's been the only man to stop them in that way so far, and it's going to have to be him again, it seems, as he is still the one right up behind the top two. Anders Meyer just that little bit further back, a couple of tenths further off the back of Alfredsson than the Icelandic driver is off the back of the Finns. So he is still there, but just not as involved in the battle for the top three, but they have very much dropped Turkildsen at the moment. So it is the four of them that are rolling away. It almost feels like it might be Meyer who has dropped relatively soon. He still is sticking around, but we have seen a couple of drivers flake off the back. Roger Anderson was the first, then it was Turkildsen, and it could be Meyer next as Milikangis nearly goes into the back of his teammate. That's something that the Finns could avoid, getting into each other.
They still control this race out front, and they've reduced the front group to just 4 now. Alfredsson and Meyer the only ones able to hold on. Marcus Turkildsen has not been able to. He's got about second over Isak Arvidsson. Kasper Rischer Andersen is next, about second behind, then another second back to Jesper Eriksson, who's got a bit of pressure from Jotain, and then Gunnar Karl-Vinjesson, who rounds out the 10 drivers in this race. Bringing up the rear for Iceland as things stand. The home nation, who on every occasion so far this season, in this championship I should say, have been able to take the title, with Sweden last year hosting and also winning the title. Well, this time round, Iceland will do well to not finish at the very back end, unfortunately. They have struggled here after that opening race win. Speaking of which, Eriksson actually got past Kasper Rischer Andersen here. That gap was about a second at the start of the lap, and that's a passing towards the chicane for Jesper Eriksson. So another few points gained for Sweden. They're up to 14 from this race now.
Yeah, and he's moving forward. It's not good for Rischer Andersen to be starting to slip back that little bit, and for Denmark as well, who would just kind of pick up the points that they can, because Thompson will be starting in the GT3 finale from the back of the grid, and will have to work his way through at a track that we've seen already. It's very difficult to do so. So Denmark probably want the points now. Richard Anderson slipping back. It's not going to be helping with that whatsoever. Two battles, though, going on simultaneously here. Battle to see if Jarl Tyne can get through on Anderson as well, down in towards turn one. He's going to have the outside line. They're right behind Eriksson as well. There's just about no contact with the Swedish driver as they work their way through the opening turn. But the Norwegian driver of Tyne just onto the grass. Is he going to be able to hook it at the outside of turn number 2? No, is the short answer. But it's deep from Anderson. The up and under works for Tyne. He's gone over the front end of a car at turn 2 before today. It's not happened yet again, but still can't quite find a way through. And it just must be so frustrating for him. How many times has he got that close to an overtake and not just quite been able to complete it?
Yeah, it's been very good so far for the defending driver when you've been in front of Jarl Tyne. Unfortunately, he's struggled a little bit to make the passes when he's needed to so far this afternoon. So they now make their way through the left-hander before Oggies. Now they are onto the hairpin for that, on the brake, sorry, for that hairpin. Tyne with a better line through there, gets a bit closer. Is he close enough, though? It's a tighter line for that final corner, and is that the better line? Well, sort of. He's going to be close then. Richard Anderson's going to get the slipstream from Eriksson, which is not going to be the biggest help in the world, but Tyne might well go for it anyway here, and he is going to run out of time if he's not, if he's waited around too long. Here he goes to the inside then through Brundle, and then into Nelson. This is going to be a finishing margin. Oh, he's pushed off onto the curb and onto the grass as well. Great racing though, side by side between the two of them. Just about enough space given by Richard Anderson, who again gives Jarl Tyne absolutely the minimum amount of space required, and absolutely no more than that. Round the outside through Coram. Oh, we've not seen that so far today, and there's a reason for that. Jarl Tyne not able to get it done there either. That would have been very, very brave, and he wasn't able to quite there as we hit the halfway mark of this race. Good battle between these two, and good respect shown. Just about the right amount of space given, but not an inch more from Richard Anderson.
Yeah, the amount of metres more that you have to take driving around the outside of Cora meant that it was almost impossible for Jarl Tyne to make that one stick. He's tucked up behind though. He's pulling out. He's going to the inside line at turn number 2. Anderson doesn't brake late enough to defend the position, and Jarl Tyne is through. There's just a front nose alongside momentarily as they work their way in towards Palmer. I think Richard Anderson is still there. Indeed he is. Around the outside goes Jarl Tyne once again. Can he hold it this time? He's off the road. He's into the grass. He's lost the position once again. Outside into Akstursíþróttasamband's not going to help him either. And Jarl Tyne is trying everything in the book. Nothing seems like it's working for him for the time being. The up and under, oh, nearly works, but the slide from Richard Anderson closes off the line. They've lost a heap of time to Jesper Eriksson, but Jarl Tyne still's in P9.
They might not mind here. They might not mind. They're having a good battle out there on the circuit. Richard Anderson is only back to where he started this race in 8th position. He's let Jesper Eriksson pass him, and he's passed Jarl Tyne in the course of this race, and so that's how he found himself in this position. He might struggle to keep this 8th place though, as Jarl Tyne puts increasing pressure on him. He continues to lose the draft to Jesper Eriksson, which is what's been saving him a little bit through these first 20 minutes. Now Jarl Tyne goes to the inside, and this time it's more comfortably through. Inside line at Brundle was enough this time for Jarl Tyne, who is now through as a couple of side-by-side battles for 5th place now. Marcus Turkudsen and Isak Arvidsson side-by-side into Coram. A long way round for Turkudsen, and he's going to manage to hold on through here. A great bit of defending from the Great Dane down the inside. He's still got alongside, and Arvidsson now, with the exit onto the front straight, is surely going to seal 5th place. What a great battle between these two. No, Turkudsen defends. The outside line at Coram works for the first time this afternoon, but Arvidsson's not going to let that one go too easily here. Outside line at turn 1. An incredible move going to be responded with one of his own maybe. Outside line there is not going to work. In towards turn 2. Late on the brakes here. Ahead of the Dane for just a brief moment. He's going to get, closed out. And he's off into the grass. He's sideways all over the place. Turkudsen keeps 5th position.
Just about. Eriksson doesn't quite get through on Arvidsson either. Both the Swedes now involved in this as they look to try and make their way through. Arvidsson nearly through on Turkudsen, which would be great for the Swedes as they look to gain away from the likes of Denmark and Norway in this overall championship. But Arvidsson not quite able to get it done. Maybe with Eriksson with him in support, they can both get through somewhere. But Turkudsen, who has dropped off the back of that top 4, hasn't been able to keep pace and has just lost that little bit of pace. He's keeping himself ahead for the time being, and we have seen some incredible defensive driving over the course of the day so far. Turkudsen doing an incredible job to go around the outside of Coram. Just saying how difficult it is, how many more metres you have to run to get it all the way around the outside there, and he's done it absolutely perfectly.
What a fantastic bit of defending from Turkudsen so far, who continues in 5th position. How much longer though? Arvidsson again on the inside at Brundle. Outside at Nelson is going to get him nowhere, with Jesper Eriksson closing in behind. Johan and Richard Hansen are going to be involved in this pretty shortly if they keep going on like this. Side by side, very nearly in towards Corum again. Oh, Arvidsson looks to the inside almost there. Couldn't do it though, and well, some would say rightfully so. There was a diminishing gap down the inside there. He'll have a bigger run onto the front straight, but no chance this time. What a battle we're seeing here. This could be one of the more entertaining we see in the race. While we wait for the front four to get the race to a bit more for its conclusion before Alfredson tries to make moves. We'll watch this battle for 5th place, and it's just as, if not more entertaining than anything we've seen so far this afternoon.
Yeah, because the Finns want to be a little bit cautious towards the front of the field. These guys, they're just absolutely going for it. There's no consideration of, you know, will this race have any impact on where I'm starting on another race? Because there is no other race. You know, this is it for the F4s in the Nordic Esports Championship. They're leaving it all on the table, and there's still 60 minutes to go. I mean, this 25 minute or 24 minutes has flown by with the amount of battling that we've seen. We've only got a quarter of an hour left to run. Terkelsen defending well, with the Swedes desperate to get through. Really does show that there is a real desire from the Swedes to get as many points as they can. I guess the difficulty for the likes of Alfredson is, with the two Finns working together a little bit at the front of the field, they're escaping away, and that battle's becoming less and less likely towards the end of this race, and you can't really see the Finns fighting too hard between themselves, although it is for the driver's title, albeit. But for the Swedes particularly, there is a lot more to fight for, it seems, because they're looking to get P2 in the overall standings. Finland look like they've got it wrapped it up, they have wrapped it up, and mistakes wouldn't necessarily cost them too much.
Unless there is a crash between the two Finnish drivers, yeah, this is looking very good now for the overall nation standings. In terms of the GT3 nation, F4 nation standings, you won't be surprised to learn that Finland are a long way in front of the moment. If the race were to end right now, it'd be 40 points, I think, between Finland and Norway, who would be second, ahead of Iceland, who would get up to 3rd place. If Alfredson can maybe find himself a bit further up towards the front, then maybe that would change as well in the latter moments of this race, though he has just lost a bit of time to the leaders. 15 minutes still to go here at Snetterton. What a fantastic F4 race we've had here. We've had 3 races here in the 2025 edition of the Nordic Esports Championship. Again, the battle for 5th, providing its entertainment. Round the outside for Arvidsson through turn 1. You don't see very often. Eriksson tries to steam through the middle here. Terkelsen not going to let him very much to the inside there over 3 wide. Instead, he just defends, and that puts Eriksson only alongside his teammate. Again, Arvidsson has the door shut in his face, as he's had so many occasions this season. He'll have a look down the inside. Oh, my word, look at the line they're taking there in towards turn 3. Eriksson's going to get a much better run on both of them, but surely he's too far back in towards Agostini to really be steaming in, although he might still do. Arvidsson goes to the outside, in towards Agostini, going to be sent a little bit wide, and Terkelsen hangs on again.
I don't quite know how he's doing it at this point. Terkelsen is just defending at every single corner. I mean, he's overtaken at Corum. He's defending at turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. Don't know how they took that line. Defended into Agostini as well. Is there a corner now where he hasn't had to defend directly from Isaac Arvidsson, who has been climbing on his rear end at this point? Jarl Tyne is firmly in this battle now as well, just behind Jesper Eriksson, who we're looking at the point of view from, and Richard Anderson is in the battle as well, so it could very quickly become a 5-car train for P5, and as they all bunch up towards the end of the straight, it looks like an inside line thrown late for Arvidsson. Is it around the outside? There's contact. Off the road goes Arvidsson. Eriksson slips through. Tyne's going to come through as well.
Yeah, I didn't realise Jarl Tyne was so close, but he's brought Richard Anderson into the party as well here. The battle for 5th place growing in size already here, as Richard Anderson does get to the inside of Arvidsson now. Through Corum they go, absolutely side by side. Got to watch the brakes here. Oh, he's on the lock up there, and there's side-to-side contact. Arvidsson slides and nearly spins. Richard Anderson goes through on the outside line into 8th position. Meanwhile, for 5th, Jesper Eriksson, side-to-side contact here with Terkelsen. Oh, and they're bumping, banging wheels. Not happy with each other here on the way towards turn number 1. This is getting physical now between the two of them. Jarl Tyne comes steaming in. It's going to be 3 wide in towards turn 2. Have they all realised here? Are they going to run out of space? No, not quite. They're all going to make it through, are they? 3 wide. They need to give each other some room, and somehow they do. Terkelsen still in 5th place. Jarl Tyne with that 3 wide move couldn't quite make it work, and Eriksson still jammed in behind Terkelsen, but now there's a mistake. Maybe there's a chance. In towards Agostini again. He looks to the outside, inside, outside again. Nearly contact, and still Terkelsen keeps 5th place.
And all of a sudden, Vinjeson's looking like he might be coming into this as well, as they all hold each other up. But Terkelsen just about getting through at turn number 2. Incredible that they made it 3 wide without any kind of contact at all. Ericsson will surely have another go at the end of the Bentley straight in towards Brundle and Nelson. But Tyne as well will have a go. He's the third guy on the train, picking up that double toe. And if he can get a good exit here, he may have a bit of a run. He will. It's a poor exit from Ericsson. He's going to look to the inside line, surely. Yes, he will. The problem is he's ducked out of the slipstream. Won't be picking up that benefit. And you can see he's just slowing in his game compared to the Swedish driver. Inside line at the end of the straight, a little bit of wheel-to-wheel banging again. Can Tyne get through? He's braking very late indeed. They're off the road, 3 of them.
They're all off. They're all off in the barriers here. Yo, Tyne's going to be out the race. Ericsson's down at the back. Terkelsen is going to drop to the back as well. Vinjeson's going to gain loads of places. He's now 3 up from where he was. Yo, Tyne's out of this F4 race. After a big crash down at the chicane, they were banging wheels again. And Tyne and Ericsson hit each other. They come spearing across the circuit into Marcus Terkelsen, who was putting on one of the defensive drives of the day. Unfortunately, he's going to be down to the back now as well.
Massive crash. I think it'll be good to get an off-board view of that. It looked like Tyne just went deep, and he went so deep that at some point Ericsson was trying to turn in and just couldn't. Let's see it from this point of view. It's difficult to really see from there. Would be good to get an on-board of Ericsson, especially as he went into the side of the completely innocent Terkelsen there. We'll see it into this corner, just as they go under the bridge. There's room left. Pick the bones out of that one. The stewards certainly will. But 3 cars, you've got to feel for Marcus Terkelsen there, defending so well, and to get eliminated really from contention for a bit of contact that was in no way his fault. We'll see it here. Tyne just comes a little bit deep, but you could say, Tyne will say that he got turned into. Ericsson said he had nowhere to go, and Terkelsen will just, hold his hands up and say, well, what could I do in that situation? All good news though for Richard Anderson. He's up to P5. Arvidsson as well up to P6. Vinjeson's going to be the happiest though. None of his teammates were involved, and he's up 3 spots.
Yep, so Iceland now on to 21 points from this race, and suddenly they're going to be moving up in the overall nation standings. Might even move ahead of Denmark with Terkelsen back there, but going to be close. This is a viewer from what Terkelsen would have seen. Yeah, I think you're right. I think both drivers are going to probably point the finger there, and Terkelsen won't be able to point the finger anyway, really. He's still going. He's in 9th place, but that's a real shame for Terkelsen in the field because, as I said, he was putting on one of the defensive drives of the day, and unfortunately that has all come to nothing in the end through no fault of his own, really.
Yeah, it's gutting. It really is, and he's dropped down a long way off the back of the pack, and that's likely him out of contention of, any kind of racing towards the end of this one with less than 10 minutes to go. He may pick up a position or 2 if someone else falls victim. This is Richard Anderson's point of view. 1, 2, and a third. Off they go. I mean, it's Moses parting the Red Sea, really, isn't it, for Richard Anderson? It's glorious in terms of he's getting up through positions. Not ideal that his teammate has been one of the ones to, well, it's the most innocent of the victims involved in that. Denmark still picking up, I think, the same amount of points that they were going to be picking up because they've basically just inverted to the drivers. But it's still not overly positive for them because they're still going to be losing ground to the likes of Iceland now, the likes of Norway just about, but generally they're all losing out to Finland. It's just going to be a battle between themselves. Sweden, Norway, Denmark and Iceland, they come into this race split by only 18 points between them. That will close up again if things are to finish as they are.
Yeah. Well, it is going to be just the battles remaining on the circuit now, the very few that we've got. The 2 Finnish drivers and Richard Anderson versus Arvidsson as well, battling for 5th place. That may well continue on. That's even if Arvidsson's quick enough to catch up here to the Dane and have a go at this top 5 position. But I'm beginning to wonder what we're going to see from the 2 leaders now, Lasse Urainen and Timo Milakangis, who can both win this Drivers' Championship with a race win here. That's how close it is in the F4 Championship, and they have got a team game going on. Admittedly, Finland are a long way in front in the overall nation standings, both for this F4 nation standings and overall as well. They'll want to wrap both of those up because right now they are being wrapped up pretty comfortably in both cases here with still a race to go. However, Milakangis surely is going to want to win this Drivers' Championship, and so when does that start to play in a role of this one? Because they're the only 2 really in contention now, as Roland Alfredsson has lost time and indeed is no longer really in contention.
Yeah, Milakangis just going to wait towards the end of this race, just kind of almost what Alfredsson did to Urainen in the opening race, and do it to his teammate this time round. I think there's a move. Richard Anderson battling with Vigneson. This is for P6, by the way. I think Vigneson getting another position as Anderson looks to try and get it back around the outside. Inside line for the Icelandic driver. He's just about going to hold it, and it looks like it could be 2 more points coming Iceland's way, but Richard Anderson still with the inside line as they go in towards Palmer. We've seen so many side-by-side battles in this final race in the F4s, and they continue onwards in this one. Vigneson with a good one towards Agostini, but he's got the outside line. It's not the favourable one, but he does have a slight overlap. Inside line from Richard Anderson. Dives late on the brakes. Is he going to be able to get the exit? They're just going to be locked side-by-side again into Hamilton, Ewan.
Yeah, Kasper Richard Anderson had tech issues a couple of moments ago, and so he's lost a couple of places, but he's won one at the back again. Could have Carl Vigneson this time goes spinning off the road. And it's going to be back down to 7th. That's where he was before, admittedly, but even so, a bit of side-to-side contact and a spin across the grass there for Vigneson. We were just watching the highlights from race 1 and 2 just before this race. My goodness, there's going to be about the same amount of highlights from this one as well. Let's try and pick the bones out of this one in towards Hamilton. Well, again, it's going to be a very similar pointing fingers one to the one we saw at the chicane a few moments ago.
Yeah, I think it will. Vigneson maybe just turning in slightly too early on that one, a little bit clearer because it's earlier in the corner. But again, unfortunate, really. Lucky that he didn't really lose out on anything. He just didn't gain the place. He's not in the battle anymore, albeit that he's a long way ahead of Jesper Eriksson and Marcus Turkildsen, so should be safe in the final 6 minutes of this race. Arvidsson getting into the top 5, though, is going to benefit him. I mean, he's going to be gutted that he picked up that 10-point penalty in the opening, or the 2 5-point penalties, I should say, in the opening race of the event, because he would have been starting much higher up and has clearly shown some good pace for the Swedish team, and I think they could have been a little bit safer had he not have picked up that penalty. But with 6 minutes to go, he's going to be trying to defend from Richard Anderson. He's got a nice gap behind him. It's really going to come down to this battle for P3 now. Alfredsson was hoping to attack, having to defend.
Someone mentioning in YouTube chat are asking us that about that incident down towards the chicane, suggesting that Time went deep into the side of Jesper Eriksson. That's where the contact came from. I do get that from a point of view. On the one hand, of course, that is true, but if you're going to make a move down the inside or that turns to the outside of that chicane, you do have to brake quite late for that first part, and so that's why I think I'm not saying who's at fault one way or the other, just saying that I think they're both going to be pointing the finger there, and the stewards are going to have a big job to do to decide who was at fault for that one and penalise accordingly as well for Norway and Sweden as well, who are fighting for those positions in nation standings up and down our categories. This is Roland Alfredsson versus Anders Mehr, battle for 3rd place, not only in this race as well, but it should be for a place in this championship as well. They would actually be tied if they go around the other way, so I think Alfredsson would still be in front, but either way, Anders Mehr will want a 3rd place in this final race, and he's looking pretty threatening to go and get it.
Yeah, let's see if he can make a move maybe at turn 2. He's not going to do it at turn 1. As the clock ticks down towards that 4-minute mark, he's too far back to make it at turn 2 as well. Not going to happen this time round for Anders. But again, Norway could do with a couple extra points as it stands in the F4 nation standings. Iceland and Norway are tied for 2nd place. Iceland, of course, getting that win in the opening race should enable them to finish inside the top 2. So this battle likely going to decide, in fact will decide, who is going to finish 2nd place in the F4 standings for the nations, and it's going to help, I think, Norway with a little bit of confidence going into that final race in the GT3s. Again, Time not having a good race here. He's still in the pit lane after that contact, which saw his wheel pop off, and he's starting in P9 for the GT3s, and they've only got their other car in the GT3, Gödestad, starting in the top 6, which is not as high up as he would like to be either. So they could do with the points here, and Anders Mehr is going to be their driver that they're pinning their hopes on to do that. Alfredsson, though, has attacked well so far in this race. We've barely seen him defend once, and this is going to be a litmus test in the final 3 minutes.
Here is Urainen versus Milakangis. The battle for the Drivers' Championship in the F4 part of our Nordic Esport Championship in 2025. Finland are set to take the overall nations, and indeed the F4 Nations Cups here. But who is going to take the drivers, and how much are they going to fight for it as well? We're going to get a very good idea over the next couple of laps here as to how much Timo Milakangis wants to do this, because Lasse Urainen has led every single lap last time round in race 1. He led every single lap as well, apart from the last one, and that resulted in 2nd place at the end of that one how he would like those 7 points right now, because this will be a much more comfortable situation as Milakangis does get to the outside. The Finnish drivers doing battle here. They will be under explicit instructions surely to not make any contact with each other, and I'm sure they won't, but this is going to be tight and nervy stuff for anyone of a Finnish persuasion over the next few moments. Milakangis versus Urainen is going to be absolutely on here for the F4 Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, and if it does all go wrong between the two of them, there is a risk that it can lose them the championship. It would have to be a hefty crash to do so, but there is still that risk. It's not done just for them just yet. Milakangis going a little bit deep, just sliding to the inside, sliding back to the racing line again. Not going to make the move on his teammate Urainen just yet. That both of these drivers qualified well at the start of the day, first and second. The shame for Milakangis is that he did find himself jumping the start, and then of course found himself right at the back of the field. He won race 2 because he could start from the front, but as they've started together for race number 3, there's not really been much to separate them as we'd expect. The question is going to be, has Urainen done over his tyres a little bit more because of the fact he's been leading the race so long? It happened in race 1, it could be happening in race 3. The move in race 1 was around the outside at this corner. Can Milakangis rinse and repeat?
Rinse Brundo, oh, he's giving it a go. Was that just a sighter? Or was that an actual attempt there that is going to mean a bit of a struggle through the second part of this, or the second lap of this attempt, if you like, because the white flag's going to be showing at the end of this lap, and after this, one more lap to go, one more chance into that chicane as well, as Milakangis come through Kurum here, right in behind Lasse Urainen, and that is not as much of a good run as it was last time round, where he just pulled alongside over that home straight. White flag are we waving here. Is it all going to happen down in towards that chicane on the last lap, or is it going to happen earlier on towards turn 1? He has a bit of a look here. He wants to stay close to maybe have a peek at turn 2 before really thinking about that chicane at the end of the back straight. Here he goes, Milakangis. Looks to the inside and goes for it. He breaks late, side to side with his teammate. Oh, he makes contact. He makes contact. He slides. And Lasse Urainen on the outside keeps the lead.
Just about keeps the lead, but Milakangis is just close enough to make sure that he is still in contention going into that the end of the Bentley straight in towards Brundle and Nelson. And Castini, he's too far back, not a chance down here. He's got to get a little bit closer, maybe close a tenth and a half through this middle phase of the lap to try and get himself close enough as they get into the final sector. Little bit of a wiggle for Urainen as they make their way through Agostini. Hamilton is just this little kink left-hander, and it does look like that there is a bit of a gain for Milakangis. Goes a little bit wider, but seems like he's got more grip underneath him. A couple of corners more before the Bentley straight, and he's gaining with every single one of them. This is going to be a fantastic chance for Milakangis to take the win and possibly the driver's title as well.
The F4 Drivers' Championship is on the line between these two. Whoever wins this race between Lasse Urainen and Timo Milakangis is going to be the Drivers' Champion in the F4 Championship here. And towards the final chicane again, and Milakangis can't do it. Round the outside through the first part, doesn't give him the inside for the second, much like what Alfredson did in the first race of the F4 Championship. Milakangis couldn't repeat. In towards Corin. He's going to have to be brave and bold here on the outside to give him the inside of the final corner. Is it going to be settled here right at the very end? It doesn't look like it. Urainen dive for the apex here. Is his exit good enough? It looks like it might be. Milakangis is going to have a slightly better run, but surely the straight is not long enough here. Urainen is just about going to make it. He is going to be the F4 champion in the Nordic Esports Championship for 2025. Finland are going to take the Nations Cup in the F4 category, and they will take the overall Nations Championship with still one race to go as well, as Lasse Urainen takes his victory finally just ahead of Timo Milakangis in a fantastic finish between the two Finns.
Incredible to see the Milakangis going for the move at turn 2. It was a really bold move, and it looked like he had it done, but the wiggle on the exit of the corner meant that he wasn't able to keep it underneath of him. And in the end, Lasse Urainen is going to hold on for the win. He came second, agonisingly, in the opening race. Just about going to hold on. It looked like that he dove to the inside line in towards the final chicane, that it really was going to be a repeat of what we saw earlier on. But in the end, fantastic defence. Learnt from the mistake he made earlier on, and in the end has come away with the driver's title. He'll be delighted.
Fantastic drive from Lasse Urainen to win this title ahead of Timo Milakangis. It's a 1-2 for Finland, ahead of Roland Alfredson, who will finish third in the end in this championship as well, ahead of Anders Meyer, who will finish fourth. Then it all gets very close, but Isak Arvidsson should have done enough there with fifth position. We will see, but I think he should have just about done enough. Kasper Ruscher Andersen will finish sixth, just ahead of Carl... Gunnar Carl Vigneson, who had that spin through Hamilton with Russia Anderson earlier on, of course, finishing 7th place. Jesper Eriksson and Marcus Terkelson had to come into the pit lane, with Jarl Tyne having that crash 7 laps from the finish. What a fantastic finish it was as well. Lasse Johanen wins for the first time this afternoon, and the most important time as well. He takes the final race of the day and wins the F4 Drivers' Championship by just 11 points. Let's head back to Reykjavik now to get some reaction at the end of this F4 Championship.
There we have it, a grand finale to the F4 race. Lasse, you pulled it through, managed to stay on there, even though your teammate gave you a bit of a rough time. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
So a trip to Iceland, not too bad, I guess?
Not too bad.
How close was it to all going, well, in the sink there at the penultimate lap?
With the Teemu? Yeah. He get few attempts to overtake me, but I think I drove very well this race.
So if we go through the race a little bit, I mean, you had a very interesting day, but if we go through this final race, 40 minutes, a bit of an endurance. At the beginning, obviously, you have Roland second, but once Teemu came behind you, you could kind of see that the two of you were working together just to clear the field.
Yeah, I think Teemu already knew that I have quite a good rhythm on the lead, because it's not that easy to keep tires alive. So he just wanted to wait for the last few laps and then try to overtake me, but he couldn't do that, but yeah.
So did you think he would make a move there at the end, or?
End? Yeah. Maybe.
You were expecting it?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, congratulations, Team Finland, obviously doing a fantastic job here in the Nations Tournament. Let's say our Formula 4 champion this year. So short break now. We'll be back with the GT3 finals in, well, half an hour-ish. Welcome back. It's time for the final race of the Nordic Esports Championship. It's the GT3 final back at Solter, like we had for the first two GT3 races of the day. Now, before we move into the race that's coming up, let's take a quick look at the two races that have already gone through this morning.
With the safety car lights off, Sky Rene is going to be in control of the field here in a few moments' time. The green flag waves here at Zolder, and the 10 GT3s tear down in towards turn 1 for the very first time. It's wide from Rene, and immediately the Finns have been split up by Victor Wolfson here in the Denmark car. Oh, and there's contact! Contact for Antti Kauppinen, who's off into the barriers here. That's the desperate start that Finland absolutely didn't need here. Is it? Yes, it is, as they get single file into the chicane. It's disastrous for Finland, and up into the air goes Jökulsson. Joltain already 2 places upwards here. Through the chicane they go. That's a better run, though. This is a better chance than Ludvigsson just defend. Pretty late there from the Icelandic driver, but he's just about got to the inside. Now, if Tyne goes around the outside through here, he can have the inside the next spot. Doesn't decide to go for that. That's very good braking performance. That's a little bit wide from Ludvigsson. Is that the chance that Joltain was waiting for? One of the first mistakes that we've seen him make all day here, Ludvigsson. But again, he's going to be too far away, even into the final chicane here. Even that distance is too far back here for Joltain. My goodness me, this is pressure now for Ludvigsson. He needs to try and keep this position, and he's got the inside line towards turn 1, but Joltain's trying to steer it away from him here. He's looking left, he's looking right. Now he's going to go for it. Inside line of turn 1. He backs out of it just in case Ludvigsson turns across him. And in the end, Joltain can't get through. That was the most pressure put onto Ludvigsson we've seen all race so far, and still Joltain can't get through.
Can he line it up, though? The issue is he's got Lundqvist maybe looking for it down into turn 5 himself. Is that going to force a move from the Norwegian? No. Just getting into the mirrors. Lundqvist will pull back to the racing line. Time really is now running out, and if anything, all of a sudden, it feels like he's more under pressure from Lundqvist than he is from attacking Ludvigsson. Look at the defensive line he has to take. Oh, it's going to be an attacking line, and he's gone too deep.
It's disaster. Disaster for Joltain as he hits Ludvigsson into turn 8. And there's going to be penalties here and all sorts.
Who is just about ahead. This could help out. Oh, there's a bit of a spin. Oh, Lundqvist gets it all wrong. He's gone around. He's going to have to get that righted quickly. Otherwise, he's going to be around and losing a position to Ludvigsson as well.
Here comes Sky Rene, though, out of the final corner. It's a Finnish victory again here at Zolder. The second race tire is actually still slowing down here. I'm not sure why at the moment. Who's he letting through here as they run up towards the line? He's let Lundqvist through, and he's let Kauppinen through as well, has he? Does he want pole maybe for race 2? I'm not sure. But he lets the others through and finishes down in 10th. It is, oh, well, 9th, it seems. I don't know. That result says 9th. Anyway, we'll see. Sky Rene wins the race by 2 seconds ahead of Victor Wolfson, as we saw. And it's 3 different nations, in fact, 4 different nations in the top 4, excuse me, again. Zadimir Isaksson and Jørgen Goddestad round out the first 4. Then it is Patrick Thompson, who had damage for a lot of that race, but still finished in the top 5. Håkan Jökulsson finished in 6th place ahead of Singer Ludvigsson. It's Adam Lundqvist who got past Joltain at the end there, as I thought did Antti Kauppinen. But, and indeed, yes, he did. So Joltain is confirmed in last place. Our result sheet slightly erroneous there. Tyne will finish in 10th, but therefore will be on pole for the second race. So let's have a look and see who's going to be where in this GT3 second race. The green flag waves, and he's already touching bumpers with Antti Kauppinen on the outside line in towards turn 1. It's Lundqvist just alongside Kauppinen here in towards the first corner.
Oh, and getting a little bit dangerous down in towards the back of the field as well, with Wolfson and Goddestad going into the corner. Maybe a little bit of contact as Wolfson comes back over as Kauppinen takes the lead of the race.
And this is how Joltain, oh, it's a big bit over the curves there. There's the airtime, by the way. Goodness gracious. Joltain getting it wrong, and this is uncharacteristic from him in the GT3 cars.
What now? This is what happened to Goddestad going into the back of Wolfson, and you can just see that front end coming off. It shouldn't be too much damage, I don't.
And this could be close as Goddestad also tries to get past Wolfson here in towards the chicane. It's still side by side, and Rena's going to have to back out. Oh, and big hit on the curb. Oh, and nearly a spin as well from Wolfson. But Goddestad is going to have a chance now on the way towards the chicane. It is close. Only just given enough room there by Jökulsson, who breaks very late, actually, and so could be in trouble here. Here comes Wolfson in the rather damaged Mercedes just in behind. looking for his way through on the inside line, and he might get both of them here. Inside of turn 7, oh my word, this is close. And somehow they get out the other side without problems. As Isaacson now looks at Ludvigsson, who's been distracted. The Swede got into the mirrors, and there he goes, wide.
6th, 8th, 9th and 10th. We'll see it again here. Ludvigsson minding his own business into the corner, gets a real shove from behind. Oskar Irina can just walk through and say, thanks, gentlemen. Put himself into the top 5. Big gap back now to anybody behind him.
It's a slow evolution of putting your opponent off their line and eventually striking when the time's right. Side-to-side contact again there, as Ludvigsson's on a very tight line there. He misses the corner slightly. Thompson goes wide, and here comes Jakobsen into 9th position. Ate Karppinen wins for Finland as they take 3 in a row as a nation in the Nordic Esports Championship 2025. It's Ate Karppinen who wins, though, ahead of Adam Lundqvist in a dominant display in the end. Jarl held on from Adam Isaacson and Oskar Rune to finish inside the top 3 as well. And 3 nations in the top 3 again. Victor Olsson finishes 6th ahead of Jovega Godestad with the 2 Icelandic drivers next, Singer Ludvigsson and Hakan Jakobsen. And then finally, Patrick Thompson rounding out the field for Denmark. Let's head back to Reykjavik now and get some reaction from the stage.
Welcome back. The practice warm-up is concluding here at the GT Academy in Reykjavik, Iceland. It's the Nordic Esports Championship. We're here in the driver's room, as I was saying, and the final round happening here right now. We're going to be live in a minute with the final race of the Nordic Esports Championship. It's a GT3 final 40-minute race here at Solter, of course, driving the Mercedes AMG GT3 car. Now, it's a Finnish front row. We have Oskari starting P1 and Ate Karppinen P2. Now, Ate Karppinen and Adam Isaksson are tied on points in 2nd place in the GT3 standings, but well, with the win in round 2, Ate gets the pole here for the final round. Quick math. It's enough for Oskari to finish 2nd here to clinch the GT3 title. The Finnish team looking very, very strong to get the national title. Pretty much untouchable right now, but it's a very, very interesting race nonetheless on who will clinch the GT3 title here. We saw the Finns grab it in Formula 4. Can they do it again here now? Or, well, will there be an upset? We'll see that in a minute.
We certainly will. Welcome back to Zolder for the final race of the day. It is GT3 racing for 40 minutes. Few minutes left of practice before these drivers get underway in the final race of the day. As Christian was just saying there, Oskar Rune and Ate Karppinen will make up an all-Finnish front row. In fact, we've advanced the session now, so we'll be heading forward into the race very, very shortly. And we'll talk through the grid as it comes up properly on our screens. But it's looking good for Finland. They are untouchable in the overall nation standings as things stand. They're 13 points ahead in the GT3 nation standings. They've got 1 and 2 in the driver's standings as well, with Oskar Rune only needing to finish in the top 2. He's going to do that from pole as well, with his teammate alongside. Adam Isaksson and Adam Lundqvist are going to be on the same side of the row there. The 2 Swedes on the other side, Victor Olsson and Jovega Godestad, 4th and 6th. It's an all Icelandic front 4 rows, sorry. Sigurður Ludvigsson and Hakan Jakobsen will be on that 4th row ahead of Jarl, who will look to pick himself up after that F4 race to recover it in the GT3s, ahead of Patrick Thompson, who is down at the back. He's actually only on 3 points because of the penalties that came for him earlier. Speaking of penalties, 3 points penalty has gone to Kasper Ruscher Andersen in the Danish team. 3 points to Jesper Eriksson as well for all of the antics in the previous race. That's 3 points off of Denmark and Sweden. And so what it means, Dara, is that we've got Finland, who are certainly going to take the nations overall, but we've got a very close fight for 2nd place in the nations overall. And same for the minor places in all 3 of our standings that are still on the line here in the final race of the day.
Yeah, it's incredible, really, that Finland have been able to amass a 77-point advantage at the moment over anybody else over the course of the opening 5 races of the day. They're on 161 points. Sweden have 84, being 77 points back. They've nearly got half of the points that Finland have been able to pick up. But then from Sweden all the way down to Denmark, who currently occupy 5th, it is only that 17-point margin for all 4 nations. So all 4 are very much in this to pick up a 2nd place in the end of this championship. And there's, I think, Sweden definitely in with the chance of getting to the win in the Nations Championship in the GT3s as well. I think there'd need something to go wrong for the Finns in the early stages of this race, but you can never really be too sure about how it's going to turn out here at Zolder. We've seen that in the 2 runs. We saw it in the highlights that we've just had a look at as well. This could turn on its head very quickly indeed. And for the likes of Kauppinen and Isaksson, tied on points coming into this race. Kauppinen will start on P2, or in P2, because of the countback victory that he holds. But whoever finishes ahead out of those 2 will be ahead in the championship. They could be fighting over 2nd place. And I think Isaksson will be looking to try and keep Finland from getting 1-2 in both driver standings and winning all 3 nation standings right now. That will be the goal. And we'll see if he can do that off the race start.
We will keep you across all of the different changes that are going to happen over the course of this race in terms of those minor places. But in the meantime, we'll focus, of course, on who is going to win this race, the final of the day. It is Oskari Rinne in the control position after winning race 1 and finishing 5th in race 2. He only needs a top 2 to finish ahead of Ate Kauppinen and Adam Isaksson, who are tied on points at the moment for 2nd. Isaksson will be starting from 3rd though, and if he gets off to a good start, then this race could all of a sudden look very different to what it looks like on the grid right now as they make their way into the final corner. Now, it is going to be the safety car pulling into pit lane and a all-finished front row. Can they take full domination of the Nordic Esport Championship in 2025 by sweeping the standings? Oskari Rinne brings us to the green flag, and we're racing one final time in the Nordic Esport Championship in 2025, and the teammates go side to side battling in towards turn 1. Rinne on the inside will take Kauppinen in towards turn 1. Oh, can he close the door here? Not quite. Kauppinen's still on the inside. It's very close. Very, very close indeed, but Rinne around the outside will get through just about here. Kauppinen knows this is going to be a struggle as they continue on with the race to make overtakes, and so he had to make the move early. He's not been able to, and neither had Adam Isaksson here in the 3rd place. He's just sat watching him behind from 3rd.
Yeah, and Wolfson as well looking to get involved side by side in the background with Jokkelsen and Tyen as they work their way in towards turn number 5. The Norwegian driver gets to the inside, gets into P8. That's what he needed to do. He needs to get a couple of more of those spots to get his way up the order. But important stuff for Oskari Rinne to nail, and he's done exactly that. Kauppinen not exactly getting the move done, but he's also not been taken out off the start, which is what happened in the opening race in the GT3, so he'll be pleased about that. But as they run their way through the complex at turn number 7, the Finns are out in front, but they've wrapped up the title. Realistically, it'll be about the drivers for them. Isaksson looking to hold on to his P3. This could be crucial for Sweden.
Through the hairpin they go. It is all single file. Rinne, Kauppinen, Isaksson, Wolfson, Lundqvist, Goddestad, Ludvigsson, Tyen, Jokkelsen and Thompson. All in the top 10 here, in our 10 drivers here in the final race of the day. Out of the final corner, and that's the first objective for Oskari Rinne. A first tick in the box for him, because we've seen how difficult it is to overtake here, and so the fact he's held the lead is such a good start for him. And Finland, of course, as well, who are looking to take the team's championship for the GT3s as well as overall, and in F4 as well. It's the dream start, really, as Thompson and Jokkelsen provide our first side-by-side battling on lap 2. That's Jokkelsen overtaken by Patrick Thompson quite nicely around the outside.
Yeah, good move in the end from the Dane. He's looking to try and pick himself up. Obviously, top 5 in race 1. Oh, was wide off the road. He goes along with Jarl Tyen. I think that was. Jokkelsen may come back through here, and he will indeed in towards turn number 5. Will Thompson try and fight it down the inside? He will. Can't really afford to let this move go. He's made it once. He then made the mistake. Massive airtime. Huge airtime from Jokkelsen. In the air, lights flashing, but he went airborne, fully airborne, and he's right at the back of the field now.
Oh, my goodness. Håkan Jokkelsen there. Might have even got all 4 wheels off the ground. He absolutely ramped into the air there. as he loses ninth place to Patrick Thompson. We'll have a couple of replays of that later, as that's wide for Kauppinen here. What's happened to Antti Kauppinen? He runs wide through the hairpin, and is that a slowdown? He's serving all in one go? I've got no idea, but he pulls off to the side of the road, and he drops to 6th place very suddenly here. Does he have a problem that he needs to pit in for here? No, he doesn't. He pulls over into the hairpin. For what reason? I mean, slowdown's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, there's no real explanation for that whatsoever. We didn't really see the run through turn 7. May have picked up something there, but really weird to see Kauppinen drop all the way back. Of course, he wouldn't have done it voluntarily. He's got no reason to. So he's dropping down to P6. This could ruin his chances of maybe even a top 3 in the championship for the time being at least, but got time, more than enough time to try and work his way back through difficult years. We haven't seen too many moves being curated properly at this circuit. A lot of them have been because of what we're just seeing. Drivers going wide, drivers making little mistakes, and we've seen a fair few of that in the opening few laps here in the final race at Zolder. Götterstad though in the top 5. It's good for all of the other nations as Wolfson gets to 2nd for Denmark. That's critical because they need to get as many points over Sweden as they can. Isaksson going backwards. Lundqvist now down the inside at 7.
Wow, Isaksson makes a mistake through the Klein chicane there and drops to 4th. All of a sudden, Oskari Rinne looking very comfortable in the lead of the Drivers' Championship. And indeed, for Finland, as we know, this is what happened to Jakilsson, by the way. Oh, my word. He did get all 4 wheels off the ground. Well done. I'd like to see that from the onboard, by the way, just to see if we can see how much sky we're going to get from that onboard. And he flashes the lights at Thompson there. I don't really know what Patrick Thompson did wrong. Have a look at this. Goodness me. It sounds brutal. The fact that they don't get any damage from doing that is amazing, but the flash of the lights there does confuse me. I think that's just the kind of racing that you get at that chicane, really, and there's not a lot that Patrick Thompson could have done about that, really.
Patrick Thompson was on the inside, and I think Jokilsson will argue that he was on the outside line, deserved a little bit of room, but we know this at turn 5 down at Zolder. The driver on the inside is almost certainly going to take as much of a racing line as they can. You can't go too wide through that corner properly, especially with that sausage curb that you have to mount on the inside and, you know, take flight from. So I don't really know what Jokilsson was particularly expecting. Yes, you can argue that he was pushed off the road, but he was always going to be pushed off the road. It was never going to go any other way, and that's why he finds himself down in P10. More drivers bouncing away, but that's Kauppinen trying to shorten off the corner and just take flight a little bit. What's happened to Wolfson though? He's having some technical difficulties. I'm not too sure. He's disappeared from the circuit momentarily.
Yeah, it's technical problems, it looks like, for Victor Wolfson here. And that drops Denmark down to the back end of the field. And that's a real shame for them. They might finish bottom of our nations group here today. Should be a real shame for Denmark in this championship, the Nordic Esport Championship in 2025. Out through the final quarter now. And it looks like he's dropped to 7th. We'll try and get any word through as to what kind of problem it was, if we can at all. I don't suspect we'll be able to see much on a replay, but it looks like he has had some sort of technical problem, unfortunately, there for Victor Wolfson. So it is Oskari Rinne who leads in rather foggy conditions, I've got to say, at Zolder. Behind him, Adam Lundqvist, followed by Adam Isaksson, running 2nd and 3rd for Sweden. That'll be a good point score for them as they look to consolidate 2nd in the standings. Then Norway 4th and 6th. They'll probably finish 3rd, and then Iceland 4th. So looks like overall we're going to see the nations stay exactly where they are, because they're pretty much running to form so far in this race, with Lundqvist controlling this 2nd position at the moment as we approach 1/4 distance in this race.
Yeah, it would be no change at all, and good news for Finland. Sorry, not for Finland. Well, it's obviously good news for Finland, they've won, but for Sweden, who are looking to be vice champions of this event, to have Lundqvist and Isaksson almost keeping out of trouble at the moment is a real positive. Problems for Thompson continue. He will be fighting with Ludvigsson as Kauppinen fights with Götterstad. Inside line at turn number 7, Kauppinen back to the top 4, and now it's the Swedes and the Finns who occupy the top 4, then the Norwegians in the middle of the pack, and then the Danes and the Icelandic duo who make up the final 4 spots. So it's going to be an interesting way to get themselves to a conclusion in about 33 minutes time for the Nordic Esports Championship, but it does seem that the teams that have been performing well so far are performing well yet again here, and those that have struggled a little bit are struggling once again. It's a shame though for Wolfson, if technical difficulties have been a bit of a gremlin for him, no fault of his own, to see him slipping back in the order from what was such a promising position.
Oh no! Ludvigsson Again, he's been spun around by somebody else. That's in all 3 races today. He's had contact with somebody else and he's been the victim. A real shame for the man on home soil. Sigurd Ludvigsson there, spinning through the final corner, dropping to the back end of the field. We'll get a replay as to see who that was who actually made contact with him. It might have been Patrick Thompson, I don't know. I don't want to point fingers before I've seen confirmation, but what an unlucky day it's been for Iceland and Ludvigsson in particular. Thompson down the inside, a tiny bit of contact that sends him around.
Yeah, and a tiny bit more than enough in that kind of scenario, so really disappointing, isn't it, in the end for that to happen. And yeah, you've just got to feel for Ludvigsson. He's just been a bit of a battering ram over the course of this race. It's not his fault, but it means that Iceland are not performing to where they would like to be. Victor Wolfson, though, it's gutting for him. He's into the pit lane now. The technical gremlins really are starting to pinch at him, and it looks like Denmark are now going to have a word. Whereas Thompson now dropping back to P9 as well. Yeah, and the Danes, who come into this race last in the championship, look like they're going to be finishing last if they can only score what is, at the moment, 3 points.
Very, very disappointing, unfortunately, for Denmark. That's what happened to Wilson there. He just pulled off to the side of the road, and he's been having technical problems throughout this race, and so I think has decided to call it a day there for his campaign in 2025. Patrick Thompson also dropped behind Ludvigsson, actually, there. Maybe he just waited for him. I don't know, but this is what happened. Bobbled himself over the curve through the Klein chicane, and that's how Patrick Thompson ends up in 9th place. So yeah, Denmark now getting the lowest point score that's possible in one of these races.
Yeah, it's not positive at all for them, and it looks like they're going to drop to, well, I would say drop to last in the nation standings for the GT3s, but it also looks like Iceland may be struggling just a touch as well. It's not the same really for the 2 Swedes, but they are coming under increasing pressure from Atte Kaupinen, who gains that little bit more lap after lap on the 2 of them. Isaksson will be the first driver that has to deal with the pressure that Kaupinen is placing onto him. As it stands him in the driver standings, Isaksson would finish in 2nd, Lundqvist would be 3rd, and Kaupinen will be 1 point behind Lundqvist in 4th. So those 3 are very, very tight indeed, and this battle is going to decide who will finish in those championship podium spots. Regardless, though, to have 2 Swedes in the top 3 shows that they are performing well here and performing well in the nation standings. It is very close indeed between the 2 of them at the moment, and there's only a few points between them for the overall standing. So we'll have to keep watching that space to see if anything happens again to the Finns. If that does negate their chances of possibly winning all 5 championships in this Nordic Esports Championship event.
Well, it is looking good for Finland. It is Atte Kaupinen we're currently riding on board with, looking to make it even better for that nation. If they can get 1 and 2 here, by the way, they would finish on, or 1 and 3. They would finish with over 200 points, be nearly double what anyone else has been able to manage this time around in the Nordic Esports Championship, and that would be a fantastic result for Finland. We did outline them, to be fair, I don't want to brag, but before the broadcast we were having a chat here and thinking about who is going to take the nation's overall title. We did have Finland alongside them. I must admit, I did have Sweden finishing a lot closer to them, though, and you'll have to admit that you kind of agreed. We thought they were going to be quite close. I'll get back to that, because Atte Kaupinen has indeed just passed Adam Isaksson here, and that's a very good overtake from Kaupinen. We've not seen anybody vault over the curves like that with such success, and he's managed it this time. Atte Kaupinen moves up into 3rd position.
And incredibly, with that one move, it moves Atte Kaupinen into the live 2nd place in the driver's standings, and Isaksson from 2nd to 4th, with Lundqvist just, living his best life in the middle right now. So, yeah, you're absolutely right in saying that these guys are going to be close. And I think you're right, and I can't deny, I did also think that Sweden were going to be closer. I think the 3 we did mention were Finland, Sweden, and possibly Norway as well getting in there. And it hasn't quite been Norway's day, but they're not a million miles away from that. They are still 3rd, so we kind of got that right in a way, didn't we, Ewan? So we can claim that as a small victory for us. But it's a big victory at the moment for Finland, who are just sweeping the board right now. Atte Kaupinen being P2 in the championship, I mean that they would get the top 2 spots in the F4 drivers, the top 2 spots in the GT3 drivers. They'd win the nations in the F4, they'd win the nations in the GT3, and obviously win the overall nations as well. It has been a dominant display from the Finns, who've likely had to travel the furthest to get to Reykjavik, haven't they?
I guess so, geographically. It's probably quite a long flight, isn't it? I don't know. I've never done it, obviously. But Tara's Googling it. as I can see. So we'll get some word on that. Adam Lundqvist is going to be the one. Lundqvist, sorry, is going to be the one under pressure. But Ate Kaupanen's vault over the curves this time doesn't go quite so well. And this is very interesting to watch develop now. In the first two races, we saw any time anybody touched those curbs there at the Klein Carousel really get themselves into a big amount of trouble and, you know, almost spin out and do all sorts. This time around, we're seeing Ate Kaupanen vault over the curbs in the correct way. You can really see a bit of a margin and a bit of a gain by doing that if you do it in the right way. That's how he was able to pass Adam Isaksson, and maybe he can use it to pass Adam Lundqvist as well.
It works once, it's likely to work again. And I think that's the mentality that he is employing. And yeah, after what is a 3-hour, 40-minute flight for Ate Kaupanen, at least from Helsinki over to Reykjavik, which is quite hefty. Yeah, they've not made up for it in flight time in terms of the cars being all fours off the road. The Icelandic duo have felt left out, I think, and that's why we've seen them jump over the curves a little bit more than the rest. But Kaupanen is looking to try and streamline that tactic of using the curbs to his advantage. Turn 5 is another spot where he might try it again. 2 and 3 as we follow with the chase drone, if we can call it that, through 2 and 3. Looking like he's just trying to keep those lines as tight as he possibly can, but at the same time applying enough pressure to keep Lundqvist guessing and looking in the wing mirrors and in the rear view mirror as they work their way out of turn 4. And you can see that Adam Lundqvist feeling the pressure, going slightly wide at turn 4. He's not going to make the pressure into turn 5. What about the exit though? That's the thing to focus on.
Yeah, and there you go again. He's using that curve smartly now. And this is a new style of racing we're seeing almost here in the GT3s. And an opportunity at overtaking as well here for Ate Kaupanen. He's on the inside line. He's got to close the door here, but he won't quite do it. Side by side through the chicane. What an extraordinary battle as Adam needed to get through. He might well get both of them here. Oh my goodness, through turn 7. He might well take them both. He's still on the inside. He can't quite do it there. Isaksson's going to put the pressure on into turn 8. And they're both going to break early now. Here comes Lundqvist on the outside of his teammate. Kaupanen gets second. The teammates are left to be battling side by side. Jørgen Goddestad is closing in as well for Norway. This is looking good for him as the two teammates go side by side in front of him. Isaksson has to back off into the chicane for the final time. But with 15 minutes gone, Finland are back to 1 and 2 again. Ate Kaupanen with an extraordinary move and an extraordinary bit of racing there between himself and Adam Lundqvist in third place.
Yeah, great to see them all fighting beautifully as well. There was no real contact between any of them down into turn 7, which is a difficult place to go racing. So fantastic to see. Isaksson also for a second thought that he had a chance of getting up into P2, and he looked like he had the run and the line as they worked their way towards turn number 8. It just didn't materialise that way, and all of a sudden Lundqvist was coming back at him, and around the outside got that move done as well. Gerdestad, his eyes have widened, that's for sure, because he's now back in the fight for Jaltain, who's had a difficult time in the last couple of hours. In the last couple of races in both the F4 and the GT3s, now has a chance to get himself a little bit higher up, but for the time being at least, we're in a Noah's Ark formation in terms of the teams and the nations. Top 2 finished, next 2 Swedish, and then we see the Norwegians, the Icelandic pair, and the Danish duo as well, all together. I mean, they could all be working together, but who's going to be doing that the best in the closing stages of this event?
Let's see, with 24 minutes to go, who can get ahead of the rest. We are in Noah's Ark formation. Oh, we were so briefly before I said those words, because these two down the bottom of your screen are battling as well. Patrick Thompson just got past Ludvigsson there, and so the Noah's Ark formation is now broken, but they were in formation of how they're going to finish in the overall nations as well. And they might well be again here, because Thompson is letting Ludvigsson back through again. I think he feels that move was maybe against the rules, the way he made that move there, and so has to fall back in behind all over again. But Noah's Ark formation, exactly how the overall nations have been so far. It's kind of a nice way to end things really here this afternoon, and this is the final race, to remind you. It's a nice way to end things really, because it is exactly how the nations are finishing, and exactly where they sort of deserve to finish as well, as shown by this final race. They're all in the standings sort of where they should be.
Yeah, it's ironic that it's kind of turned out that way, isn't it? That after all of the racing that we've seen, as Kaplan goes wide through turn 4, by the way, they are kind of running in nation order, that they're on track to finish in. in the overall standings at this point. So good to see that there's a little bit of synergy there, but not necessarily good if you want to, if you are partial to a nation looking to move up the order, namely the likes of Norway and Iceland who come into this race. I mean, Iceland were 4th, only 8 points behind Sweden coming into this. But Sweden really have shown some great pace, and they're looking to try and secure that. Patrick Thompson on the bottom there, huge launch from him over the curb. I mean, he looks like he's actually an early flight home from that point of view.
He certainly was there. And they all managed to retain their positions though in both the top and the bottom parts of your screen. Sky Rini out front is cruising with this race at the moment, and that would give him the drivers' standings title by 15 points if he's able to take it from here. It would give Finland the GT3 teams by 29 points from Sweden. And again, in the GT3 teams, they would all be ordered to where they are currently in the field as well. Have a look at that. Patrick Thompson this time to get all 4 wheels off of the ground. Goodness me.
Yeah, really did get airborne there, didn't he? He's just trying to put the pressure back on Ludvigsson, who he did overtake, but gave the place back to, so it's going to have to be a rinse and repeat for the Dane. And he's relatively close to the back of Ludvigsson, so you wouldn't be too surprised if we see him move relatively soon, but it's just not what Thompson would have wanted. It was a decent opening race for him as well, where he was inside the top 5, but took a big penalty of 5 points, finished 5th, ended up only picking up 5 points, and then took a big penalty for race number 2, to the point where, even though he'd had a top 5 to go with his second race result, he only had 3 points to his name. So it's not been the best of days for Patrick Thompson. Like to finish down at the bottom of the drivers' standings, but he is trying everything he can to get through on Skagaya Ludvigsson. And he is clearly a little bit faster because he's making these mistakes, but he's gaining the time back up again. If he could eradicate these mistakes, he may have a better chance of getting the move done.
Yeah, let's see. As they make their way down in towards the braking zone again. If the 2 Swedes were able to change their places here, then it wouldn't even change their current positions in the standings, I've got to say. It may change things though if Javier Godese gets close, although it's not looking likely for the moment either. There's some pretty big gaps even in the midfield between some of these drivers at the moment. So not much likely to change in the drivers' standings. Plenty of racing to have between now and the finish. Here comes Thompson. Signe Ludvigsson is just up in front of him through the final chicane, and again, going to have to try and work his way past. If he was watching the race, then he could, I suppose, take notes from Atte Karppinen earlier on, who was able to use that climb chicane as a bit of a ramp almost to try and get past the 2 Swedes in front of him, and that was successful in the end, showing, contrary to what Sky Rini said before the first race, that it is possible to overtake round here. But Thompson's not watching this race right now, and he looks a bit devoid of ideas as to how he's going to get past Ludvigsson as this race goes on for the moment.
Yeah, and there's only so much time, isn't there, now for these moves to occur. Less than 20 minutes to go, so less than one of the opening 2 rounds. Thompson again. I think he's trying a similar sort of line to Atte Karppinen. It's just not working out in the same way for him right now. But there is a chance that he could get through into turn 7. It's not materialised, as he doesn't want to send it from that far back. And even though those liveries look very similar, the Icelandic livery does look a little bit like a Williams Esports livery. There is that Danish flag on the top of the car, just to differentiate very clearly between the 2 nations. They are a long way back, though, from Hakon Jokelsson, though. You've got to feel for him a little bit, because he's been a little bit lonely in this race.
He is a bit. In 7th position, 6 points to his name. If things were to end as they are, that would get him 7th overall. Which kind of feels fair, considering where this race has gone. 7th in this race and 7th at the end of the standings as well. Here comes Thompson, though. Just on the back of Ludvigsson here. Thompson looking to try and actually get some points here. He's, because of the penalties in the last second race, not scored many in this category, so he's going to be finishing this championship rooted to the bottom of the drivers' standings in GT3, but he could at least make an overtake late on here and give himself something to shout about as they now come into the fast right-hander of turn 4. That's a bit wide. It is indeed off into the gravel. It's always the difficult thing when you're at the trailing car there. First of all, you get a bit of tunnel vision if the driver goes off in front of you, but also you kind of want to go a bit faster to get a run, especially down that straight as well. But You're only able to do that by going off the circuit, and that only ends badly. A good run out the chicane there from Thompson, not quite close enough this time, but that was a bit more like it. That line through the Klein chicane might give him the opportunity he's looking for.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to be able to benefit from it as they run their way towards turn number 8. It doesn't really look like he's going to have enough of a close run to make any kind of inside line send. He gets closer and closer in the braking zone. It's just not close enough to stick a nose down the inside. Maybe a move on going towards turn number 10 here as well, but Patrick Thompson still stuck where he has been. He can set it up through this final chicane. Doesn't really try and put Ludvigsen off too much, so he will get a similar run out of the final corner. He gets very close to the rear end of the Icelandic Mercedes AMG, but as they cross the line once again with 17 and a bit minutes left on the clock, Thompson, is he going to go for it? Looks for it to the inside line, does make a little bit of a move, gets in the wing mirrors at least, and make sure that Ludvigsen knows that he is there. Trouble is, he's not really done anything to give him a chance at making the move just yet. Turn 5 will be his next overtaking possibility.
17 minutes for him to still make this, though. He does have time on his side. So this is one of the closer battles on the circuit at the moment. Lundqvist versus Isaacson is still going on, but they are compatriots after all. Into the chicane, a bit wide from the Icelandic driver this time, and there's going to be a chance. Oh, Ludvigsen there with a big aggressive defence on the inside to way towards turn 7. He might have to give up the place, we'll see, as Thompson goes to the outside, gives him the inside the second part. Oh, and they make contact. Well, that's going to be talked about. Ludvigsen there with aggressive defending of this 8th place.
And he defends, but what will be said about it, we'll have to wait and see. Ludvigsen just made sure he got to the inside line, but even so, when they got to the second part of the chicane, when Thompson inherited that inside line, it seemed like Ludvigsen took a racing line through there, didn't leave too much room in terms of the tarmac for Patrick Thompson. Lucky that there's a lot of curb on the inside there, that he didn't run it through the gravel. But in the end, Thompson, once again, going to have to try yet again to make this move stick somewhere. It's going to be frustrating for him to be stuck here. I mean, he's not going to be able to get through on anybody else on pure pace. Jokkelsen, Tyne, they're too far in front to catch with only 15 minutes to go. This is his race right now, and I think he'd just like to have a nice quiet 15 minutes rather than staring at the back of that Ludvigsen entry once again. Outside at turn 2, you never see a move made there, and this time it's not going to be the first we see it today.
Turn 4 might be a chance here. You don't have to see moves through there, but Thompson might have a go. Oh, he has a look, but no. He just wants to get in the head of Ludvigsen, but as we've seen so far, he's very good at keeping a level head here, keeping his eyes forward, Ludvigsen, and maybe Patrick Thompson is going to struggle here in towards the chicane, and Ludvigsen is able to stay in front over the curbs, and Thompson can't find his way past. Good racing between the two of them. I suspect that some people watching this, though, might have thought when seeing that Ludvigsen might have just gone slightly over the line there as far as aggressive defending goes. I mean, it's certainly right up to the line in terms of aggression. And I'd say some people might not have liked it, but I think in the end the stewards will deem that to be all okay.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. It shouldn't make too much difference in terms of an overall standings, although, well, it wouldn't actually, as things would stand if you got some kind of 3-point penalty, 5-point penalty. I think it would still keep Iceland in 4th and Denmark in 5th overall, so it wouldn't change around too much. But Thompson may still yet get this move done. That will be a deciding factor in whether or not anything is done about that by the stewards. Let's see if Ludvigsen can defend yet again. Thompson pulls out just a touch in towards turn number 1, but he can't make a move as they emerge behind the dune. And there isn't really anything that he can do. I call it the dune, really just a bit of dirt, really. We're not too close to the sea here at Zolder. Thompson looking to try and find his way through as they go past the canal. Now, not quite the sea, but he's still not going to find a way through at turn 3. So tricky for Thompson. He's doing everything he can, but nothing is working out for him at the moment.
Not for now. Oh dear, a bit wide there through the right-hander for Thompson as they go in towards the chicane again now. It was really a mistake that allowed Thompson to get alongside for the first time, and there might be another one here, though not a mistake, there might be another chance for Thompson. He is quite close, but not close enough, I don't think, in towards turn 7 this time. Further up front, Lundqvist is still pretty comfortably ahead of Isaacson and Goddestad and Tyne as well, as this Noah's Ark formation continues. Here they are, and the Swedish drivers have actually been able to pull away from the rest. So again, this sort of speed in the race and this point in the race is really showing the nations in the overall standings are exactly where they deserve to be, as this is the only bit of side-by-side that is pretty regularly happening now. Ludvigsson this time found himself on the outside for the first part of the next chicane though, and that could be the big problem for him as he makes side-to-side contact here with Patrick Thompson. Down in towards the corner they go. Oh, a bit more contact! Thompson almost misses the corner himself. Ludvigsson has to go off, and Thompson will allow him back into 8th place again.
Yeah, and as they continue onwards towards turn number 1, is there any kind of side-by-side? Yeah, of course there is. Why wouldn't they be side-by-side? Thompson, is he going to give this one up? I don't know why he's so tight to the inside line at turn number 1. It's going to allow a great run on off of the corner for Sigurgeir Ludvigsson, but it's not going to work out for him. Thompson is through. The question is he going to be able to keep it now as they run their way through turn 4 and 5? He made a mistake at turn 5 earlier to lose a couple of spots. He's going to try and eradicate that once more. 12 minutes to go. Can he pull away now?
Well, let's see. So make a little bit of get into the gravel a little bit there on the outside line. 12 minutes still to go. Oh, that's quite late. Oh, and Thompson goes off. That's going to be a slowdown. So whenever you think of that move in towards the final chicane, it's going to be rewritten here. As with 12 minutes to go, Patrick Thompson has to let Ludvigsson back through again there. And that's because of a slowdown. I do think Thompson should have given up the place anyway, because what he tried to do, I think, was sort of almost let Ludvigsson back alongside him again in the positions that they were before, because when Ludvigsson went off, they were side by side. I don't think that really works, to be honest, and so I thought Thompson should probably give up the place anyway. Well, natural causes have happened, and he's had to give up the place anyway after that slowdown, and he'll have to refine himself in the final 12 minutes to try and get back into 8th place again.
Yeah, it's just not looking like it's been a very good day for Thompson. I mean, I just said it, didn't I? That he has to try and eradicate the mistakes that he's making at turn 5, and lo and behold, there he goes, getting another slowdown penalty there once again. And he is still continuing to struggle. Not struggling at the moment, though, is Adam Lundqvist and Adam Isaksson. They have dropped a long way back from Mate Kaupinen, who's just run away and consolidated his place in P2. Godestad has kept himself involved, though, and Jarl Tyne as well is kind of in the mix, but they haven't put any pressure on the Swedish team at all up to this stage. We've still got over 10 minutes to go in this race, but you struggle to see where Godestad is going to find a way to make a place here. Lundqvist and Isaksson have been resolute in their defence, and although they got overtaken by Kaupinen, he is a lot quicker than those two are at the moment. You don't really feel that the same can be said about the two Norwegians at this stage of the race, but there is still a chance, as there will be a number of laps left to run, and this could be one of the only battles, along with that Ludvigsson and Thompson battle, that we see towards the end of this race and the event.
So are Lundqvist and Isaksson going to exchange places here? It doesn't seem that that would really be necessary or worth it. The Noah's Ark formation very much defining our overall nation standings, and indeed our GT3 nation standings as well in this Nordic Esport Championship 2025. Still 10 minutes to go of the race, the final race of the day, this time in the GT3 machinery, out through turn 3 and turn 4. I just don't think Isaksson is going to really apply the pressure here too much to Lundqvist, especially with the Norwegians not that close behind, Godestad and Jarl Tyne. So in towards the chicane, turn 5. Coming out the other side, the two of them still absolutely locked together as they were in these slightly foggier conditions at Zolder for the second part of this race, if you like. We had 2 races earlier, third race of the day, the second time that these guys have all been in the rigs together. Had a bit of a break while that 40-minute F4 race was going on a few moments ago. Maybe as we've been watching, Isaksson has got a bit closer, but I'm still not convinced he's going to try and make a move.
No, neither am I. I can't see what the benefit would be for him to make a move. He's still finishing ahead of Adam Lundqvist in the championship, and he wouldn't be able to get towards Mate Kaupinen if he made the move anyway, either in terms of the race or the championship. And of course, it wouldn't make a difference to Sweden either. So I think Isaksson's happy just to hold position. Godestad may start to come into the fray, but the point here being that if he does, Isaksson is going to defend, and we've seen that it's difficult to make a move, especially if a driver in front is that little bit quicker. It feels like at the moment. We don't really know if they're managing the race towards the end. You can't imagine that they'd be pushing flat out at this stage. But it's a tricky one to gauge. 8 minutes to go. The Finns, they're laughing, I'm sure, as they go down the straights. They are having a fantastic time. This is going to be the 5th race in succession that they will have picked up the most amount of points of any nation, and it would have been 6 of 6 had Roland Alfredsson not made a move on the final lap of the race in race 1 for the win on Lasse Jurainen. So it has been real dominance from the Finns all day long. It's been a real mix, though, about who's been able to come home in second. Every other nation has finished in second place at least once in terms of the nations picking up points over a certain race. But it has been a real spread. Sweden only actually picked up their first second place in the F4 finale just about an hour ago, and now they look like they're going to do that again in the GT3 finale and put themselves into P2 overall in the standings. So a good way to end their event. The start was just a little bit more difficult, but they've made a progressive work through, and a great way to end it for them.
Yeah, I think they might be disappointed with the way they started the day, to be honest, Sweden, because the first race of the day they were already 11 points behind Finland, and they were a whopping 19 off of Iceland, who scored the most from that first race of the day. They've really just been behind it ever since that, getting their first top 3. They've steadily improved throughout the day, I think, is what you can say about them, to be honest. Steadily getting better along the way, and as you say, getting finally those bigger point scores, and this is going to be the biggest of them, if I'm not mistaken. This is going to be 33 points to their 30 that they got in the last race for the GT3, so this is going to be their biggest score of the day. And, you know, if they could have replicated this from earlier, then maybe they would have had a better time, I think. I think it does stem a lot from earlier on in the F4s where they started to go wrong, to be honest, for them, in terms of challenging Finland, because, as I mentioned, 8 points in that first race of the day. That's not only putting yourself behind Finland already, but it gives you a worst grid position for that longer 40-minute race as well. And it was very, very difficult for Isak Arvidsson and Jesper Eriksson, as good as they did in the last race and the second last race as well. It was very difficult for them to move through the field. Once you've given yourself that grid position for the final race of the day, it's very difficult to come back from that in terms of the points.
Yeah, and we saw that play out, didn't we? And so they did struggle a little bit towards the end, and especially with the collision that Eriksson had and that 3-point penalty that he received. It was a little bit of a struggle towards the end. Arvidsson still got top 5 in terms of the Drivers' Championship. Eriksson, sadly for him, I believe, finished bottom in the end, but that's only because of the points deduction that he did pick up. He earned more points, but I guess stewards, you know, reasonably gave him a slight penalty in the end of the race. And it has been a long event for a couple of the drivers, namely Jarl Tyne, who's struggled after the opening race. He got P3. Since then, he's not been necessarily on it. He got a P3 in the second race in the GT3s, but he started on pole after, you know, trying to start on pole position. Thompson's going to try and get this one done finally to the inside at turn 1, which he will do. And after 35 minutes of trying to get this move done, it looks like he's just about done it, but he hasn't got it completed yet. Ludvigsson back to the inside, and this will continue to run on. Thompson, though, trying to hook it around the outside. Let's see if he can finally get this one done, whether he will still have to try and find a way through on Ludvigsson.
It's a slightly shorter run through these corners here for Ludvigsson, and Thompson goes wide, but he's got it done. He's finally got it done. Patrick Thompson up to 8th position ahead of Ludvigsson, who, as you mentioned, has defended so well so far today. Oh, he's over the curb immediately, though. Does that mean he loses the place? The answer is no, and with 4.5 minutes to go, Patrick Thompson finally makes his way through. So that will be pleasing for him, although he's still going to finish last of the drivers' standings here today, which is a shame, I suppose, for him, but even so, he has made a good overtake here for 8th position right at the very end. I think the one thing we weren't expecting here, perhaps, was Denmark to finish right at the bottom end of our standings here today. I must admit, I was expecting a little bit more from Patrick Thompson, who I have seen before in iRacing before. I must admit, I haven't seen Kasper Rüscher-Andersen, Marcus Terkelsen or Victor Wolfson, but I thought they've made a good account for themselves. And to be honest, it doesn't feel like they've been at the bottom of the standings all day, but it is where they're going to finish.
And I think Terkelsen getting, you know, wiped out in that collision that Sederden in the final there really puts pay to that. Was defending so incredibly well, and then kind of just got collected by an incident that he wasn't a part of. Almost it was caused by his defence that everyone was bunched up behind him because he was defending so astutely. So disappointing from him. He could have got a top 5 in the championship had he not been involved in that collision. And Kasper Andersen as well gave himself a good account. Victor Wilson got P2 in the opening race in the GT3s, which of course the grid was decided by qualifying. Excuse me. But I think for Patrick Thompson it's been a little bit difficult, but I'm sure he'll bounce back from this.
Yeah, certainly will. 8th place at the moment for him in this one as the final 2 laps begin now. Maybe final 3 for these drivers. Adam Lundqvist still in 3rd place ahead of Anton Isaacson. The 2 Swedes are going to have a formation finish by the looks of things here at Zolder. The Finns may well pose for a picture a bit later as well, as Oskari Rinne is dominating here. We haven't spoken about him very much here so far in this race, but he has led from lights to flag, much as he did in race 1 actually. He got the pole position and ran away with the race lead ever from that position to get the race win here ahead of, it was Victor Wilson who got 2nd in that race actually. Then got back to the top 5 in race 2 when he said that it was going to be very difficult to overtake. Well, it may have been, but he still managed it. And now he's going to take another race win to score the most points of any individual driver here today. He's going to win the Drivers' Championship, help his nation win the GT3 and overall standings as well. And a very, very good day for Oskari Rinne, who, I've got to say, having listened to his driver interview before race 1, was kind of expecting this kind of performance, it feels to me, when he set out here earlier this afternoon.
He was confident from the start, wasn't he? And that's been reflected in his performances all the way through the day. It was a great way to get towards the front of the field in qualifying. He dominated race number 1. Came back through the field relatively well in race number 2, all things considered. I did far better than Ronan Alfredson was able to do for the race 1 winners in race 2. And then race 3, he held the lead off of the start and has really been very, very dominant. He was helped a little bit by the fact that they were fighting him behind on both of the race starts where he led the field, but he hasn't put a foot wrong all day long, and he's on track to pick up the most points of any driver in either category today, and I think only put himself about 15 points behind Denmark overall, which goes to show how well he has driven in this event today. But to have a roster of Lasse Juranen, Timo Milikangas, Oskari Rinne and Atte Kauppinen, Finland were always going to come into this race as favourites when you look at the rosters, particularly from those who have watched sim racing quite a lot. But they have to turn up, and in such a short championship, if something goes wrong early, it can really spiral, and the favourites can all of a sudden become the chasers in a championship. But they haven't allowed that to happen. They've put themselves at the front of the field and pulled away from the rest, and it's been really, really impressive to watch.
I must admit, I didn't see them winning by this amount when I set out. I did think they were favourites. I agree on that, but for this distance of victory, I think has been a bit of a surprise. Oskari Rinne now sets out for the final lap. This is going to feel like a bit of a lap of honour for him. Not sure how much land racing actually Oskari Rinne has done in his career, but this one's going to feel pretty good. Not only for him personally, but always feels better, I feel, if you're winning something for a team as well, and that's what he is doing here for Finland.
He is, and winning by a margin again. It's just a nice casual afternoon for him, really. He's not really had to think about too much. He had 20 minutes of intense racing in that second race, but apart from that, I'm sure he's had a lovely day. Qualifying on pole, winning race 1. He's winning the final as well. I'm sure he had a lovely lunch. I hope he had a lovely lunch as well. So he'll probably be leaving a very happy man. Isaacson is going to fight Ludvigsson, though. Lundqvist on the final lap. There's no sun on the end of that name. For P3, and actually they are going to battle it out between the 2 Swedish drivers come the end of this race.
Well, that does surprise me. Maybe they were just always going to wait for that last lap, but the 2 Swedes are now going for it here. Isaacson having to defend into the chicane, but Lundqvist isn't going to be able to go through here. He's going to have to search for that line. And he's not quite got it, but Isaacson's absolutely nailed that braking zone. And so he might well end up with this podium place at the very end of the day, as Oskari Rinne now sets himself towards that final braking zone of this championship season. The Nordic Esport Championship in 2025 has delivered such great action throughout 6 brilliant races across 2 different disciplines, but in both of them, Finland have dominated. And Oskari Rinne in GT3 has put dominance upon the field like we've seen never before. Oskari Rinne wins the GT3 Drivers' Championship here at the Nordic Esports Championship 2025, with Finland taking the Teams GT3, the overall nations title as well. A bit of dominance from them, underlined by Askari Rinne, who wins here at Zolder.
Yeah, incredible performance from them in the end. And Arena to really show what he can do in this race. Pulled away from the rest, and that's a real statement for him to pull away from the likes of Atte Kauppanen, Isaksson and Lundqvist. He's going to be delighted, I'm sure. And he has contributed the most to his team's efforts over the course of today's event. 60 points, you can see. Delighted down there, and he can have a little bit of rest before everybody else. 8 seconds before everybody else, because he won by a very, very comfortable margin over a 40-minute race.
And Atte Kauppanen behind, gave him a good show of things. And there's the photo we were all waiting for. Finland's running side by side. Get your pictures out, get your cameras out, and take the picture there. Finland will be very, very pleased with their showing in this championship this year. And they will take the nations overall by some margin, underlined, as I say, by Askari Rinne and Atte Kauppanen taking this 1 and 2. It was the 2 Swedish drivers next, Adam Isaksson passing Adam Lundqvist at the very end there, with Jovego Goddestad and Jarl Tyen next for Norway. Håkan Jokelsson was best of the Icelandic drivers in 7th, then of Patrick Thompson, who passed Sigurd Ludvigsson there in the early part of the race as well, or the later part of the race, I should say. In the early part of the race, Victor Wilson had to retire. Give us your thoughts, Dara, then, before we sign off here on the Nordic Esports Championship 2025. Thoroughly enjoyable 6 races this afternoon.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting championship. The F4's really provided some excellent action, particularly in the final. It was fantastic to see those drivers be able to race wheel to wheel over so much of the circuit. The GT3s, it was that little bit more difficult to overtake, and towards the end we kind of saw drivers settling into a pattern. But the pattern really was that Finland have been the dominant feature, and they have been the most impressive team all day long. And credit to them for winning by quite some margin, over 200 points on the day.
Fantastic job from Finland, and congratulations to them. Let's head back to location and to Reykjavik now to get some reaction after the final race of the Nordic Esports Championship in 2025.
Thank you, Dara. Thank you. You and Askari, you did it. You did it like you said. You were confident here before the race, and I mean, you proved your point.
Yeah, that was the plan. I mean, got a bit lucky. I think Atte was going to pressure me for sure, but he got a slowdown, so then it was very easy. Like I had it under control the whole race, so it was good.
It looked good. It kind of looked like the most uncomfortable part of the day was just doing the interview.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
So this means that Finland is 1-2 in both categories, and obviously the champions, they're 4. So a huge congratulations to you and the whole team.
Yeah, thank you. That was the target, and we did it. So very well done for everyone who was on the team. So Atte, Teemu, and Lassi, already a mega job.
Does it feel different racing for the nation instead of yourself or a race team?
Yeah, in a sense, because I know in Discord, like the Finnish Discord, people are watching, so then you race for them basically. So yeah, it's a bit different, but and of course the traveling and everything. So it's been a cool experience for sure.
That's awesome. Congratulations again, and thank you so much for coming around and showing us how to do it. Now the Nordic Esports Championship runs to a close, and as it is, I'm gonna go through the standings. I'm getting it here confirmed. Finland, like we talked about, are taking the win in the Nations Cup, with Sweden second, only 13 points ahead of Norway in third, Iceland fourth, and Denmark in the fifth and final place. So that's the top 5. Now, what an event it has been here in Reykjavik, Iceland. We've had amazing races. There's been drama. There's been fantastic overtakes. We've seen young talent come through and fighting with the best of the best. So, from myself, everybody here on site, and the Icelandic crew behind this, I thank you all for watching. Thank you all for following us. Thanks to the commentators out there, and we'll see you next year in the Nordic Esports Championship. Can't wait to see where that's going to be.